There we go.
In 3.
Hello there, welcome to the show. 2 channels here, now you know. Like and subscribe, it's all we need. Alternature or here to speak. And defense, let's take a peek. Collaborating for your eyes. Sharing content, no surprise. Together we shine brighter than one. Join our journey, it's just begun. Like and subscribe, hit that bell. Enjoy the show and wish us well.
Hello, good morning. It's already been one of those streams, and we didn't even start till just now. So
I have my business face on now. But before. Oh, if you could only see me backstage. Morning.
Good morning. I'm alternate juror, and this is the defense rest.
With the jazz.
Yes. I saw. Did you? It's that attorney that you don't like. She's typing away. She's our mystery typist.
Yes,
I
on the
saw
little
her the
lappy.
day. I'm like, I
Mhm.
see you over there getting us in trouble. Good morning, Dill. And Super
Good morning,
Baby.
everyone. Hey, Gabby.
She's
Hey,
always
Teresa.
in the best mood
Hey,
when she
Bree.
wakes up.
Hey, Gabby.
No, Super Baby. I don't know what Gabby's mood's like when she wakes up. Good morning, Gabby. Oh, there's Tricia. I was like, where's she?
I wonder if Bryce Sandwich will grace us today.
I sent him a
Fingers
link.
crossed.
I
Fingers
have ice. I
I
have
miss
ice in my cup.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Gabby. Sorry you can't afford ice. It means you have no water.
Or no refrigerator.
I told Gabby, I was like, don't call and ask me if my refrigerator's running. The answer's no. Any ice or water. Oh my goodness.
I'll be eating my bowl of water.
For breakfast.
Oh, okay. Bugger, that reminds me, I forgot to get my strawberries out the fridge.
Oh, I have watermelon.
We're organised. Was.
All right. Well, we are continuing with day 2 still. Of the doctor. Yes, we've got a little bit of this doctor left, that's been on the stand all day yesterday. In my opinion, I think Jody shares the opinion of asked a lot of questions that aren't relevant to what happened.
I still haven't worked out where the defense is going with it, but
I have no idea.
To discredit, because she was the one that reported the glorified doula, basically. That's all she is. And so I think they're trying to discredit her credibility in that decision-making process. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Don't know. Because she's a mandatory reporter, so.
Right. And I do think they made some ground up, the defense, when they asked every single firefighter or police officer that showed up that's also a mandatory reporter if they created a report. And all of them said
it was
no.
the wrong report to make.
Yeah. So
it's not child abuse. If anything, the mother should have been charged with that.
Yes. Hello, Christine. Good morning.
Hi, Christine.
Hope you're doing well today. And like Jody and I were talking before we came on, I know it's really frustrating because we are all, especially as women, emotionally invested in this. And mothers, or those that aren't quite mothers yet, or whatever your role is. We look at this very differently as what we would do as a mom for our child. And But if you're looking at the law,
Mm.
technically, this woman did nothing wrong.
Yep.
She did not break the law. You can't, it's as backwards as it is, for whatever reason, you can't have anybody that's licensed attend these home births.
Yep. Yeah, she's not even breaking the law there.
Yeah, she did not break the law. They charged her with something I don't think he can convict her of. But I'm not a judge. I'm not a lawyer. Just listening to it. Do I hear your cat purring?
It's
Oh,
a message tone. I'm just turning it off.
I was like, what is that?
Yep.
So, so as frustrating as it is, and as frustrating for me as like the mom is and her actions to worry about herself in all of this, um, and not worry about the baby, not be like, okay, I can get over my fear. I can get over what happened. I can go do whatever I need to do to save this baby. When Angela Hock first told them to go, you need to go to the hospital, and they said no. Right there, I guess she could have made the decision, just call 911 then
She
herself.
did. As soon as she opened the bathroom door and saw what was happening, she told the doula to call 911.
Yes,
Mm.
but that was after she had already told them. Remember, the dad said they had Angela told them, I think you need to go to the hospital. And then the dad and the mom go in their bedroom and discuss it and say no. So to me, at that point, then she kind of is relieved
Mhm.
of that responsibility. She tried, but
Mhm.
also she could have called 911 herself then when they said no. And then let those people deal with it and say, listen, this is out of my scope. I can't do this. There's baby's breech. Then let that happen, and whatever she did on that end.
Maybe that's why they went into such detail with this pediatrician or obstetrician about um, the right of choice of the mother.
And I'm not getting into anything. That's a huge deal over here.
How do you force someone?
Yeah. Or not force someone. Like, what do you
Mm.
do? What do you do? Everybody wants the freedom of choice. Then when they're given the freedom of choice and we don't like the
Mhm.
choice, then we want them to pay. We can't have it all that. We can't
Mm-mm.
have it every way. Like,
No.
but I don't want to open Pandora's box on that one.
Morning, Carmen.
Carmen, I'm assuming that's not good if you have a face mask on.
You will?
So
Oh dear. Oh dear.
the vid is going around where she works. So
Oh dear.
she had to test, and I know she sent me a message, but I didn't have time to check it yet. So I'm just reading her emojis.
Absolutely, Teresa.
I 100% agree with you on
Yeah.
that. That's where
Yeah.
my frustration
That's
lies, is
right.
that she should have just said, I
Mhm.
have to do this for my baby. And she
Mhm.
didn't.
It's your job as a parent, or don't have kids.
Yes.
Simple.
Yeah, absolutely. Now,
Mhm.
should she be charged for not making that decision? I don't know. But I do agree with you on that.
It's not
Yeah, I
really our
know.
call, is it?
That's no.
As hard as that is.
That's
Mhm.
the thing, That's what I just said. Like, we all want that freedom to choose, and then when we do it and people don't like it, then they want to do.
Mm.
I don't know. I don't know how it ends. I don't know how it goes. I don't have an
I
answer.
have no answers, but I have a kitty cat.
Kitty cat. Kitty kitty.
Hello. Mummy, you left me.
All right. So I skipped, Jody stopped at like 5:38, 50 or whatever. I went to 5:39 because
Oh, whole
I know,
minute.
I know. We didn't need to hear more about the epinephrine and all the stuff that she did not do, because it doesn't matter.
No.
So, but I do believe now she kind of starts talking to her about a midwife and what what the definition is of what this woman considers herself, this Angela Hock, and
Mhm. That'd be
whatever.
interesting, actually.
Yeah. So
Mm.
here we go, and we've got
Yay!
these two women, I tell you. This is defense cross still. Let me know how this sounds.
It can be given intracardiac, but I don't believe that would have occurred in this case. A NICU team would place a umbilical line once they can and use that.
Okay. And did you speak with anybody at your hospital that night about the fact that Emily had reported giving birth at home with a midwife or attempting labor at home with a midwife?
Yes.
Who did you speak with?
Several people involved, the ER, ER physicians, my charge nurse, the neonatal nurse practitioners.
And when did you decide to call the police?
Don't you do
The
it.
fact that Emily had reported giving birth at home with a midwife or attempting labor at home with a midwife?
Yes.
Who did you speak with?
Gosh dang it.
Several people involved, the ER, ER physicians, my charge nurse, the neonatal nurse practitioners.
And when did you decide to call the police?
After we had delivered the placenta and repaired the episiotomy, and I believe Vera was being cooled at that point. We discussed the case together, and we were concerned that as mandatory reporters, that this was a case that needed to be brought to attention of authorities, and that I was the person most who should do that.
And when you say we, are you referring still to yourself, the ER doctor, the NICU doctor, and some nursing staff?
Correct.
So the provider team?
The provider team.
And do you recall saying on page 94 of your deposition, if you want to reference it, that you and the other doctors decided that you should call the police, you should be the one to call the police because, quote, a botched birth is in your jurisdiction?
Because we knew we had a baby who had suffered brain damage or brain injury at that point. We knew that we had a baby that had suffered brain injury, and there was concern that that may have been preventable.
What does it mean to say a botched birth is in your jurisdiction?
So because the injury was believed to be as a result of what might have been obstetric injury or considered obstetric injury, it fell to the obstetrician
To do what?
to describe it to the authorities.
Did you exchange any emails with anybody relating to making a report to the police?
I may have. I remember ongoing discussion with the ER team after the shift.
Do you remember exchanging, when did you go home after your shift from June 15th into the early morning hours of June 16th?
Handoff would have occurred around 7 or 8 on Sunday morning. I believe I was handing off to an MFM and therefore was responsible for rounding on the generalist service. So it would have been late morning on Sunday morning.
Do you think you might have gone home early on Sunday in the middle of the night because of what you had gone through in receiving this traumatic case?
No, that was never a part of the discussion.
Hey, Jody. Because
Sorry,
I don't
love?
remember. Is she an ER doctor? Maternity doctor? Bree was asking. Or
She's an
Dill.
obstetrician.
But
Obstetrician
not
at the
ER.
hospital. I don't think so. I think she might be a part of the NICU unit.
Okay.
I
I
think
couldn't remember.
it just says that she was the obstetrician who was there when Emily Noe presented at the hospital. So she
Okay.
could be ER, she could be NICU.
Okay.
Can I refer you to page 66?
Okay.
So Actually, I'll refer you to 67, doctor, lines 8 through 12. These lines, I remember talking with my direct boss. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please review. Tell me when you're ready to discuss.
I'm ready.
When you explained during your deposition, I remember talking with my direct boss and having someone else take my home call so that I could separate from all of this for a few hours so that I could process the experience as well. Do you think that was after 7 a.m.?
Yes, it was.
Got it. And then, doctor, can I refer you to page 75?
Okay.
Can you read lines 8 through the end of the page?
You want me to read them aloud?
No, just
Okay.
yourself, and let me know when you're ready to discuss them.
Okay.
When you said, aside from Dr. Cabrera, and who was Dr. Cabrera?
My resident that night.
And the ER team and the nurses involved, I spoke with my chair because that's when I learned that he doesn't sleep much because he answered my emails at midnight and 3 a.m. And that was about what I needed to file and in what ways. And I talked with my direct boss about getting my home call covered because I needed to clock out. When you say emails at midnight and 3 a.m., would those have been emails that you sent in the early hours of June 16th while you were still at the hospital?
Correct.
And to whom did you send those emails?
To my chairman,
And what's his name?
Carl Smith.
Is he still your chairman?
Yes, he is.
And you said that you received emails from him about what I needed to file and in what ways. What did that involve?
He has sat on the state medical board and has a much better and has served as expert witness many times and has a much better understanding of this side of medicine. And so he was well suited to answer my questions about to whom I needed to report possibly practicing without a license, possible allegation of child abuse or neglect, these things that I have not had the opportunity to interact with on a regular or frequent basis.
Okay, and you said that he had a lot of experience with the state medical board, and so did he direct you to file a complaint with the state medical board?
He did.
Did he direct you to file a complaint with anybody else?
He did not. That was already done. He did support the decision, yes.
And when you say that he had been an expert witness, in what kinds of proceedings?
He is a perinatologist, and so he has sat as a witness in many obstetric cases.
And what are obstetric cases? Or are those civil suits or criminal proceedings?
I am not a legal expert, nor have I discussed the intricacies of his legal experience.
Okay, thank you. Did you make your first report to the police over the phone, or did they come to the hospital?
I called them.
And what do you remember telling them?
So I remember telling them that there was a baby who had been injured. I don't remember what my words were. My understanding as a mandatory reporter is that it was my responsibility to bring the situation to their attention so that they could investigate it if they saw fit.
Thank you, doctor. I'd like to offer another exhibit into evidence. This is the Omaha Police Department Information Report Investigation dated 6/16/19 at 00:00 hours, reporting Catherine Lessman's report to the police department. I'd like to offer this police report into evidence, Your Honor. Listen, 140.
Objection, hearsay.
How's it not hearsay?
Your Honor, it's not hearsay because it is it is the recording of this doctor's report to the police that I'm going to present to her so that she can explain and substantiate the report that she made at that time.
Well, that doesn't make it admissible, but you can ask her questions off it.
Yeah, I just object to, there are rules to refreshing recollection. It seems that she's just having to read the depositions and read the things. I think she just needs to ask the questions about what she remembers and refresh if it needs to be.
I'm not going to do it the way you do it, but
Got it?
that number, what number was that exhibit?
This was number 140, Your Honor.
140 is not received in evidence.
Okay, Your Honor. Dr. Lessman, would you say that this is an accurate report, or is it There's a line here that says, Dr. Lessman stated that she did not believe Angie was certified to conduct home births and believed a criminal act may have been committed by Angie in assisting Noe at home and not having any medical equipment or resources available to assist with a baby that was breech. Does that seem accurate, like what you would have reported to the police in that call in the middle of the night?
Yes, it does.
And so, doctor, what did that mean to you to say that you didn't believe she was certified to do home births?
So I am not and do not pretend to be an expert in lay midwifery, but it is my understanding that according to the state of Nebraska, that may not be a legal proceeding or a legal intervention.
What might not be a legal intervention?
So home birth is, I am not an expert in lay midwifery, but I respect and operate under ACOG, as you previously discussed, and I'm also familiar with SMFM, the Society of Maternal Fetal Medicine, the American Academy of Family Physicians, and the American College of Nurse Midwifery. And to my understanding, those are the credentialing bodies for birth attendants in this, as recognized by the state of Nebraska.
And does ACOG certify people to do home births?
ACOG does not, to my not in Nebraska.
To your knowledge, does ACOG certify people to do home births?
My knowledge extends to the nuances of Nebraska.
Got it. And who is certified to do home births in Nebraska?
No one.
And so when you said that is not an intervention that is legal, is home birth the intervention?
Assurance of safety in a difficult situation would be.
Assurance of safety is an intervention?
So a home VBAC and or a home breech birth would both be outside of the standard of care for home birth, according to the American College of Nurse Midwifery, which guides home birth for the majority of the country in the way that is most respected by the medical establishment and most state medical boards.
And you
Nurse.
verified that you stated that you believed a criminal act had
Hi,
been
Nurse.
committed. What criminal act did you believe had been committed?
Again, I'm not pretending to be a legal expert. My responsibility is to call attention to harm to the baby.
Can I refer you to page 115 of your deposition, doctor? And this is lines 17 through 21. Or actually, let's say 9 through 21, so it includes the question that you were asked. Tell me when you've had a chance to review that page.
Okay.
Did you answer, were you asked at the deposition if you, what was the basis on which you were making a statement that you believed a criminal act had been committed? Yes or no, were you asked that?
I was.
And did you answer, so it sounded to me like practicing medicine without a license, and I knew that this was a preventable birth that deserved evaluation or a preventable death that deserved evaluation?
Yes.
And then can I refer you to page 120 of your deposition testimony?
Mm-hmm.
And can I refer you to lines 6 through 16?
Bry.
Okay.
And so were you
Hey,
asked at deposition, and so was the crime the fact that the patient wasn't in the hospital? And then was the answer that she was coerced into staying at home, that she was falsely reassured that the provider had skills, that she understood the situation. She didn't, that she could do something she couldn't. Question, okay, thank you. And then did you add, that would be the practicing medicine without a license, which was my assessment of the situation. Is that what you said in your deposition?
Yes.
Thank you, doctor.
Yes, Gabby, she was saying ACOG. It's a certification agency.
Yep.
But they don't certify home births for home birth attendants in Nebraska. Bree, there is no certification for anybody to attend a home birth in Nebraska. It's actually illegal. It's a felony if you are certified to attend a home birth, because those certified nurse midwives can only operate under the direct supervision of a physician, which she talked about yesterday. So if they went on their own and did it, then they could be charged with a felony and face jail time. So yes, you did hear it right. And the loss messed up. Yes, I know.
Mm-hmm.
Doctor, when you got home on the night on the morning of June 16th, were you already thinking about a legal proceeding related to this transfer of care?
Yes, I was.
Were you already considered thinking about issues like what evidence would be admissible into a legal proceeding over the transfer that you would receive that night?
I was.
Good morning, Adair.
And do you recall asking the
Hey,
police
Jay.
on June 19th, 2019, whether she could assure you that Angie Hock would be in trouble no matter what, even if the parents chose not to sue her?
I remember asking what she expected from the legal side.
Do you remember asking if Angie Hock would be in trouble, even if the parents chose not to sue her?
Yes,
Have you had any legal training, Dr. Lessman?
as it relates to malpractice.
Have you have any training? Do you have any training or experience in the determination of whether crimes have been committed?
Only in calling attention to possible child, elder, or sexual abuse.
And so, have you had meetings or trainings at UNMC regarding identification of when a crime has been committed, or when your obligations as a mandatory reporter are triggered?
Yes,
What were you taught regarding that?
we are taught that anything that we see that that concerns us for child abuse or neglect is mandatorily reported.
That concerns us for child abuse or neglect?
So we are taught that it is not our job to prove that neglect or abuse has occurred, but to call it to the attention of the authorities so that they can investigate or choose not to investigate as they see fit.
And is it left to your discretion to determine whether you perceive there to have been child neglect associated with a patient for whom you're caring? Or are there standards that you're trained that you're supposed to utilize in that analysis?
There are standards.
And what are they in the birth context?
That's a great question, and the ambiguities of which were the reason we discussed this as a provider team prior to making the decision to report.
So does that mean that you can't recall any specific standards relating to assessment of child abuse or neglect in the birth context prior to this birth?
Correct.
Have standards been developed at UNMC since this birth? To your knowledge?
Objection. No.
I do not believe that there are policies in place regarding that exactly.
Did anybody ever tell you that it's a crime in Nebraska for a woman to decline to go to the hospital and receive care from an obstetrician?
No.
And when you reported that,
That's coming this fall, Udahef.
let me ask you, what medical equipment or resources are unavailable to assist with a baby that is breech?
Mariska Hargitay.
So for a baby that is breech, if I were going to do that in the hospital, I would expect a second set of hands, a neonatology team for resuscitation immediately available, Piper forceps, all the resuscitation tools for the baby, bandage scissors.
And so when you reported to the police that you believed a criminal act may have been committed by Angie by assisting Noe at home and not having any medical equipment or resources available to assist with a baby that is breech, are you saying that a crime is committed for assisting with a baby that is breech outside of a hospital setting where hospital resources are available?
Objection. Beyond her knowledge, and it's probably to the court for her to say what's a crime and what's not.
Your Honor, she just testified. Thank you.
Sorry, now I've lost the question.
So when you reported to the police that you believed a crime may have been committed by Angie by not having any medical equipment or resources available to assist with a baby that is breech, and if, as you just testified, the medical equipment and resources that assist with a baby that is breech are things like surgical delivery, Piper forceps, and other things that are available in a hospital setting, are you saying that it is a criminal act to assist with a baby that is breech outside the hospital setting where they don't have hospital resources?
I am saying that breech birth is a contraindication to home birth by most governing organizations that I've ever been familiar with, and that it deserved more attention. I was not accusing a crime, I was calling attention.
So you don't think that you said that you thought a crime may have been committed in assisting with a baby that is breech?
I absolutely said that a crime may have been committed.
Because you believed that it was possible that it was criminal to assist with a breech baby without hospital resources available?
I thought it deserved exploration, yes.
Thank you.
It's mandatory. It's her job. You're muted.
I know. That's why I shook my head.
Do you recall
I
being
did that
interviewed by the police
yesterday
at
too.
UNMC on June 17th after coming back from your break on the 16th?
Yes.
To your knowledge, were you involved in any meetings with UNMC staff? Actually, I'm going to withdraw that question.
Squirrel.
Did you have a chance to talk more with Emily did you see Emily again on June 17th, 2019?
I believe that I saw her each day of her hospitalization, yes.
So you saw her on the 15th when she first arrived in the ambulance, right?
Yes.
And then on the 16th, would you have seen her in the night until 7 a.m. when you left?
Since she delivered before midnight, she would have been seen for postpartum care both days also.
So would you have seen her in the early hours of the 16th?
Yes.
Would you have seen her between the time you left your shift on the 16th and midnight on the 16th?
No. Sorry, wait. The 16th is Sunday, yes?
Yes.
Okay. No.
So then you think you saw her again on the 17th?
Correct.
So sort of the 2 periods of your care for her were the night that she was admitted and then the morning of the 17th when she was discharged. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember having more of an opportunity to speak with her on the 17th?
Yes.
And what was that like? What were the circumstances that were more relaxed for that conversation?
I believe that she was in her daughter's room in the NICU. And I would have gone over routine postpartum questions, talked about pain, bleeding, bladder, dizziness, headaches, chest pain, shortness of breath, pain in her legs. And then I remember telling her, and I may have had this conversation with her on Sunday. I may have had this conversation with her on Monday. I don't remember that timing, but I remember informing her that my understanding of my legal requirements was that I had to file a police report, and because I didn't want her to be surprised.
And was her baby still alive at that time?
Yes, she was.
So were these, and did her baby die on the 17th?
I believe so.
So was this conversation happening in some of the final hours of her time with her baby, her newborn baby Vera?
I believe so.
Was her baby alive in the NICU room when you were with her?
I believe so.
I want to bounce back to some of the testimony you gave about your initial encounter with her on the night of the 15th and the 16th earlier today. You testified that she consented to enough of an exam that you could get certain health information when you examined her. Is that right?
Yes.
What was she willing to consent to for that exam, and what was she not willing to consent to?
She didn't deny us consent for anything, but we would have said things like, we're going to check on the placenta now, and we're going to check for tears. Okay, this episiotomy is here. The next step would be numbing medicine. Do you want any pain medicine through your arm? Things like that.
And did you receive any information directly from the ambulance team at the time of transfer, or did that come to you down a telephone game? Did you speak with any of them directly?
It came down the telephone game.
Okay, so who spoke with the ambulance team and then reported that information to you?
The ER team.
Okay. And were you informed that Emily had declined an IV during the ambulance transfer to the hospital?
I don't remember discussing that.
Okay.
I sure may have.
Okay.
I don't know if we ever placed one.
So, Dr. Lessman, in your testimony earlier, you also have explained some of the phenomena associated with childbirth. And I'll try not to ask you to repeat yourself unnecessarily, but I'd like to ask you about an issue that you haven't discussed yet. Are you familiar with the concept of the fetal ejection reflex?
By that
Is that
term?
the mother's?
Are you familiar with the idea that
What the heck is that?
I think that might be the mother's, because when I was in labour with my second, I didn't have a Panadol, nothing. It was totally natural in hospital. But I think it might be it was all of a sudden my body had this response that it just took over and did what it needed to do to push. So I think that might be what that is that she's referring to, perhaps.
Okay.
Because it was out of my control. It was not something that I consciously did. I said, "Oh, I've got to push."
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
After 1 hour,
Wow.
she was born.
Lucky you.
Mm-hmm. She's been in a hurry ever since.
Yeah. You're gonna have Gabby's lying to you. Just so you know. Yeah, because well, Bree, you are the as far as I know, the most recent person in this chat to have a baby.
It does, yes.
It
Yeah.
did, and she started laughing when it was time when it was time to push.
Who, Bree?
Yeah. She
Yeah, I think we all probably have. Oh
I
dear.
didn't. Hey, I just said you were lying. I didn't say anything else, Gabby.
Oh dear.
Wow. Fry for the win.
Yeah. Comes in with the winner.
You cried with the last contraction, but felt so much better. Well, yeah.
Yeah, until you have to go, you go, hang on, I'm starting again. What's going on? Mm.
Yeah. Brand's like, yeah, she just flipped into mode, like, let's go, and then started laughing. I'm
Yep,
like, oh, all
yep.
right. Don't complain about that. Gabby.
Yeah, yeah, and they
I
should.
think we've all been clenched this whole entire
Yes,
trial.
especially every time they say episiotomies. Thank goodness I didn't have to have that.
Ah, well, lucky you.
Mm.
That heightened adrenaline in the woman during the second stage of labor can cause expulsion of the fetus in a physiological birth.
I don't know that I've seen that in our literature recently.
Okay.
Certainly, explosive efforts can become involuntarily or
Yes.
involuntary. No one denies that.
And doctor, was it your representation to the authorities with whom you spoke in this matter that the death of the child was, quote, totally preventable if she had sought proper medical attention?
That was my impression.
And would you agree with the reporting officer's description of your report to him on this matter as he described it in the officer's affidavit in support of criminal charges? Quote, affiant officer spoke with Dr. Lessman, who advised her that it was her medical opinion that the childbirth was handled negligently, which resulted in the death of the baby, Vera Noe. Dr. Lessman advised that the death of the child was preventable had appropriate medical steps been taken in a timely manner. Dr. Lessman advised that the medical steps taken by Hock were performed negligently. Does that seem like an accurate summary of your testimony to the officers?
Yes, it does.
One of the reporting officers wrote in their report, Dr. Lessman and staff at UNMC attempted to save the child. Is that accurate?
Yes,
How?
through neonatal resuscitation protocols
Okay.
and then cooling protocol.
And then what was your assessment of Emily's condition over her days at UNMC following your initial care for her following delivery?
So, she did have some elevated blood pressures initially, which we initially attributed to the to heightened emotions and also some physical pain as well. But then her initial labs came back with an elevated creatinine, which we did not have an explanation for. And so in the context of that as a potential severe feature for preeclampsia, plus the high blood pressures, we made the diagnosis of preeclampsia with severe features. So we did, with her consent, start an IV for treatment of preeclampsia with magnesium for 24 hours. She was emotional throughout the stay, but also my impression was appropriate for the circumstance with the dying baby.
Did you have an opportunity in your ongoing communications with her to get a deeper understanding of her previous trauma associated with hospital-based care?
I don't remember what depth we got into in that interview because it didn't make it into documentation. And in an already extremely traumatic experience, to drag her back through more trauma was not seen as productive or helpful.
Did she volunteer to you that she had PTSD, that she was traumatized by her previous delivery, her previous cesarean delivery?
She yes, she did tell us that her prior delivery had been traumatic to her.
Okay, and your testimony is that you did not ask any more questions about the source of that trauma or trauma that she had experienced prior to that delivery?
I don't remember the level of detail that we got into there or how much she volunteered.
Okay. Did you have any communication with the NICU team regarding Vera's care or assessment or care either on the 16th or the 17th?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of the plan for Vera's care?
So initially, the decision was made to cool the infant, hoping to minimize cerebral injury. And it quickly became evident that that was a futile measure. And so plans were made to withdraw care.
And so when you said that quickly became evident, when did it become evident?
I don't know the exact timeline on that.
Was it the night of the 16th?
I don't know the nuances of that timing.
Were you present when the family was informed that if Vera didn't show, out signs of an ability to live independently within 72 hours, that life support would be withdrawn?
I was not present for that conversation.
Were you aware that was the advice that they were being given?
I did not hear any of that advice or discussion.
Were you ever aware of a plan that Vera would be on life support for 72 hours and then it would be withdrawn?
So I know cooling protocols often take about 3 days, and at some point in there, her neurologic exam was very concerning for brain death, and so I believe that evaluation was done. I don't know the timing of the neonatal course.
And who would have made the decision about when to take Vera off of life support?
So that would have been a discussion between the neonatologist and the parents.
Do you have any information about why Vera was removed from life support 36 to 48 hours after 36 to 48 hours rather than after 72?
I was not part of those conversations.
Do you have any knowledge on the topic?
Wow.
I think that was required a diagnosis of brain death.
Okay. Were you aware of any steps taken to minimize the trauma for the parents around the death of their baby?
So Udahef, that is Jody, Bry, and Dill. Used to be Bree. She changed her name. So Bry and Dill are RTs, and they both have worked in the NICU. Brian might currently still be working in NICU. And then Jody was a nurse. Were you an ER nurse?
No, I did surgical and then ICU, intensive care, and then coronary care.
Okay. So those are the only 3 that I know of that have said anything.
I didn't see it, sorry.
He just asked who the 3 people who work in healthcare here. So
hence why we've got strong opinions about this woman.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. So even those of us that don't have strong opinions about her too. Yeah. But hang on. Okay.
I know that
That's why I left
pastoral
you
care was invited. Well, pastoral care and music therapy got involved, and that everyone on the team did their best to treat the family with utmost respect. I believe the neonatal team prepared mementos.
Dr. Lessman, were you aware that Emily was pulled away from her dying baby's bedside for police questioning about the birth?
Not until the deposition, no.
Were you aware that Creighton was questioned by the police while he was grieving and holding his baby while she was still alive?
Good morning.
Not until now, no.
Self-proclaimed.
Did you take any steps to inform the NICU team of the need to minimize ongoing trauma to Emily based on her past experiences?
I know the NICU team to be a compassionate group of people, and didn't expect to need oversight in that.
Did you ever learn why they allowed the parents to be questioned by their dying baby's bedside when the baby was about to pass away?
I don't know that any of us knew that we had any jurisdiction over police timing or decisions.
Dr. Lessman, how long have you been a doctor?
I graduated from med school in 2009.
And where did you go after medical school?
I went to St. Louis University for OBGYN residency.
Is that in Missouri?
Yes, it is.
And how many hospitals have you worked at an obstetrician?
3.
And what are those hospitals?
St. Mary's Hospital in St. Louis as a trainee. Deaconess, now multi-care in Spokane, and now Nebraska Medicine.
So St. Louis, Missouri, Spokane, Washington, and Omaha, Nebraska are locations of your 3 hospitals. And was it your experience in all 3 of the states where you worked that some patients chose to plan to give birth outside the hospital?
Yes.
And have all the hospitals where you've worked received transfers or received women in labor who started labor outside the hospital and are not registered for planned births at that hospital?
Yes.
Do you provide prenatal care as well as support women through childbirth?
Yes.
And does the provision of prenatal care involve discussing women's intentions for giving birth?
It involves delivery planning, yes.
And have any women ever told you that they were planning or hoping to give birth at home with a midwife?
Not in Omaha. In Washington State, yes.
And what is your impression of some of the reasons or the primary reasons why women choose to give birth outside the hospital?
Objection.
Same.
Your Honor, Dr. Lessman, what do you say to women when they tell you that they're planning to give birth at home?
It's been more than 6 years since I've had to have that specific conversation. We talk about what might be motivating their decision. We talk about factors specific to their care. I believe that last time I needed to have that conversation was in advance of ACOG's most recent guidance on planned home birth that recognized a 3 to 4-fold increase in neonatal morbidity or mortality, but respected home birth decision making in average risk births.
So, Dr. Lessman, is it your testimony that you informed them regarding the American College Obstetrician and Gynecologist's perspective on home birth?
Correct.
How do you counsel them regarding the risks and the benefits of out-of-hospital birth versus hospital-based delivery? Do you inform them of any benefits of out-of-hospital birth?
So I am, again, a member of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. And if they are coming to me believing that, or with their own reasons for home birth, I am not adding benefits to home birth, because to my medical risk assessment, according to my accrediting body, that is not a part of the conversation at this time.
So is your answer that you do not inform them that there are any benefits to out-of-hospital birth?
I do not any more than I say that there are no benefits. That was not a part of my counseling last time that question came up 7 years ago in Washington State. No.
I'm not sure I understand your answer, doctor, so can you just answer it clearly, yes or no? Do you inform those patients regarding any benefits of out-of-hospital birth?
That is not within the ACOG standard of care, so no.
Do you inform them regarding any risks of hospital-based delivery?
In consenting for delivery, then, yes.
In discussing their choice or their plan or their idea to give birth at home? When you're counseling them on that choice, do you discuss any risks of hospital-based delivery?
Again, it's been at least 7 years since I had to have that question or that conversation in a non-hypothetical way. But delivery is never a risk-free process.
Did certified nurse midwives work with you at your hospital in Missouri during your training?
They did not have delivering procedures at that time, but they did work with us in a nurse practitioner role.
And can I refer you to page 10 of your deposition? And I'll refer you to lines 3 through 7.
Okay.
Do you recall being asked in this deposition, and did certified nurse midwives work with you at that hospital? And do you recall answering, when I was in St. Louis, it was not a friendly environment for clinical nurse midwives to deliver at that time? Is that accurate?
That was referring to hospital privileging, yes.
Yes. And so when you say that it wasn't a friendly environment for clinical nurse midwives, you're talking about certified nurse midwives, right?
Correct.
And so, doctor, what's your understanding of the difference between a nurse midwife and a direct entry midwife?
Nurse midwives are credentialed by the American College of Nurse Midwifery.
And what is a direct entry midwife?
That is a much broader term to my understanding.
Do you know
And
what it means?
I am not an expert in that, no.
Okay. So,
This is fine. We're going to take our mid-afternoon recess. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Get you a short break from all of that wonderful voices. I believe, if I remember correctly, that Angela Hock she says she's a direct entry midwife, if I remember correctly. That may very well be the case. And no, wow, yes, that is a scary thing to me. Co-sleeping, that is a very scary thing. There was a woman in my state here in Indiana. She's done it twice. and both times ended badly, unfortunately. And she said, "Oops." She really basically said, "Oops." Make sure I don't want you guys to miss a thing here.
Dr. Lessman, did you receive any training on direct entry midwifery or home birth during your time in Missouri, during your residency training there?
I did not.
Did you receive any information or training that informed you that direct entry midwifery had just become legal there the year before you came in 2008, when the Missouri Supreme Court upheld the legality of home birth midwifery in the face of opposition by the Missouri State Medical Association?
I did not.
Were there any protocols or policies in place at hospitals, to your knowledge, on home birth or how to collaborate with home birth midwives over transfers to ensure safe outcomes for moms and babies?
As a trainee, I would not have been involved in developing them, and to my knowledge, there were none.
Okay. And then when you worked in Washington State after Missouri for the years prior to your work at UNMC, did certified nurse midwives work at that hospital?
Yes, they did.
And what was their status?
They were delivering clinicians.
And can I refer you to page 14 of your deposition? And this will be lines.
I agree, Nidwell. You do whatever you have to do for your face.
18, I guess 15 through 20. Tell me when you're ready. And so, do you recall being asked in deposition, did you have a different perception of the friendliness of that environment to the presence of nurse midwives compared with the hospital in Missouri?
Objection. I don't think this is a relevant question in this case.
May I answer, Your Honor?
Objection overruled. Answer the question.
Well, the rest of the question is, Dr. Lessman, and do you remember testifying that in Washington they had hospital privileges and were able to deliver and were well respected by the medical community?
Clinical nurse midwives, absolutely.
And so therefore, would you say that there was a different level of integration of certified nurse midwives into your maternal health practice in Missouri as opposed to Washington?
Yes.
And what was your knowledge of the status of out-of-hospital birth and direct entry midwives in Washington during your work there?
So a lot of that, I mean, admittedly was education that I received informally from my clinical nurse midwife partners. And my understanding of it was that the direct entry midwifery
It's crazy.
was legal, but that I might get the nuance wrong, that clinical nurse midwives and obstetricians, I don't know if it was a hospital credentialing issue or a malpractice issue, but there was something barring clinical nurse midwives from home delivery.
But my question was, what was the status of what was your knowledge of the status of direct entry midwifery in Washington during your time there?
I believe that it was legal.
Okay. And so can I refer you to your deposition, first to page 101, lines 11 through 13?
Okay.
Do you recall being asked who certifies home birth midwives and answering, to my knowledge, nobody recognized by law?
Yes.
And then if I can refer you to page 102,
Mm-hmm.
lines 9 through 17.
Okay.
And so were you asked in deposition, does the American College of Nurse Midwives certify direct entry midwives? And did you respond no?
That is what I answered, yes.
And then do you remember being asked who does and answering no one?
That was my knowledge at the time, correct?
And this was in December 2022?
Correct.
And do you remember being asked, so you're not aware of any certifying body for direct entry midwives, and answering not, that is generally recognized and respected by the medical community?
Correct.
Have you ever heard of the North American Registry of Midwives?
I have not.
So you're not aware of the North American Registry of Midwives as a registering body for the certified professional midwife?
I am not.
And what is your knowledge of what is a certified professional midwife?
My knowledge of that is limited. I understand them to be birth attendants of variable experience.
And you testified that most of the information that you received regarding home birth direct entry midwives and the status of home birth came from your certified nurse midwife colleagues at the hospital,
Correct.
basis of anecdote?
Correct.
May I refer you to page 105 of your deposition?
Okay.
Can I ask you to read line 17 through the end of the page and then on to the bottom of page 106?
Okay.
Do you recall testifying that it was your understanding that a certified professional midwife is a term that is deliberately misleading, allowing the uneducated public to associate it with clinical nurse midwives?
Correct.
And that was your impression based on the education that you had received about direct entry midwives from nurse midwives?
So it is my understanding, as a board certified OBGYN who has worked with nurse midwives, that the American College of Nurse Midwifery, American College of Nurse Midwives sets very high standards for everyone it certifies, and is accountable for their certification. I do not know of the same level of standards, training, and respect for any other governing body for midwives.
So you said that you're aware that ACOG and the certifying bodies for obstetrician gynecologists and ACNM and the certifying bodies for nurse midwives have high standards for their certification and training. Is that right?
Correct.
And what is your understanding of the standards that are used for the certification of direct entry midwives as certified professional midwives? What are those standards?
That would be a great question for the state medical board. I am not an expert in those.
So if you don't know what they are, then how can you know that they are inferior?
I am trusting the state medical boards in that.
And what have you learned from the state medical boards? Have you received a policy paper or something with regard to the standards of care for the certification of direct entry midwives?
At no point have I claimed to be an expert in direct entry midwifery.
So if I can refer you again to page 106 of your deposition, do you remember being asked, so are you testifying that your understanding is that the title certified professional midwife is a title that has been invented to deliberately mislead the public, and that you responded, that is my understanding, yes?
Yes.
And do you recall this answer to the question of whether you were testifying that you were aware of no standards for the certification and testing and training of certified professional midwives, that you said in line 16 through 22, I am testifying that whatever standards there may be, ACOG and ACNM do not, I believe them to be inferior. And I stand with ACOG and ACNM in believing the clinical lay midwife or clinical practical midwife standards are insufficient to provide safe care. Do you recall that testimony, doctor?
I do.
That's still your belief?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And if you look at your deposition testimony from page 106 onto page 107, do you recall being asked the question, would you expect a lay midwife or a traditional midwife to know how to do the same things that a certified nurse midwife knows how to do under her standard of care? And that you answered no.
Again, I am not aware of the standards set, and I am not an expert in direct entry midwifery.
Is it still your testimony that you would not expect a traditional lay midwife to know how to do the things a CNM does?
It is my testimony that I trust the training and certification of CNMs.
So are you changing your testimony with regard to this question? Would you expect a lay midwife to know how to do the things that a certified nurse midwife can do? And that your answer was no, you would not expect that.
I cannot prove the qualifications based on my knowledge.
So is your answer still no, you would not expect her to know how to do the things a CNM can do?
I cannot prove the sufficiency of her training based on my experience and my absence of expertise in clinical or direct entry midwifery.
I'm going to ask it again, and I would appreciate it if you can just answer yes or no for clarity. Would you still say that you do not expect a lay traditional midwife to know how to do the things that a certified nurse midwife knows how to do? Yes or no?
No.
And you see your testimony at the top of page 107 where you were asked, would you expect a traditional lay midwife to know how to do the things that an obstetrician gynecologist certified by ACOG knows how to do? And your answer was no. Would that still be your answer today?
Correct.
Thank you. Have you ever had a relationship with what you call a lay midwife that gave you an opportunity to understand what they do and how they work?
I have not.
When you testified that you believed that a breech presentation risks a labor out of a safe home birth, where is your belief regarding standards of care for home birth coming from?
So the ACOG writings on safe home birth and ACNM, and also in response to the absence of memory in the deposition a week and a half ago, I did again look up the standards in Washington State because I hadn't remembered them, and again affirmed that they also believed breech birth to be a contraindication to home birth.
And so what is your understanding about how regulatory standards of care for the provision of home birth services are set at the state level? Are they set by ACOG?
No, they are not.
Are you aware that home birth midwives are supported under regulation to deliver breech babies at home in the state of Oregon?
I do not know what goes on in Oregon.
Do you remember saying to Officer Lisa Crouch in your phone call with her on June 19th, 2019, that if a woman has a vaginal birth after cesarean at home, she's already saying that she doesn't care if her baby lives or dies?
That's harsh language. But I will affirm that it is my understanding that the risk of fetal or neonatal demise in a VBAC is 2.9 per thousand at home and 0.17 per thousand in a hospital.
What is the source for that statistic, Dr. Lessman?
Gosh, I think it's the ACOG position on home birth, but I don't have it in front of me right now.
Dr. Lessman, are you aware that that home birth exists and is integrated in other countries in a way that it's not in the United States?
That's my understanding.
You're okay.
Move on.
Dr. Lessman, are you aware that many women have vaginal births after cesarean at home, and in part because their local obstetricians refuse to support them in a vaginal birth?
Objection, no.
Sustained.
So when you reported to the police, you testified today that you wouldn't expect a lay midwife to be familiar with the standards of care for a certified nurse midwife or an obstetrician gynecologist, or to be certified by those bodies. So when you reported to the police that Angela Hock was negligent, what did you mean? By what standard of care was she negligent?
Well, by the Nebraska medicine bylaws, I can't provide consent conversation for a procedure that I don't perform. And so I don't, based on the what I observed and the outcomes of the case, it called into question her ability to provide consent in that case.
So was your answer that you were asserting that she was negligent under the Nebraska obstetrician gynecologist standard of care that applies to you?
I am not pretending to be a lawyer or an expert in that law.
But the standard of, are you testifying that the standard of care that was on your mind when you were reporting that Angela Hock was negligent was the obstetrician gynecologist standard of care?
Obstetrician gynecologist and ACNM.
Okay. So you're testifying that the standards of care that were on your mind when you reported that Angela Hock was negligent were the ACNM and ACOG standards of care, but you also testified that you would not expect a traditional lay midwife to be familiar with or able to follow the standards of care for obstetricians and certified nurse midwives. Have you not?
Correct.
That it does.
When you were working in either Washington or Nebraska, did you receive any training that informed you that states that license and integrate both CNMs and CPMs, like Washington, have better neonatal outcomes than states that don't, like Nebraska?
Objection. No.
Sustained.
Your Honor.
Ms. Hayes.
Yes, sir.
Give me some leeway.
Okay, Your Honor, move on.
What other states do is not relevant to what Nebraska does.
But it is relevant to Dr. Lessman's impressions, Your Honor, and
No.
her assertion that it was absolutely negligent in all contexts rather than according to the standards of her local community.
I told you she was going down that line.
Your questions aren't geared toward
Yes, Your
that,
Honor,
so
move forward.
go for it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor. Did UNMC offer you any trainings or require any continuing education when you came to work there?
Yes.
On what topics?
There are annual trainings in many things: fire safety, infection control, laws relating to student records and rights.
And what was the year when you came to work at UNMC?
2017.
Did you receive any training relating to ACOG's 2018 Committee Opinion on Breach?
Coming from the administration of Nebraska Medicine, no. As a discussion point in our OBGYN didactics, absolutely.
And okay, and did you receive any trainings on the topic of midwives, either certified nurse midwives or traditional lay midwives?
We practice in close collaboration with clinical nurse midwives, and they provide education and part of the rotation of our didactic sessions as well.
So when you say the rotation of our didactic sessions, does that mean that the nurse midwives teach classes that the OB-GYNs come and listen to?
Grand round sessions, yes.
And have some of your grand rounds that you and MC involved presentations by nurse midwives on what they do and their standards of care? To
Yes.
your memory?
Yes.
And have any of those involved presentations and grand rounds on out-of-hospital birth?
I don't believe so.
Okay. To your knowledge, does UNMC have a policy with regard to how to receive home birth transfers?
I confirmed that there is not, because it's superseded by MPALA and therefore not deemed necessary.
How so?
Every patient that presents in an emergency situation or in labor is automatically a candidate for care and can never be turned away.
Is that all there is to say about safety for out-of-hospital birth transfers, that the patient receives care and shouldn't be turned away?
Everyone is treated with respect, and efforts are made to continue care as best we can. Unregistered patients are not uncommon, having received care with the intention of delivering in another hospital or visiting Omaha for other reasons. I don't know why water breaks at the zoo so much, but it does. But few of them are planned home births.
Okay. And is there any policy specifically with regard to the transfer of planned home births?
No.
And have you ever been directed at any of the hospitals where you've worked that you should call the police if you receive a home birth transfer?
No.
Have you ever been directed to notify Child Protective Services if you learned that a family attempted to give birth at home?
No, not for that reason.
Have you ever received a training at UNMC that suggested that it is child neglect to try to give birth at home?
No.
Do you recall testifying in deposition that dozens of women come into UNMC in labor every year who were not registered to have a planned hospital birth at UNMC?
Correct. The majority being planned to deliver at another hospital.
And do you recall testifying to your awareness that some women in Nebraska choose to give birth unassisted without any licensed medical professional rather than come into the hospital and give birth with any of the licensed professionals available to them?
I confirmed with the director of the unit that that was a rare event. She couldn't put a number on it either, but it does occur sometimes.
And when you testified in deposition, was that on the basis of your own knowledge and experience?
In this case,
In this case, you said?
this was a planned home birth.
But I specifically asked if you were aware that there are women who plan to give birth unassisted, without a midwife, without anybody, because they can't find anybody and they don't trust anybody at the hospital.
Then I must have misunderstood the question.
Are you aware of that phenomenon? The phenomenon of women giving birth unassisted, choosing to give birth at home unassisted?
That objection again is not relevant to this case.
Just saying.
No. Take your Botox and move on, lady.
When Emily Noe presented at the hospital, did you ask her if she had any records of care prior to her transfer?
Oh.
Yes, we did.
Oh.
What do you recall about that conversation?
That's awful.
I don't remember what came out when. I believe that she had started. I had received 1 or 2 prenatal visits at Offutt. I don't remember what other attempts there were to obtain records.
After Emily Noe informed you that she had started care at home with a home birth midwife, do you remember if you asked her whether she had any records associated with that care or her labor care prior to her arrival at the hospital?
I don't believe so.
Why would you have not asked that?
I don't believe that we expected them.
Would it improve your availability to provide safe care if you have medical records that inform you about the patient's prenatal and labor history if they arrived during labor?
It would.
And so again, once you know that she had a home birth midwife, why not ask for records?
I would expect the home birth midwife to be the best expert on that. And at the time, there was no restriction on visitor policy
The best expert on what?
on what happened during that home birth.
So if the home birth midwife is not there, just like our Dr. McBee from Offutt is not there, are records the way that the providers who treated a patient prior to you would communicate that person's clinical history so that you can take over care?
That would be a good way to do that. I was not aware that that was an option in this case.
When you worked, are you ever aware that it's an option to receive records from have you ever been aware in the history of your career as an obstetrician that it's an option to receive records from a transferring home birth midwife in any setting?
It's always okay to ask. I've never personally received them.
Have you ever asked for your home birth midwife's records?
It's been years since it was more than a hypothetical, so I don't know.
You testified that you worked at UNMC for 5 or 6 years, is that right?
Since February 1st, 2017.
And of the patients, the unregistered patients who arrived at UNMC in labor over those years, was Emily Noe the first patient who ever told you the name of her home birth midwife?
Yes.
Why do you think that is?
Objections.
Same.
So I'd like to circle back to your claim to the police in this case, which ultimately formed the basis for the criminal charges in their affidavit, that the death of the child was totally preventable if she had sought proper medical attention. Is that your recollection of your claim?
Yes.
Is that still your belief?
Yes.
And so when you made that report to the officer that it was totally preventable if she had sought proper medical attention, what did you mean if she had sought proper medical attention?
So if she had been receiving care with a physician or nurse midwife, we would have been more prepared for all of the outcomes. She would have been counseled that cesarean, well, for first external cephalic version, and then if unsuccessful, cesarean would be the safest delivery route, especially considering the cephalopelvic disproportion in her first case.
So maybe we could just slow it down a little bit about what it would have looked like if she had sought proper medical attention. So let's imagine that she had transferred to UNMC after identification of a breech lie, and assume that there are no non-reassuring heart tones or any other indication that the baby is currently in distress when you encounter the patient. Baby has just been identified as coming breech. And let's assume for our hypothetical that it is a complete breech presentation. So first, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about timeframes. You've testified today that there are times when a fetus or a neonate is in danger and every second counts, particularly when the oxygen supply to the fetus is cut off. Is that right?
Yes.
And is it right that you've also testified that after identification of a breech lie during labor, in the absence of any evidence that the fetus is in distress, you could still expect that hours may pass before the baby is ultimately born, if the baby's going to be born vaginally? Is that correct?
Depending on where she is in the labor process, yes.
Yes. Was it your testimony in that case that unless there's an indication that the baby is in fetal distress right now and needs to be delivered, identification of a breech lie during labor does not mean in itself that the baby is compromised or that delivery has to happen imminently? Is that correct?
Correct.
And so in contrast, let's say if a cord were to prolapse and nothing were done to keep the pressure off of that cord or to keep it from being pinched, and the cord was prolapsed and pinched, how long would you expect before the fetus would become compromised?
So if the cord was pinched, you have a matter of minutes.
Minutes. And so would you expect that a baby who had experienced a prolapsed cord would have good color and tone 30 to 60 minutes after the cord prolapse, if it presented out of the vagina 30 to 60 minutes later?
Depends on the level of cord compression. My understanding is that out of hospital cord prolapse has about a 40% risk of demise, but that means that 60% of them are not compromised by that cord.
So if the cord prolapsed and it were pinched, would that have a high association with fast fetal death?
Yes.
Is there any rule or standard of care that you know of that says that a breech baby needs to be delivered within 30 to 60 minutes of identification of the breech?
No, I believe 30 to 60 minutes is a standard of care for the second stage of labor, which is maternal explosive efforts, not identification of the breech.
So you're saying in the case of a breech or in the case of a vertex?
In the case of a breech.
Okay. And if a baby is delivered who has experienced hypoxia in the process of being born, can the baby sometimes be saved if the providers can perform appropriate neonatal resuscitation in time?
Has experienced hypoxia as a very broad category from babies who have experienced it fleetingly and recover spontaneously to those who have sustained injury. But yes, the prognosis is better with resuscitation.
Can a baby come out compromised and not breathing on its own and be brought back through appropriate neonatal resuscitation?
Yes.
Can a baby come out without a heartbeat and be brought back through appropriate neonatal resuscitation?
That prognosis is far more guarded, but yes.
And in that situation, does every second count for that kind of resuscitation?
Yes.
And if a baby comes out in a compromised condition and neonatal resuscitation might save its life, and that resuscitation is performed incorrectly, would that mean that the oxygen will not be delivered to the baby fast enough to save the baby?
What?
Possibly.
Don't you go there.
All right, explain, Jody. What is she trying to say?
She's trying to say that the baby wasn't resuscitated in time and they're at fault. or the ambulance drivers are at fault.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there might be beeps coming up.
Yeah. How can that be? When they waited so long.
Oh, sorry.
I can imagine that Bree and Bri are like,
You did the same
"Ah."
thing. Don't you go there, lady.
Yeah. About to reach through my screen and grab you.
Or I'll do what I was trying to type to Teresa before. And YouTube wouldn't let me.
I was gonna tell you, sometimes just type it a few words
I
at a
tried.
time. Oh, and it still wouldn't let you. Man, it must have been bad.
I just said I wanted to stab her in the eye with a sharp stick, but that's all.
Well,
Mm,
you should have said poke.
yeah. I did the second time, wouldn't let it.
Still, okay.
No. Yeah.
I knew you. I knew you were.
Mhm.
Bri's like making
Did you
lasagna
have that
again.
same impression I just did, Bree? Do you think that's where she was headed with that? Rainforests.
Cleansing breath.
Mm,
I was
okay.
waiting for her to respond. Yep.
Mm,
Yeah, I could just Brian, go make lasagna. We need some.
yeah. Yes. I bought the mince but forgot the lasagna sheets.
Dang it. Oh. Crawling around on all fours with a baby.
No, apparently not, Bri. No.
That's not funny.
No. Nope.
But the way he said it is funny.
Mhm.
We're not laughing at that. If you
No,
see us laughing, it's never at what actually happened.
no.
It's because of that.
Sometimes you just have to laugh because
Yes, it's so bad.
your head will explode.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Ah, really, really, Brie. The baby is moving when mom moves, so it must be alive, Bri. Brie, no, naughty, naughty. All right, play.
If a neonatal resuscitation is therefore not performed correctly, could the baby die? Or could the baby fail to be saved?
Yes.
Okay, and so coming back to what would have happened if Mrs. Noe had presented to the hospital under your care, how would you have informed her regarding her options and the risks between trial labor and a cesarean
Share.
delivery?
Share it,
Absolutely.
Miss Around.
Yes, if she had presented in this in the scenario that we're talking about.
Yes. Give us
Mm.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Totally
Love to hear
different
it.
perspective. So
All right.
yes,
It's what we want to hear.
absolutely. Because you got the medical side
Mm-hmm.
of you guys, the law side of Nidawow. Nidawow, are you a judge? Or were you a judge? Is that what she said
She
yesterday?
went to law school.
She said
What's a
JD.
JD? I don't know what a JD is, apart from an alcoholic beverage, the Jack Daniels.
Bree, I'm not putting that comment up. That's why it got held. Just a law degree. Well, it's not just a law degree. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Stop that.
You're not just a mom.
No, you're not just
There is
anything.
doctorate. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Mhm.
But so yes, what is lawyer going lawyer? But
What's a
hasn't
Juris Doctorate?
I think that's her degree. Like
And what
that would
does that?
be I don't know, I'm not a
I
lawyer.
don't even know. See, we dumb. No, I am.
Me too. I know my role.
Okay,
Law PhD.
just a law PhD.
Just a law PhD. Well, dang it. I'll go pick one up at Walmart if that's all it is. No. Do not approve research. It's not nice.
Withdraw the wrench. I said wench, Freudian slip.
Yes, a doctor of the law and the OC law degree. Okay, so then I have a
Awesome.
question for you, Nidawau.
Yeah.
Has this hours and hours and hours of questioning of this doctor, what is relevant out of it? Because there seems to be little tiny pieces that's relevant
Mm.
and a whole bunch of it that's not. Am I
I think
wrong on that,
I
or is
think
that
she's either trying to convince the judge that this woman made a complaint purely because she's biased against home births, and blame anyone else but the mother and the glorified doula.
yeah,
That's that's the only thing I can come up with. But
I'm giving her time to type since we have a delay.
shall I
Otherwise,
sing?
sure.
How about a zippity doo song like I did the
Oh
other day
gosh,
for Udah's birthday? Did you hear that?
I did not.
It just came.
That's hilarious.
It was funny as. Mhm.
I
I
Yes,
took my
Gabby really
frozen
did
pills.
think her wrench meant Carmen was under construction when I gave her one. She asked Carmen why she was under construction.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep,
yep.
exactly. Mhm.
The the law is.
Mhm.
And
Incorrectly charged.
yep. And I think Nidawau said it, and she's correct too about her choosing a bench trial instead of a jury
Yes,
trial. Because
yes,
somebody else said it
yes.
yesterday. Maybe it was Nidawau again. Um, a jury would be emotion,
Too much emotion. Yep,
and this takes it all out of there.
yep. Correct.
All right.
Don't know
Well,
why it took 5 of them though. Oh
I
well.
don't either. I don't either. I don't know. This doctor has me feeling. Oh, here it is. Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry you have a
And now
headache.
she's getting to the meat. The meat and potatoes.
Finally. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, she built a castle
Yeah,
on
she
her
did. With that
foundation.
foundation, yeah.
Oh, you're fine. I just wanted to give you time to type because it's hard.
Oh,
I
good.
mean, we have a delay and so you're good, but I hope your headache goes away soon.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Well, let's get into some meat and
Tylenol.
potatoes. Tie this up in a bow. Let's go.
By the time of identification, baby is not currently in distress. There's a presentation of a complete breech lie.
I would tell her that the safest route of delivery is by cesarean.
So are you saying that you would therefore skip over discussion of information of risks and get to your conclusion for what she should do?
Depends on the urgency and the time that we have for discussion.
Well, I think you've just testified that if the baby's not in distress, there's time for a discussion.
Yes.
Okay, so in this hypothetical scenario that we're in, which is a scenario of Emily Noe after identification of the breech lie. So there's time for a discussion, baby's not in distress, and she has to decide whether to accept an offer of a cesarean or to proceed with a vaginal birth. How would you have counseled her regarding the risks on either side of that choice?
Well, we also have factoring into this that it is 9:10 p.m. on Saturday night, and I am the obstetrician in the hospital who is not personally experienced in singleton breech births. And so that does affect our risk benefit discussion. And that's another point that must be included, because that's probably not enough time for me to gather the support of one of the MFMs or one of my partners who is personally experienced with singleton breech births.
So could you just lay out what are the risks that you would have informed her of regarding vaginal birth, and what are the risks that you would have informed her of regarding a planned cesarean?
So the risks of a cesarean at that point, risks that are always true: bleeding, infection, trauma to other structures in the area, bowel, bladder, nerves, risk that scars can form on the inside, lead to new sources of pain, risk for need for further procedures to correct this or anything else that doesn't go as planned. Vaginal breech delivery runs the risk of head entrapment and cord prolapse, and even without any of those, of neurodevelopmental differences or challenges in the first few years of life. Those do typically normalize in the population by about age 7, by about second grade. But it would also discuss, or it would also depend on, also in our counseling would be the type of breech, and our ultrasound assessment of the position of the legs, our Leopold's assessment of the fetal size, because anything less than 2,500 or greater than 4,000 grams would be another contraindication to breech birth. Again, the assessment of the cord, you addressed that,
So,
and her labor course as well.
okay, so I noticed when you were counseling her regarding the risks of a vaginal breech, you did not discuss any risks associated with your own training and experience. Is that because you don't normally counsel women regarding your personal training and experience?
It's been a very long time since anyone has, I don't know that I've ever had someone ask for a term breech birth, because it hasn't been, because it wasn't the standard of care for so long, and cultural shift has been there. If I was asked to do that, I would share that experience, and that she would have to meet all of those requirements: fetal size, the type of breech, no other contraindications to vaginal birth, and I would need the support of a provider who had more experience in that particular procedure.
And would you have asked her if she was planning to have many children?
With complete cervical dilation and a breech presentation, I do discuss that in the office, but in the middle of the night with a complete breech at 10 centimeters, we may not have gotten into that level of detail.
And how would you have informed her on the risks of neonatal mortality and morbidity to Vera from a surgical delivery?
The risk of neonatal injury is always about 1% for any operative delivery. Most of that data comes from cephalic presentations, and most of that injury is to the head.
How about I specifically asked, how would you have informed her with regard to neonatal mortality and morbidity from surgical delivery?
Again, that's hypothetical without more information about the presentation at the time, as informed by ultrasound and as informed by my ability to be backed up by someone with that breech experience, because those also factor in.
Is it not possible to provide patients with general information on the risks to neonates from surgical delivery, on the specific risks to neonates of mortality and morbidity from surgical delivery, and the general risks? Is that not possible?
It is. It's just always so much more nuanced than that.
Is it your understanding that ACOG agrees that surgical delivery increases risks to the neonate, including the risk of mortality and morbidity?
That's comparing apples and oranges. You're comparing a cesarean to a cephalic delivery, a vertex delivery.
And is it the case that the ACOG committee opinion on breech that we reviewed together today said that there may be a higher incidence of neonatal mortality and morbidity with vaginal breech than cesarean, but meaning there may not?
On a population level, that is correct.
And yet you would have counseled her extensively on the risks to her baby from a vaginal birth, but not so extensively on the risks to her baby from a surgical birth. Isn't that your testimony today?
What?
And so how would you have informed her on the risks? Oh, okay.
Hold on.
It is my experience and training that would have been the safer route for the baby at that time.
And how would you have informed her on the risks of uterine rupture in future pregnancies?
When we discuss the impact of uterine scar in future pregnancies, it's typically more in the context of placentation, that the placenta can deeply implant and put future pregnancies at risk. The uterine rupture risk does increase when you've had 2 scars and attempt labor.
Dr. Lessman, does the uterine rupture risk increase after 1 cesarean?
After 1 and again after 2.
So it increases after 1, then it increases more after 2. Is that right?
Correct.
And so you're saying that because this would have been her 2nd cesarean, you would have counseled her on the increased risks. Would you have counseled her on the increased risks of uterine rupture after 2 cesareans?
If I really believe I have a baby that is at imminent risk of cord prolapse or head entrapment, I don't know that we're getting into that level of detail when she is completely dilated and with a breech presentation. That level of detail is for the office.
So you've testified that there's time when a baby is presenting breech but is not in distress for a discussion. And you've also testified that leaving information about the risks of the thing you want them to choose off the table is manipulation under ACOG's definition of what is ethically inappropriate. So wouldn't it be ethically inappropriate for you to leave information regarding the risks to her future pregnancies off the table of this informed consent conversation about her options at the hospital that day?
It is never possible
Oh.
to include all risks in discussion of any procedure.
Thank you, doctor. Doctor, does the risk of uterine rupture pose a risk of death to her future babies?
It does.
Does it pose a risk of death to her?
It does.
Doctor, what is placenta accreta?
That's when the placenta implants in the myometrium.
Would you call that a serious complication?
Yes, it is.
Why?
Irrelevant.
Because the placenta doesn't separate after birth, putting her at high risk of hemorrhage and need for cesarean hysterectomy.
Who is that most dangerous to?
Mom,
And what does it put her at risk for?
for the hemorrhage and cesarean hysterectomy,
What else?
death.
Does it increase her risk of death significantly?
It does.
Would you have informed Emily Noe of that fact? I'm going to ask some foundational questions. I'll withdraw that question if I may, Your Honor. May I withdraw?
More foundational
Um,
questions?
How would you have informed Emily Noe on the risks of placenta accreta in future pregnancies after 2 cesareans?
Did she have placenta accreta? No.
Foundation, are we talking about an emergent situation? If she had come in at the time she's breech or?
I believe I've clearly laid the foundation in the hypothetical that she's transferred at the time of identification of the breech. The baby is in a complete lie. The baby is not in distress.
So backing up to the
What?
list of risks that we discussed initially,
Her baby
The
was
baby's
hanging out.
not at. Yes. What planet are you on, woman? What are you smoking?
Are you talking about? I don't understand. I don't.
She's talking
If
about all
you're-
these hypothetical situations that are not even part of the case. Like,
I don't understand. An emergency situation, you're not really probably going to have time to tell anybody that
no.
all that stuff. You've got to save lives. In an office setting, like she said, you would give
Yeah,
more
you can
information.
discuss all those options,
Yes.
but not when you've left it to the last minute because you didn't do anything prior and you present at this stage.
I don't.
Yes.
I don't understand.
Placenta accreta, is that where the placenta attaches to the front of the uterus, or is it where it occludes the cervix? I think. Does anyone know?
Don't have
I
any
think
idea.
it might be at the front.
I'm also not a doctor.
Because where they cut for the surgical extraction, I think that then would cut into the placenta and could cause hemorrhaging. I think that's what it is. Not a midwife. Never claimed to be.
Right? That would be interesting in a while
Okay.
because it would be completely different, especially if she was a mom.
Mhm.
Brian
Thanks,
says
Bri.
so.
So
Okay.
it's really vascular.
Whatever you guys say.
Placenta previa, that's right. Yes, sorry.
See, we're
I
all the
recall now. That was 15 years ago.
all the medical terms.
It blocks the cervical. It sits on top of the cervix. You generally find that out early on. Yeah,
She meant to say accreta
yeah.
or whatever is where it attaches to the muscular wall. All of these hypotheticals go to show what Hawk did wasn't criminal. Yeah. And Gabby with the
Morning,
Google.
Yeah.
Gabby with Google.
How much longer has she got on this?
Good morning,
Fuss.
Kelly. Oh gosh. It feels like a
Another
month.
20 minutes.
Yeah. I don't know if it's quite that long, but
Might
yeah.
not go right to the end.
So yeah, we're getting there.
Let's rip the Band-Aid.
Like the longest labor ever. All right, here we go.
risk for need for further procedures is part of that. Abnormal placentation and risks to future pregnancies. I'm sorry if I didn't include that in my usual spiel. I often do.
And so would you have counseled her that placenta accreta creates a risk of future procedures in future pregnancies?
Yeah.
Again, that would be inclusive.
That there was any risk of accreta than a risk of
It's
future
in
procedures?
transition.
Would I have? I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit confused. So
I've heard you counsel, I just heard you testify that you would have counseled her that placenta accreta
100%.
creates a risk
Meta
for
wow.
needing procedures in future pregnancies. Are you speaking of procedures that would be put in place to try to save the mother's life?
yes,
Do those procedures always work?
no, but the absolute risk of the two things that we're discussing are not necessarily in balance.
Are you aware that there has been an association by ACOG and other medical bodies of the United States rising maternal mortality rate and the overuse of cesarean section?
Yes,
And are you aware that that finding is linked to the prevalence of placenta accreta?
yes, it is.
And is that because the procedures to cure placenta accreta don't always work and sometimes moms die?
That's true.
Would you have informed Emily Noe that the risk of placenta accreta would rise to 40% after 3 cesareans?
That's in the context of a placenta previa. That's not all women with brief cesarean scars.
And
That's
is,
a
it,
very specific instance.
and is it the case that where the placenta lies is not always predictable in a pregnancy?
That is true, but it is also misleading to state that someone with brief cesarean scars that has another pregnancy has a 40% chance of placenta accreta. That is not true.
Are you disputing the statistic that there is a risk, that 40% risk of placenta accreta after 3 cesareans?
In the context of a placenta previa, there is. Most placentas are not placenta previas.
So you're denying that there is an absolute risk of 40% placenta accreta after 3 cesareans?
I am saying it is absolutely true when that placenta is a previa.
Okay, and is it the case that multiple scars on a uterus make it more likely that the placenta will end up in the wrong part of the uterus?
That is true.
So
But
how would
there's
you
not a 40% accreta risk.
how would you
after the
counsel?
uterine
How would so that being the case? If the risk of death to the mother rises with each cesarean, would you consider it important to ask Emily Noe if she was planning a large family?
Yes, that is relevant. And that is often a discussion point. Again,
And how would you have supported Emily Noe through weighing the risks of the options available to her and making her best decision?
every consent conversation is a personalized conversation, taking into account the priorities that are evolving or that are coming out in the course of the discussion and that are learned by that individual. And so to apply the same consent conversation to every situation is simply untrue.
So in this hypothetical situation, with Emily Noe presenting in the hypothetical at the time to seek proper medical attention, how would you have counseled her or supported her in weighing the risks on both sides of the choices available to her at that time and making her decision?
We would take into account everything that we could learn and understand to be relevant to her decision making at that time. Again, that 30 to 60-minute time period from recognition of breach to actual delivery implies more time to sit back and talk than the clinical situation really has.
I thought you testified that there is no standard that says that you have 30 to 60 minutes from identification, but that you might from the time she starts expulsion and pushing the baby out. So it's not the case that you have 30 to 60 minutes. In fact, I think your testimony was that you can have hours.
Okay,
that
so
right?
you're saying, I see, yes.
So given that you
could,
might have
could.
hours,
We could. So hopefully that is time to evaluate her priorities and get to know her better. That she had chosen to start the process with a home birth does imply that she has concerns that we would need to learn about in that situation and gear that to her personally.
would you answer her questions?
Yes,
Would you, if you tried to understand her values in the way that you were describing, would that be so that you could support her in making her decision or steer her toward the decision you want her to make?
so that I could support her in making her decision, but so that I could also truly provide an informed consent in line with her priorities.
And so now let's move forward and imagine that Emily Noe exercises the right that you've acknowledged in this proceeding to decline cesarean surgery and to move forward with and to let her baby come out of her vagina. What would you have done to ensure the safe delivery of that child?
So I think we described safe breech or breech delivery previously. I would also call partners and hope that I have time for support to someone with more experience than I do, because I want the best for this baby and it's not my pride. And I don't have that experience, as you have so helpfully eliminated. And so I would monitor the labor curve closely, monitor the fetal heart tones closely, and if there's any change in the risk benefit because of change in the heart tones or because of how quickly the cervix does or does not dilate, or because of presentation of the cord, we would update the consent conversation as that night progressed.
And so doctor, has it been your testimony today that when the baby, so let's talk about the baby starts to come out and the baby gets stuck. Let's imagine, the terrible scenario where the baby is delivering breech and head entrapment occurs. Has it been your testimony today? I don't want to ask you to go through everything you've already said, so maybe you can tell me if I'm accurately summarizing it, that you would have utilized maneuvers and that you would have potentially utilized Piper's forceps, and that if necessary to make more space, you might have performed an episiotomy so that you could perform those maneuvers to free the stuck head. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Then I just want to ask you a few specific questions. So if the baby's body came out to the chest, and the baby was in a situation that you described earlier today where both arms were still up over the baby's head, would you attempt to resolve the nuchal arm by bringing it down?
It's mostly rotation and then sweeping the body and then rotating 180 degrees the other way and then sweeping the arms. So yes.
So would you try to safely sweep the arms down first? Like before trying to reach the head, would you try to address the arms?
Address the arms first.
Okay. And then if the head did not come out easily once the arms were free, what would you do next?
Assess what is holding the head up.
How?
So perform a vaginal exam and identify the tightness of the vaginal tissues or the presence or absence of cervix.
And what if the lock around the seal around the baby was from the perineum was so tight that you couldn't get your fingers or your hand in?
Then that's when episiotomy is appropriate.
Okay. And then if you could get your fingers in there, what would you have tried to free the baby's head?
So we would have started with one examiner pressing on the fetal vertex, so right above the pubic bone, and the other delivering clinician flexing the head from below while mom pushes.
Are you saying it's a two-person job?
Yes, I am.
Could you use two hands?
Who's got the body?
So how is somebody pushing on the head?
So providing pressure above the suprapubic bone, or above the pubic bone, excuse me, applying suprapubic pressure.
So you would ask your helper, you would ask a second person for assistance, is that right?
Yes, I'm sorry. We almost never deliver alone, and so I'm implying the presence of a second person the whole time. I should have stated that.
And so with that person, sometimes you would direct them, are you saying, to press their fingers down on the belly to try to apply pressure from above to free the head? Is that right?
Yes, to apply suprapubic pressure. Probably not fingers. It's probably the palm of the hand.
The palm of the hand. Okay, thank you. And then meanwhile, you would have your finger up inside the vagina to try to reach the baby's mouth? Is that what you testified?
No, ideally the maxilla to, yes, pull down on the cheeks.
Okay, so you would be trying to pull the baby's head down so that its chin isn't stuck on the pubic bone. Is that right?
So pull is a word, careful word. Applying pressure to help it flex.
Okay, and you say pull is something is not even where you want to hear because we don't like to pull on babies. Is
Correct.
That right?
Correct. We're not pulling the baby out. That is still, mom has to
Push it out.
push unless we have forceps applied.
Thank you. Given if you were faced with this emergency situation, it's your testimony that you would have tried these maneuvers even though it would have been your first time applying them on a live patient. Isn't that right?
Yes.
In order to save Vera's life. Isn't that right?
And yes.
And potentially mom's. In order to resolve the emergency, you would have done what you had learned in your training, even though you had no personal experience. Isn't that
Absolutely.
right? And do I correctly restate your testimony today when I say that a situation where the breech baby's head is stuck inside the pelvic bones is the most difficult to resolve compared to a situation where all that's holding the baby up is the perineum?
Correct.
And so then, regarding the use of forceps, to your knowledge, do midwives use forceps, or are those a medical device?
Those are a device utilized by physicians.
Okay. And how many times would you have used Piper forceps prior to this delivery?
Once.
And yet you would have tried to use those to help save Vera?
Yes.
And so, am I right? You testified that one reason to perform an episiotomy is to make more room for something else to go into the vagina, like fingers. Is that right?
Correct.
And
How many times did you have to say fingers in a vagina?
And you testified that you yourself would perform it in order to make room for your hands if that was necessary to try to help free the head, right?
Yes.
And you testified that the appropriate instrument for an episiotomy is surgical scissors. Am I
Correct.
right? So, as difficult as this might be to imagine, if you were in a situation with a stuck breech baby where the perineum was sealed around the baby's neck, and every second counts for the prevention of hypoxia, and you had a choice between making more room for your hands with a scalpel or trauma shears, what would you choose?
Trauma shears.
Why?
Risk of the baby.
Thank you. So, doctor, if you did all that stuff to try to save Vera, Can you guarantee that she would have survived if you had delivered her at the hospital vaginally?
We can never guarantee an obstetric outcome.
Can you guarantee that she would have survived if you delivered her by surgery at the hospital?
We have no reason to think otherwise.
Can you guarantee it?
We can never guarantee an obstetric outcome.
So therefore, can we actually say that Vera's death was totally preventable if she had gone to the hospital? Or are you actually saying that in your opinion, it would have reduced the risk to her?
It would have significantly reduced the risk.
Okay, thank you. So you spoke earlier about how you would counsel Emily Noe on that decision that she'd have to make about how to birth this baby. And that you've listed the risks that you would describe of cesarean section. And so let's say that you have that conversation with the patient and the patient chooses to have a cesarean section and the patient gets a venous thromboembolism, which is something that is associated, has an increased risk of cesarean section. That is, the birthing mother is more likely to get an embolism. Is that accurate, doctor?
Yes.
So let's say that after informed.
All right. Wow says the last hour was for that answer. Oh my gosh.
Just in case she got a blood clot.
Yeah. It's almost over. It's almost over.
Pull my nasal hairs out.
Right.
Well, there seems to be quite a lot of just fingers going around.
I mean, my gosh.
Oh, God, how many times can you say that?
I think the secret garden is gone, George. It's gone.
Yeah,
It's
you're
no
too late.
secret
Yeah, it's not
anymore.
a secret anymore. It's been described in great detail.
I mean, I'm getting uncomfortable sitting here listening to this.
Oh, my
can't
Lord.
say those words anymore, lady. Like, stop
Yeah.
it. Stop it. Like, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm going
it's
to
gone.
get demonetized. Like, yes, it is a community square now. It's where everybody meets.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, then. Every time
See, I
she
should have got
says,
that stick out.
oh man, I'm just gonna play this around the house for birth control for my teenagers. Good
Yeah,
idea.
absolutely. Show them birth videos. That does the trick, trust me.
And then just play her. All the fingers and
Yeah.
the thing. Do you really want that many fingers in there? A lot of hands.
Get them to Google episiotomy.
And then play the part where they just keep talking about it.
Hello, super baby.
Yes. I would ask if she's enjoying her tummy time, but then I would know she's not. And tell them they don't use the Oh, Lord. Yeah, there's no secrets. Yeah. Yeah, and that's bad too. Yeah. Okay.
Tug.
Every time she says, "Thank you, doctor," I think we're at the end, and then she's like,
Yeah.
"Okay, then with this." I'm like, "Stop, Bride."
I think I've laid the foundation. Oh,
Sorry,
I
Teresa.
couldn't. Did AJ put the hair over her mouth? Oh.
Oh, and then none of us like, okay, we got a serious one.
One emoji. Can't lose it. Oh.
Ooh-wee.
Come on, Bri.
We're not there yet, Wow. We cannot say them without feeling uncomfortable or getting in trouble.
Curse words. Potty mouth.
All the hands, all the fingers.
Yep.
And absolutely, we are children. Oh, no.
Oh.
That
That
was
was funny.
that was
That was
cleansing.
funny. Ah,
That was cleansing.
that-
Thanks, Bri.
That tickled me fancy.
Woo-wee. I
Mm.
did that just yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
He
We've got
doesn't even come
100.
in and take a bow.
No, I think he left. That
Ah.
was the best. That
Mhm.
was the best. All right. He's back.
That's a praying physiognomy.
Oh Lord.
Stop it. Stop.
Hey, then we can go deliver babies, Teresa.
Oh, yep.
We know where it all is.
Oh, I'm going to Google home births near me.
Oh, Kelly.
Yep, I'm going to leave that
Oh.
one right alone.
Oh, Gabby finished it. Gabby finished
She
it.
did. She did. I would have gone for the other emoji, but yeah, good job.
Where's George?
Yeah.
Dill. Naughty, naughty, naughty. That one, shame, shame.
Okay.
I'm not putting it up. I'm not putting it up.
Mm-mm.
All right, here we go.
Consent that the mother gets an embolism and she dies. Do you believe that the doctor has negligently placed the mother in a situation that endangers her life by allowing her to choose for that cesarean section?
Objection.
Yeah, stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
Hayes, it's 4:33.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to have to bring Dr. Lesson back tomorrow.
Okay.
So, please.
I'm very close to being done. I have
Thank
less
you.
than 10 questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Doctor, you've testified that you don't list every risk of a procedure when you are informing a patient, right?
Correct.
And that you describe general risks and that specific risks may manifest.
Correct.
But if you describe the general risks as you know them, you've done your job, even if a finite specific risk manifests, because you can't list every risk. Is that right, doctor?
And
Yeah,
drum
those are the
roll.
that they deserve to be personalized.
Thank you, doctor.
Did you hear that?
Is it your impression that when Angela Hock committed maneuvers or attempted an episiotomy in this case?
I was eating my watermelon.
All right,
All
so you got
right,
the
so-
open
Oh,
kit ready,
Ah,
and
did
you're
it,
literally
AJ?
just spreading everything out to have it ready.
Yes.
son of a.
I think we had about 7 minutes to go. What she just did there was that she said, all right, so when you're explaining to a patient, you explain the generalized risks and you don't go into the specific stuff and the consultation. She said, no. She said, but you would then go into the specialized risks should they manifest. And she said, yes. So she said, so if you have given the generalized risks in your consultation, you have done your job. In other words,
Okay.
she gave Angela Hock gave her the generalized risks. She's done her job. Yeah. All that for that.
And all that to put me where I said we had 10 minutes left. I know. I get the award. Good for me.
It's so easy to do because
Yep.
the play button it goes
It's right
right up
there.
if your
Yes.
arrow goes up like a teeny bit. Yeah.
And it's right there. Right there.
Yep.
Yep. That was the star
bad
question.
pause. What you gonna do?
Well, I'm going to get lost.
Hmm.
All that for that question. Then
Mhm.
we've got like 3 star questions, it seems like, that she's been able to get her
Yep.
to admit things, and it's taken hours.
Mhm.
All right, hang on.
L.
During my training, that the average risk of being sued at some point during an obstetric career is
Am
near
I
100%.
too far, or am I good?
Okay, so it's your testimony that you were taught that being sued at some point in your career is a near certainty as an obstetrician.
Correct.
Is perinatal mortality a phrase that can be used to describe death around childbirth?
Yes.
If I were to say that about 1 in every 166 to 200 babies will not survive childbirth in the state of Nebraska, does that sound about accurate to you based on your understanding of perinatal mortality?
Yes.
Have you ever been informed that obstetricians are among the most frequently sued of all medical specialties?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that some of those claims involve the assertion that death could have been prevented if the doctor had not deviated from their professional standard of care?
Objection only.
Mhm.
I'll allow her to answer this question, but then you can move on. You need to finish up.
Yes.
May I have a short recess, Your Honor?
Give me 1
How?
minute.
I don't know if I got it right. I think I was close. You know who else didn't want to come back tomorrow? That doctor.
Mhm.
She's like, I have things to do.
Mhm. Yeah. Babies to save.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Yay!
Council was asking about the ACOG number 745, and you were, I think, wanting to qualify some of the questions she had. Does this opinion need to be read in conjunction with some other opinions from ACOG to answer that question appropriately?
Yes. And I sure wish I had my notes in front of me. I believe 697 deserves recognition as well, but I don't have.
And what does 697 say?
I believe that's planned home birth.
And these are just opinions, correct? I mean,
They are committee opinions.
they aren't your Bible to follow. I mean, they're opinions, and you respect those opinions.
And I believe each one has a statement at the top in accordance to that. But yes, I respect these tremendously.
Fuck.
You know, you talk about you use the phrase obstetric injury that Vera was suffering from. Geez, that's a tough word late in the day, particularly obstetric injury. What do you mean by that?
So injury surrounding delivery itself.
So you also talked about that Vera was being cooled. What was the reason she was being cooled?
So cooling therapy is full body or cerebral only, and I believe it to be about 3 days of cooling the body to help calm the inflammation in the brain and therefore decrease the intensity or severity of the cerebral injury.
So the injury prior to death would have been this brain injury from the loss of oxygen. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
3, but not 87.
Two more questions. That placenta accretia, and counsel was trying to say there was a 40% chance of death, and you were trying to qualify with placenta previa. So what's the difference between placenta previa and the placenta accretia?
So that assessment of risk of placenta accreta is a combination of the number of uterine scars in the context of the placenta covering the cervical os. That's what a placenta previa. A placenta previa is that the
You're welcome.
placenta comes between the cervix and the baby. And when it is that low, so near the uterine scar, then yes, 3 uterine scars plus a placenta previa does have a 40% risk of placenta accreta, which can be a very morbid thing. Most placentas are not previas.
Thank you. Final question. You were asked multiple times of if you were in the situation with these different hypotheticals with Emily Noe, what would you do to do that informed consent, and what would you tell her? I asked you multiple times. Defense counsel asked you multiple times. Could you do that informed consent to talk about all these risks in 2 to 3 minutes, and during that time include an explanation of the fact that you could do some maneuvers during a breech birth?
Objection, calls for speculation.
So in a real life consent conversation, it's a give and take where there's conversation and the patient is also expressing her preferences and values. And so I would expect her to say something like, I do not want a C-section. That was highly traumatic, in which case we would go into more of the risks and benefits of breech delivery. And that's where I would talk about my own experience with that so that she can make an informed decision about that. We would also talk about the reason for her prior cesarean and its context in the potential for cephalopelvic disproportion so that she can, again, assess the risk. And if she still said, hey, like, this is really important to me, we would talk about, hey, like, to be safer, you have to, the second stage of delivery has to be so fast. Otherwise, we really are increasing the risk, or otherwise baby is warning us that she's not going to fit and we need to heed that warning. Or the risks are as we've seen. Similarly, like, I would work very hard to have a second examiner or a second delivering clinician there who had more experience than I did. But I would, again, inform her of individual factors that were true for her experience.
So 2 to 3 minutes would be an awfully short time to get that done, wouldn't it?
It would.
No further questions?
Who
Excuse me.
objects?
I will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
She objects to speculation,
Do
yet
what?
she used
Cut out.
hypotheticals throughout the entire thing.
Objection. She's doing what I did. Okay.
Yeah, but she did it in 2 minutes and not 5 freaking
Yeah.
hours.
Whoopsies. Made us huge.
Oh, hello.
Hello there. Hello. All right. So that was the end of day 2. My heavens, that was long. So we're going to start day 3.
With the Special Victims Unit.
SVU. Dun dun. I know y'all saying that.
Bum-bum.
We need Brian's text tone. Yeah. Get everything
Hallelujah.
going here.
Hallelujah.
All right. I think I got the first witness on the stand. Bad pause for the judge.
Go.
Gabby. It was not a shocker. I think I got the judge's tongue sticking out.
It looks like my cat after it's, yeah.
I didn't
Cleaned
notice
itself.
that until just right a second. Okay. All right. I'm going to, that one was all sped up, so we're used to it. If it's too fast, because I don't know how fast these people are going to say anything.
You do that, Bri. How many?
All right.
That's 2 fingers, isn't it?
Hey, you're not going anywhere. All righty.
Should have soaked my strawberries in vodka.
Yeah. Well, I just have watermelon. I could have soaked that too. Watermelon.
Yeah.
I'm just putting salt on it.
Oh, back in the good old days.
Yes. All right. Here we go. First witness is Detective Jeff Shelbourne from SVU.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're going to get some ASMR as he opens things.
Ooh,
Yay.
goody.
Good morning, sir. Before you sit down, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear affirm testimony about
Gosh dang it, I'm not touching nothing. I did nothing. My
Gosh
cursor
the
dang.
record in the matter of State versus
Gosh
Angela
dang.
Hock? State may call their next witness.
Detective Shelbourne?
Say something, Judge.
Good morning, sir. Before you sit down, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, please sit. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you pull the microphone a little closer to you? And spell your name for the record, please.
Maybe.
Jeff Shelburne. It's JEFF SHELBURN
How are you employed?
with the City of Omaha Police Department.
Are you a certified peace officer?
Yes.
How long have you been so employed?
With Omaha, just about 15 and a half years.
Any experience before Omaha?
I did work as a Dodge County Deputy Sheriff.
And what's your current duties?
I work in the Special Victims Unit as a detective.
And what do you mean by Special Victims Unit?
In the Special Victims Unit at Omaha, we have domestic violence. We do adult sexual assaults, child sexual assaults, child abuse physically, missing juveniles, and juvenile sex trafficking.
Does your scope of duties include investigating anything related to child death?
Yes.
What training have you had to investigate child deaths?
I've been through homicide course, and then through the physical abuse part of special victims. We've taken specialized training dealing with victims, families, and trauma certified.
As part of your training experience, do you have any special skills regarding issuing or executing search warrants?
Yes.
What is that?
Through multiple classes, including Grand Island Police Academy, Omaha Police Academy. Did just multiple classes on search warrants, writing and executing.
Did you become involved in the investigation regarding the death of Vera Noe?
I did.
When did you first become involved in this case?
June 18th, 2019.
And were you assigned to investigate?
Yes.
What information did you receive at the time of your investigation, or at the time you were assigned this case?
When I was assigned the case, we were advised that there had been a report filed on June 16th from a Dr. Lessman from the University of Nebraska Medical Center in reference to a child that at that time was on life support due to an attempted at-home birth, and the child had been breached. And that the at-home birth was being assisted by a person that said she was a midwife, and that the parties, the victim's parents, had paid for these services.
When you received this information, what were your first steps in the investigation?
My first step was I went to the residence of the parents of the victim and attempted to make contact with them.
And that residence, was it in Omaha, Douglas County?
Yes,
Did you make contact with him that first day?
I made contact with the mother.
And did you set up a time, or did you interview her at that time?
No, we requested a time to meet with her and her husband. She did not wish to talk at that time, and I left a business card for her to speak with her husband and then contact us.
And what day did that occur?
That was on June 18th.
What was your next step in this investigation?
Returned to the office.
Question,
My partner,
Gabby.
Detective Crouch, then Horton now, had a phone conversation with Dr. Lessman. And then later that day, we met with the grandfather, James Noe, at my office at Project Harmony.
After your conversations with the grandpa and your partner's conversation with Dr. Lessman, what was the next step in your investigation?
Attempted to contact the Emily and Creighton Noe, the parents of the victim, unsuccessfully that day. We returned to the home on June 19th, 2019, again to attempt to contact Emily and Creighton, unsuccessful at that time. Returned to the office and made contact with Offutt Air Force Base due to the fact that Creighton was enlisted airman, and we were able to set up an interview at that time.
And did you in fact have a meeting with Creighton and Emily Noe?
Yes,
And was that conducted at Offutt?
yes.
After that interview, what steps did you take?
After that interview, it had been then on June 20th, we contacted the Buffalo County Sheriff's Office in Buffalo County, Nebraska, in reference to doing a search warrant at this suspect, Angela Hock's home, which was in Buffalo County.
Do you see Angela Hock in the courtroom?
Yes.
For the record, could you point out where she is seated and something she's wearing?
She's seated at the defense table in looks like a gray top.
For the record, let the witness identify the defendant. Why did you contact the Buffalo County Sheriff?
Due to it being their jurisdiction and to help us assist in obtaining a search warrant.
And did they agree to assist?
Yes.
Did you obtain a search warrant?
Yes.
Did you execute that search warrant?
Yes.
What day did you execute that search warrant?
June 20th, 2019.
May I approach?
Boom,
See what
I'm
boom.
going to hand
did
you some
there.
photos that have been marked. Starting with Exhibit 63, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is depicted in Exhibit 63?
That is Angela Hock's residence.
Is that the residence you executed the search warrant?
Yes.
Were you present when that photo was taken?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate representation of the home where you executed the search warrant?
Yes.
Where was that located?
Outside of Riverdale, I believe, Nebraska.
So you can move to admit Exhibit 63.
63 is received.
Thank you. I'm going to show you Exhibits 64, 69 through 95. Ask you to flip through those.
Sure.
Yeah. Early 20s, I think. Wow.
Early 20s, and she seems very fragile as a
Mhm.
person as a whole. Just with her anxiety issues. She just, how she
It's a
functions.
nice way of putting it.
Yeah. I mean, there are 20-year-olds that would handle it way different than these guys did, but I think at the time he was 25, he's 29 when this finally went to trial, Bri. I
He
think.
still only looks 15, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks he
Mm.
looks like he's 10. But she's just I don't know how she is a mom. Because the stress of being a mother is hard, and especially when you have a lot of kids.
I think he panders to her a bit too. By the
Oh, absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Mm.
I'm assuming you're being sarcastic in a while because I don't know how she survives that
Mm-hmm.
because that would be tough. But I don't know how else to describe her.
Well. Yep.
Absolutely 100%.
Yes.
Mhm.
Good grief.
Exhibits 63, 64, and 69 through 95. Are they true and accurate pictures of the residence where you executed the search warrant?
Yes.
They accurately depict the scene as you investigated that day?
Yes.
Statement moved to admit Exhibits 63, 64, and 69 through 95.
Probably right out of high school.
Those exhibits will be received.
I'm also going to show you Exhibits
And for a
65,
while.
66, 67, and 68. They have been received. Do you recognize what they are?
Yes.
Are they also photographs taken of during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes.
So let's go
I
through
like
the
when
search warrant.
When they bang the pictures on the desk.
Mm.
Doesn't hurt
I'm
my
showing you
ears at all.
Exhibit 64. Can you describe what's depicted in Exhibit 64?
That's an upstairs office area inside the home.
Did you find any evidence related to the case in this photo?
Yes.
What did you find?
We found some contracts, some business type paperwork for birth keepers or the midwife business.
I'm going to show you what's been marked and received as Exhibits 28 and 29. Excuse me, 128 and 129. Do you recognize
Learning.
those?
Sometimes it's hard
Yes.
You're going to fit right in here.
29 is a contract between Mickey Huffle and Birth Keepers, signed by Mickey Huffle. And 128 is, I guess, their operating procedure or their policies for the birth keeper.
And you're indicating you found those located in the office of the defendant's home?
Correct.
I'm showing you exhibit 65. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What does it depict?
Looks like a box of like equipment and stuff that was found in a downstairs office of the home.
Was there anything of evidentiary value located in this office?
Yes.
Dum, dum.
Showing you exhibit 67. Do you recognize what's depicted in exhibit 67?
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value depicted in exhibit 67?
Yes.
What?
From here, looks like there's some
Don't say
clothing
coat hangers.
that has birth keepers on it.
And how is that? Did you receive any information in the course of your investigation that would lead that T-shirt to be important?
Yes.
What was that?
That people at the hospital had mentioned that Emily had a birth keeper shirt on.
Emily, the mother?
Yeah.
Or
There was also reports that Angela Hock had been there with a birth keeper shirt on.
were you able to independently verify that information?
With that, whether Hock was there.
Yeah, whether the defendant was present at the hospital.
We had a witness that thought she was. We looked at video. We didn't find any video that showed Ms. Hock at the hospital.
But the T-shirt are you saying, is the T-shirt consistent with the information you had that the defendant was wearing during the time of the birth?
Yes.
Show you exhibit 69. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes. That's,
And
sorry,
what is it?
that's the top of the tote that was in the previous picture.
What did you locate inside that tote?
I believe there's paperwork or certificates depicting midwife training and stuff that Ms. Hock had attended.
Did you seize those items?
Did I? Yes.
And I'm showing you exhibit number 70. Do you recognize what's depicted in exhibit number 70?
Yes, that's a certificate of attendance.
For the record. Can you read the title of the class of the certificate?
Like Arnold Midwife, a real birth workshop, Kansas City, Missouri.
And what was the name of the course title?
The art and science of breech birth.
And how many hours of education did that course provide?
Looks like 7.
And when was that? Is there a date provided on that training certificate?
July 28th of 2016.
Showing you exhibit 71. Do you recognize what's depicted in exhibit 71?
Yeah, another certificate of completion.
Exhibit 72. What's that?
Another certificate of completion.
Exhibit 73.
Certificate of attendance.
But Your Honor, I did a webinar.
In the course of in the execution of a search warrant, did you find anything indicating that the defendant was licensed as a midwife?
No,
Let me show you exhibit 74. What is that?
that's the t-shirt that was hanging in the closet.
Closer view of the previous exhibit.
Correct.
And can you read what's on that t-shirt?
Nebraska Birth Keepers.
75.
Yes, that was a box found in the downstairs office.
Exhibit 76.
More paraphernalia that was in the downstairs office.
And the downstairs office is the one that had the two chairs.
Yes.
Exhibit 77.
Yeah, this also found down in the downstairs office a stack of business cards.
From different from the defendant or others?
This one looks like maybe from others.
78.
More of the same. This one also includes the defendant.
Yep. Look at the above comments,
Supposedly,
right?
It's exhibit 79. Are you able to Describe what's in Exhibit 79.
It's a closer view of the last business cards. It again depicts the defendant's business card on there.
I'll show you Exhibit 81. Can you explain what Exhibit 81 is?
It's a list of medical terminology.
Where did you locate that?
I believe that was also found in the downstairs office.
Do you know where specifically in the office?
I don't recall, no.
Does it appear to be information or terminology related to the birth process?
Yes.
Tonsillectomy?
Exhibit 82
Yes, more medical
That was
terms.
on
and Exhibit 83.
Oh, thanks.
Mm.
Again, more medical terms.
Are they all located together?
Yes.
84?
Medical terminology.
And 85.
And then more medical terminology.
Mhm.
Showing you showing you Exhibit 86. Can you describe what's depicted in Exhibit 86?
These, I believe, were found on the floor, but they're like letters to people who sign up to be members of the Birth Keepers.
Were they found in the condition that they were photographed?
Yes.
Were you able to identify the number of individuals who had signed up to be part of the Nebraska Birth Keepers group?
I don't recall.
Exhibit 88.
That's a closer up view of what the letters were that were on the floor.
And that provides a website information, is that correct?
Right.
I'll show you what's marked as exhibit number 64. Do you recognize what that is?
Yeah, it's a 3-ring binder that was located at the residence in the downstairs office.
I'm going to hand you a pair of scissors. The exhibit 64 is in a sealed condition.
Yes.
Council, you need to remark that exhibit.
Enjoy the crinkling of the paper.
Yeah. Love it.
Yay.
I wonder if this is her documentation of
Take it out. Or
what happened on the day.
There's the exhibit sticker on the binder. Can you explain how that?
Don't apologize.
Do not
To be placed there?
do not apologize for sarcasm on this channel
Nuh-uh.
ever. Ever. Never
And we're not being sarcastic either.
No. We live on sarcasm here.
I think you have to sometimes.
Absolutely.
Mm.
No apologies needed. Jody, what'd you say? You wonder if this was her record of what happened?
Yeah, I'm thinking if that might be like what she's documented, how things progressed during the labour, perhaps. I don't know if it's sealed.
Right.
Just guessing.
It's kind of weird that that's sealed in there. Everything else was a photograph.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't bring that in. We'll see.
Mm.
when we examined it during trial prep, it was placed on there.
And when you, before you placed the exhibit sticker on that, was it in a sealed condition?
Yes.
Had the seal been tampered with in any way?
No.
Okay. Who opened the seal?
I did.
Who placed the sticker on it?
I believe I did.
And did you reseal the package?
I did.
Was there any change in condition of the item now marked as exhibit 64 at the time that you sealed it into the
Hey, Hamilton.
the evidence package?
No.
Hamilton! How are you? Sorry I wasn't here last Friday when you said you were going to be there. Mom had a breech with first child. Yep. Second. So she does with second birth and the baby passed. It's because she did not. She was home.
It was against advice.
It was against advice to stay home. It was against advice to try to have a home birth. She birthed the baby came out, everything but the head by the time they were transporting her to the hospital. By the time they called 911. The mom is not on trial here.
Mm-mm.
The midwife thing, whatever you want to call her,
Mhm.
is. So, yeah. Hamilton, you would need bubble wrap to watch this trial. Trust me. Trust me. Yeah. Look at this photograph. I won't sing. Won't sing. Whoa, whoops. Thank you, Kelly.
Welcome.
Tame koala. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Bree will be happy to see you, Hamilton. She bought Super Baby, little koala sleeper. So cute. It was an honor of you. I the mom and the
Mm.
dad both, by refusing to go to that hospital that first time she said it to me, it
Mhm.
all went to them. It all shifts to them and off of Angela. That's but yeah. I would show you a picture, but I can't.
Mhm.
She will not allow her to be on the stream, which I understand. All right. Back to what's in the binder?
Could add exhibit sticker 141. Could you review exhibit 141 and advise what it is? Look up when you're ready to answer your question.
Gabby's
And
gonna
it
be
looks
so
like
mad that she
procedures.
misses Hamilton.
This looks like might be procedure manually type thing.
Oh, yeah.
Where did Gabby go?
I don't know, but she's gonna be so mad if she
I
comes
know
back
she's
and sees
driving.
Hamilton was here or is here. I don't know if she's still here, but she's gonna be mad if she misses her. Oh, she really was. You just need to type "Hi, Gabby" in the chat, and I can show her when she gets back. 'Cause if she's driving and listening, she's probably like freaking out right now, just trying to get to where
Well, we
she's
know she
going.
can talk to text.
Whatever she's doing, if she's listening, she's trying to
She's
get done.
everywhere.
She's trying
Hello,
to get
baby.
here. You know she is.
Say remove exhibit 141.
There she is.
See, now, this was found in her house?
Yes.
141, okay, please. That's it.
Specifically was this exhibit 141 located?
It
Actually,
was about
One
time to
41?
get a haircut.
141.
in the office, I believe downstairs.
With the other documents that we've reviewed?
Correct.
What? What was
What is
that?
that?
Can I see 141?
Yes, sir.
I have to
I
make a
don't have
ruling.
Streamlabs.
No,
What the
me
heck is
neither.
that?
What's
Hamilton,
a
what is that?
Zalgo?
What is a Zalgo? And I don't have Streamlabs. Why is
I
Streamlabs in
don't
my
have Streamlabs
StreamYard?
either. I need to be added as a moderator in order to remove messages before.
Who are
Have we
you?
just been spammed? Or hacked? Is that a bot?
No, Streamlabs is a program, and it
Yeah, but
has
this
those
is
in
dumped
there.
into chat. I would delete them.
Excuse me for 1 second.
I don't have Streamlabs either.
Boop. weird.
Thank
I
you.
changed to subscriber mode only, so, um, that was weird. Hamilton, I
Mm.
don't know what that is. I don't know what his algo is. Also weird, come tell me you need to be added as a moderator.
Mm-hmm.
The heck?
Yep.
All right. Sorry, that freaked me out.
Mm.
Okay, no, wow. What did you say? If Hawk had responded to that refusal by calling the police, I think she would have saved herself. Agreed. I'm not saying that I think that she should have done but the no's put Emily's anxiety above Vera. Also agreed, 100%. I've thought that very same thing that she could have. It would have if she called 911 to get the ambulance there, and then they still refuse to go. She can say, "I'm done. I'm leaving." And then I don't think they could have held her responsible for anything if she would have left. Zalgo text generator is a free tool that turns your normal text into creepy
Mm.
or scary or
Yeah,
Halloween style.
I reckon it was a bot of some sort.
Okay.
Mm.
It was very
Bye
rude,
bye.
Hamilton. Yeah. Huh. I guess, hearts are scary.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That was so, so strange. Hmm. All right. Well, we shall continue. I'm going to be sitting right here. I'm just going to turn my camera off for a second so I can finish eating my watermelon and not feel like a cow eating my camera. So I'll be right, but I'm still going to be here.
L. L.
All right. Objections overruled. 141 will be received.
Did you review the content of Exhibit 141?
Yes.
I'm showing you page 2 of 17 of Exhibit 141 indicates the purpose of this.
Ms. Herman, we got
Thank you.
a position. Thank you. I got to hear you. Thank you. No, thank you.
It's the state
Showing
and
page
the
2, Exhibit 141.
detective, SVU detective.
There's a glare on. Can you summarize or tell me what the purpose of exhibit page 2 of this document purports to be?
Looks like the Articles of Association for Nebraska Birth Keepers membership.
And what type of organization is it?
A dodgy one.
Does it emphasize the need to be a private membership agreement?
Yes.
While you executed or during the time that you were at the defendant's home near Kearney, Nebraska, did you have contact with the defendant?
No.
What was the next step in your investigation?
At the conclusion of the search warrant, We then drove to Gothenburg, Nebraska, and made contact with Nikki Huffle. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right.
And who was Nikki?
She was the assistant that came with the defendant to Creighton and Emily's home.
The
The
doula.
attempted home birth.
What was her role?
She described it as like a doula, like a birthing coach.
Was there any, did you have any further investigative actions in this case?
After that,
Let me rephrase. Did you interview any other witnesses?
I don't recall. After that, we did sit in on some forensic interviews later on. I don't know that there were any other interviews conducted.
Court TV got so good at turning off, so we couldn't hear when they were like, "This witness is terrible." I was
The
like,
judge
"It's your
identified
witness."
it at the start of
I have
yesterday.
no further questions at this time for this witness.
No questions, Your Honor. I do have another subpoena, so it has to be continued. Subpoena. I intend to get back to him this afternoon.
All right, you're released this time.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm scared to touch it. No, that's what she said, joking. So this is a pathologist that's getting ready to come up. And this will be the last witness for the state.
Mhm.
I'm not sure what the point of having a pathologist is because it wouldn't, to me, that doesn't have anything to do
She's
with
a
her.
MA.
That is pink hair, Hamilton. She's a paralegal over there. And we got Ponytail, who was man bun the other day. And she said, I know that's your favorite.
And before you sit down, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please sit.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Robert Bowen, Bowen.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as a physician. I'm a pathologist. I work for Physicians Laboratory.
And what training have you had to fulfill that occupation?
After finishing high school, I went to college and graduated from college in 1973 in AC.
All right, we're in 1973. Anybody clarify L to present day?
Well, I was 2
I
in
was
73.
I was born probably shortly after he graduated high school. Good grief. Okay.
Since Nebraska as a surgery resident, following that cells. After that,
And when you indicate you started practice, is that as a pathologist?
yes,
Approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
several thousand. I've not kept track, but I'm guessing in excess of 5,000 autopsies.
What's the purpose of an autopsy?
An autopsy is to examine a dead body, to examine the physical facts about the body.
Told ya.
And as part of that process, do you attempt to provide a cause of death?
Yes, I do.
I don't know,
Have you
Hamilton.
taught in the field of pathology?
Yes, we have residents rotate from Creighton University Pathology Department, and also from the University of Nebraska Medical Center. They rotate through our department to get training in forensic pathology. I'm also on staff on the College of Forensic Sciences in the East Campus in Lincoln.
Hamilton is also medical field. So now we have 4. Hamilton, you a nurse?
Is Hamilton an
Oh.
Aussie as well?
No. I'm not sure. She's in the US, but I don't know that she's from the US. I don't know where Hamilton is from. I don't think she's ever told us. Because we thought so, because of the koala. The
Yeah.
koala came because of Hamilton, and it was just it became the official thing because she would say things about koalas. But yeah, I wasn't gonna say where she was, Gabby. She lived on 123 Smith Street. Hamilton, it's so hard to ask. Are you from the US originally? I thought you told us you weren't at one point, and I may have misunderstood. Oh my goodness. Not that it matters. I'm just my memory's probably not great from that. All right. Do you suppose he's done? He's looking at a piece of paper. Hopefully that's still not his CV.
It's 65 pages long.
You are from the US. Okay, my apologies. I don't know where I got that you weren't.
And is that a copy that you created yourself?
Yes,
It's a
Oh, it is
page
the
document, is
CV.
that correct?
please, sir.
No objection, Your Honor.
142 received.
So is there a procedure you follow when conducting an autopsy?
There is. We identify the body initially. The body is received generally in a body bag. The bag is sealed and identified. We look at the identification, we break the seal, we open the bag, and then examine the outside of the body. After we examine the outside of the body, we make incisions and examine the inside of the body.
Gold star for Jody.
Why would the bag be sealed?
Just to document that it hasn't been tampered with.
Why is that important?
We do it just as a matter of protocol.
Do you treat the body as a piece of evidence?
Yes, we do.
For what purpose?
Basically, what we do is we take photographs, we do examinations, we create reports. We do this in a way that can be documented and saved for use in court.
And once you identify the body, what's your next step?
Next step is to examine the outside of the body. We determine what clothing or articles are attached. We look at the medical devices that are attached. After we've done that, we remove those. Then we do a detailed examination of the head, the neck, the chest, the extremities, the back. After we've done that, we'll examine the inside of the body.
What are you looking for?
Just any kind of abnormalities that we can find, anything that might be a disease process or an injury.
Do you take photos during an autopsy?
Yes, I do.
For what purpose?
Just for documentation purposes.
Who's present during an autopsy?
I usually have an autopsy assistant, and sometimes there will be police present as well.
Do you collect any samples?
Yes.
Of what?
We collect samples of all the tissue. I'll take blood samples. If there's any urine, typically in a baby this size, we don't find urine, but we'll take
I was
fluid
conceived
from
on
the eye
liver
and blood.
And what do you do with those samples?
If appropriate, we'll do testing, toxicology testing.
And do you have any training or experience as it relates to performing an autopsy of babies who have passed away during birth?
We've done several. I've done several.
Can you explain the difference between intrautero and intrapartum?
Well, intrapartum is before birth, intrapartum is during birth, and postpartum is after birth.
How does that compare to in utero?
In utero is the same as prepartum. So while the baby's still in the uterus.
Do you have any specific training regarding determining cause of death for infants who have died intrapartum?
Nothing specific.
Are you familiar with how long a brain would be without oxygen that could cause death?
Certainly. Brain is very sensitive to lack of oxygen. In about 5 minutes without oxygen, the brain can be damaged.
And in your training or experience, are you familiar with different methods that could cause a lack of oxygen to a baby who would have died intrapartum?
Yes.
What are those?
Well, damage to the placenta. If the cord's damaged or compromised in any way, sometimes there are knots in the cord in delivery. And if there's a knot or something that interferes with the function of the cord, so blood can't circulate to the brain. Also, if there's compromise to the placenta itself, the placenta can be damaged, can rupture during pregnancy, that sort of thing. Or if the cord's compromised in a way, in a case like this, with compression of the cord.
Is there a term that refers to compression to the cord?
Probably. I would just call it compression of the cord.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term prolapse cord?
Yes.
What is that?
Prolapse cord is where the cord leaves the uterus before the infant itself. And so typically an infant leaves the uterus first, but if the cord leaves first, it's a prolapse cord.
Do you have any information, training, or experience knowing that would explain any dangers of a prolapse cord?
It depends on the circumstances, but prolapse cord is at risk for compromise if it's put in pressure. For instance, if it's a head first delivery and the cord comes out first, then the head would put pressure on the cord and damage interfere with the cord's function of providing blood supply to the infant.
I'm going to ask you to pull the microphone a little closer to help the court reporter. Thank you, Dr. Bowen. Have you delivered? Thank you, Judge. Have you delivered any babies yourself?
Have I? Oh, yes, I have. During medical school, we were allowed to deliver babies at night, uncomplicated pregnancies. I also delivered my son.
Are you familiar? Well, did you perform an autopsy on Vera Noe?
I did.
And when did that take place?
We did that on June 18th in 2019, about 10:20 in the morning in our ward.
What information did you receive prior to conducting the autopsy?
We have limited information at the time. We just knew that there was difficulty with the delivery and that the baby was delivered and did not survive the delivery.
The information that you received prior to an autopsy, is that important?
It's helpful for us to know what to look for.
And based on the information that the preliminary information you received prior to conducting the autopsy, what were you looking for?
I was looking for any kind of anatomic abnormalities of the child. There's all kinds of complications from a pregnancy. You look for evidence of an infection. You look for anatomic diseases. There are internal problems with heart defects, that sort of thing. So you look for anything that might be a sign that there would be a cause for death.
Give me just a moment.
She lived for 2 days on life support, so I don't know if they had, if there was just no brain activity during that time at all.
They determined that she had been deprived of oxygen for, I think, 10 to 12 minutes. That was in the,
So she didn't survive. Essentially, she did not survive a delivery.
Yeah, no.
Even though they put her on life support for 2 days for whatever reason, then to see if they could do something. But at that point, would you want,
assess the brain injury?
Yeah. I always tell my family, if anything happens to me, and I'm not going to be me, let me go. I don't want to be that way. I knew what state she lived in. I was just keeping it private. It gives time to assess the brain injury, and the cooling helps with the inflammation to try to slow down.
Are you a board certified pathologist?
I am.
How long have you been board certified pathologist?
Probably since 19.
But my question
Did you do another AJ?
I didn't touch anything. I don't think I did. So Hamilton, we don't know because they don't have the mother's records of what her prenatal care was.
If any.
Before. If any, exactly. So her first baby, who was also tried to be delivered at home by this same person, was breech. They ended up taking her to the hospital. She had a C-section. That baby's fine. So then this baby's coming. Same person's there at her home to try to help deliver. She wants to deliver at home. She has trauma from the hospital, whatever. And she tells her to go to the hospital, or that they need to go to the hospital. The husband and the wife talk about it. They say no. The wife then later on, at some point, goes to the bathroom and then yells for Angela Hock.
She locks herself in there for 15 minutes.
So something was happening. When Angela Hock, who is on trial here, gets into the bathroom, she sees a foot. And then she tells the doula that's there, call 911. So at that point, they call 911. When firefighters arrive, so there's this time span in there that we don't know what happened. When the firefighters arrive at the house, The mother, Emily, is on all fours at the top of the stairs, and the baby is hanging out of her everything but the head. So they transport her to the hospital with the baby. Baby doesn't survive, obviously.
Baby gets delivered in the ambulance.
Ambulance. And they are charging the midwife, Angela Hock, with child abuse
And
resulting
neglect.
in death. I think and there is no law that says that Angela Hock could not be there assisting her.
Mhm.
She's an unlicensed midwife, so there is no law.
Although
I
she
have
did portray herself as an experienced midwife. She
yes,
misrepresented herself, but there is no, that's a civil matter, I think.
I have not seen or heard anything about any religious things of keep
No.
her not wanting to go anywhere. I
Yeah.
that's I don't know, Hamilton. I don't that's the question we've been kind
Mhm.
of
Yep.
asking because is it not there's nothing that says you can't have your baby at home. It's not smart. I wouldn't, but there's nothing that says you can't. It's their right to choose to do so. So when I don't know. I don't know.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
but how much? I mean, they obviously didn't pick up that the baby was in a breech position, or did they? And that was not conveyed.
Or did they and they just figured they could get through it.
Mm. Yep.
And then yes, her fragility and naivete. Am I saying that right?
Naivety. Yeah.
Naivety
Selfishness.
played a huge part in this. Like
Mm-hmm.
her anxiety of that's why she didn't want to go to the hospital. As soon as we get through this witness, we have one more witness, and then we will hear Emily Noe, who is the mother. We will hear her police interview, but we will never see her.
Mm-mm.
So we might get some answers through that and see what has happened. Yes, there are 2 chats because you
Yeah.
in my
They're
screen,
dual streaming.
Nidawow and others, lurkers, I see you lurking, are in Jody's stream. So Jody and I can see everything. We see
Mm-hmm.
all.
Yes.
And so that's why
I
I pull it
see
up on the
all
screen
people.
so that you guys can see it too. So, but no, I don't think I backed it up
I
because
don't
he
know. It
got
just
on.
went back to his education, didn't it?
I thought it was he got on the stand at 36:15 and I'm at
Mm.
48:22.
Yeah.
I don't think I did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll be able to tell.
Mm-hmm. She's up.
I have not heard it. I think Jody has heard. I don't know if you've
No,
heard
I
it all
just
or some of it
no,
or
no.
any of it.
It's just that it says that it's introduced by an officer who plays the statement from the mother. That's all it says.
So I'm anxious to hear it.
Mm.
And let's see if I hopefully did not back this up. I don't think I
I don't
did.
think you did. And maybe it's just
The
changed
3
course.
or 84. It's been a long time. It may be in my CV someplace.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 110. Do you recognize what that is?
This is a photograph of the outside of the body showing the
You
identification
were
tag
in
attached
their
to the body as well as the
early
green
to
seal
mid
that's next
20s,
to
Hamilton.
the body bag.
And that was the bag containing 0 no.
It is.
87.
I'm going to show you 111. Do you recognize what that is?
It's another photograph of showing the tag number as well as our ruler, which has the autopsy number as well.
Those true and accurate photos taken during autopsy of Vera Noe.
It is. They are.
Say we move to admit exhibits 110 and 111. Once you identify the individual and verify the condition of the bag, what's the next step in your autopsy?
We open the bag, we examine the outside.
At any point, X-ray?
Yes, we do that prior to opening the bag, just as a general procedure.
I'm going to show you what's marked.
This is a photograph of the X-ray.
Any information contained in the X-ray that is helpful to you?
You can see there's a fracture of the
You may be
left
correct.
collarbone. We also see medical attack of the body.
Is that a true and accurate photocopy of the X-ray taken in this case?
It is.
Statement would admit exhibit 112. And once you open the bag following the
Hey, if
X-ray,
you're
do
87 and you're still doing it, good for
We
you.
examine the outside of the body.
you verify any identifying information?
It's because YouTube's sarcastic.
There's a photograph of probably the
Really?
left ankle that has the hospital identification tag is still attached to the body.
And does that
I might
provide
have found
any
one of it.
information?
It doesn't have the name Vera on it, but it gives us the hospital identification information plus the last name of Noe.
That's weird.
Statement would admit exhibit 114.
114 received.
Once you open the bag and identify the patient, what do you do next?
Your link's in chat, isn't it?
Again, we identify the outside of the body, examine it, and document the
What'd you say?
Is your link in chat?
Well, it would be in mine.
Normally is.
I don't.
Gabby normally pops it into the chat.
Yeah, she'd have to pop it in your.
Oh, she can pop it. Well, we know she can pop into mine because that's all she did was bounce yesterday. So, would you mind doing that, super mod? Popping AJ's channel link in my chat, please, please.
Thank you. Good
Applause.
grief. Free. She's going off my. If you're still doing it at 1987. My brain goes to the 80s because they were awesome. If you're still doing it at 87, she's like, I know Super Son and I will be.
La 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 la, not listening.
Ah. Like Gabby says, that's how raisins are made. Thanks, Gabby. So only the hospital ID makes sense since she was a trauma admission. Yeah. I don't want to. This guy's testimony is going to.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gabby.
Poof.
I'm aware. I know how babies are made. I made 2. All right, back to our story.
findings that we have.
Do you obtain weight and length?
That's correct. We make measurements. I'll do a head circumference, a chest circumference, abdominal circumference. We'll do a length from the top of the head to the foot, and also from the top of the head to the crown or to the rump.
In this autopsy, were you able to obtain a weight of Vera?
That's correct.
How much did she weigh?
I think we got 8 pounds.
Ooh, big baby.
8.5 ounces.
I would note that you're reviewing a report. Is that a summary of the autopsy findings?
That's correct.
And would it refresh your recollection to review that report from time to time?
It does help, yes.
Well, I had an 8
I'd like to ask you
pounder.
to turn that face down while we discuss, and if at any time you need to refresh your recollection, just let me know.
That's fine.
Thank you. Do you recall Vera's length?
No,
If your report indicated 34 centimeters, would that be correct?
that would be right.
And did you measure her head circumference?
I did.
And if your report indicated 35 centimeters, would that be correct?
That's correct.
Did you observe any injuries to Vera?
There were 2 abrasions on the face, 2 on the cheek, very small surface abrasions.
Did you make any observations about Vera's hands?
Hamilton.
I did. We look at the hands. I look for palmar creases. They're a sign of birth defects, and so we look to see if the creases are correct, and they were fine.
Did you make any observations about her skin?
Yes, I believe so. Skin was fine.
Did you make any observations about Vera's fingernails?
Yes, fingernails were cyanotic. That's where the fingernails turn blue. It's a sign that there's a lack of oxygen circulating in the blood.
Are you familiar with how long it takes for the fingernails to become cyanotic?
Cyanotic, several minutes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 101, 118, and 119. If you can review those, please. What's depicted in 101?
101 is a photograph of the left side of the body. It shows the left hand. It shows 2 puncture marks, presumably from venipuncture attempts to draw blood or administer fluids to the hand. Also shows the left leg and left trunk, and shows some attached medical equipment.
Thank you,
Or
Nitawawa.
any-
I
is there any
appreciate
view
it.
of, any fingernails?
Yay!
No,
Is Exhibit 101 a true and accurate photograph taken during the autopsy?
it is.
Say we move to admit Exhibit 101.
101 received.
What's depicted in 118?
In 118 is a photograph of the, so this is the right hand. The right hand facing down, it does show the fingernails, and they show that they're cyanotic.
True and accurate picture of what you observed during the autopsy?
It is.
Say we move to admit Exhibit 118.
It's going to be the new fad.
And could you
A
describe what's
bullet.
depicted in Exhibit 119?
In 119 is a photograph of
Not
the left hand, again showing the
B-U-L-L.
fingernails and showing the cyanosis fingernails.
True and accurate picture?
It is.
Say we move to admit Exhibit 119.
119 received.
That's a mullet with bangs.
Yeah. Who said no objection from, I thought the
I missed it, sorry.
guy in the glasses was going to cross-examine this dude, but
Findings
just
of note in your external examination of Vera.
a woman said no objection.
What's the next step you take in the autopsy?
After we do the external examination, we do an internal examination. We
Yeah,
make
but he's on
incisions
it again.
through the chest and the abdomen. We examine those organs in place before we remove them. After we've examined those organs, then we remove them. And in this case, I would remove the neck organs, the chest organs, and then the abdominal organs at one time to preserve their anatomy. After I've done that, then I dissect those organs in place, and then I dissect them individually.
Okay, let's break that down a little bit slower.
Sure.
Were there any medical interventions that you removed from Vera prior to conducting the incisions?
I did. There was a catheter inserted through the navel, into the umbilical vessels that went to the liver. So I removed that catheter. There was some, I believe there was some chest
You haven't had any beer,
pads
Bree.
attached, so I removed those as well.
Did you have any information regarding whether or not Vera had been intubated?
Perhaps not at the time of the autopsy, but I certainly, by looking at the medical records, I had evidence that the child had been intubated.
Is that important information to know?
Yes.
Why?
Well, it tells you the condition of the body. You want to look at the medical records just to determine the hospital course. What the child was pronounced dead 2 days after delivery, and so there's a hospital record for that. You want to review that record to determine what's going on during that hospital time.
Now, you had talked earlier that it takes approximately 5 minutes to cause brain death.
That's
For
correct.
lack of oxygen. How long does it take to prove brain death?
It may take some time. Typically, it's not something that is done very quickly. They will test the brain. They'll do a study of the brain, an MRI, to see what the condition of the brain looks like. They can typically see changes of lack of oxygen to the brain through an MRI. But more importantly, they'll do tests for reflexes, corneal reflexes. They'll touch the eye to see if they'll be blinking. They'll put light on the eye to see if the pupils will react to the light. They'll test the patient or the individual to see if they'll respond to lack of oxygen, or if they'll make their own breathing efforts, that sort of thing.
In your training experience, with the 2 days that it took for Vera to be removed from life support, be attributed to the hospital attempting to prove brain death?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated that once you perform an incision, you make an overall visual examination. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you do that here?
I did.
And did you make any observations of note?
The fracture of the left
Three.
clavicle, shoulder, collarbone, we noted that. We noted that the lungs had collapsed and that there was some hemorrhages about the surface of the heart and around the kidneys and some of the abdominal organs. There were some surface hemorrhages.
Did you receive any information whether life-saving measures were taken with this patient?
Eventually I did. I would presume so. Certainly see the evidence of it. The venipuncture sites, there was a needle inserted into the leg and there were pads attached, so you know that a medical intervention was attempted.
And the hemorrhages that you described around the heart and other organs, could that be attributed to someone performing CPR?
In my opinion, they were a result of CPR attempts.
Were those injuries that you noted of concern at all?
No,
Did you examine the cardiovascular system?
I did.
In an individual that dies intrapartum, are there any findings that you looked for that gave you an idea how long the baby was alive?
Certainly. The heart circulation changes at birth while the baby's in the uterus. The lungs are not functional. They have to be, obviously they have to be developed and grow, but the lungs don't exchange oxygen because they're not breathing. So there's a circulation system in place before birth that shunts the blood away from the lungs to the rest of the body. And so It takes about 24 to 40 hours for that shunt system to change after birth, but it constricts down, and it's necessary in order for the blood, rather than bypassing the lungs, to go through the lungs so that the breathing will change, put oxygen into the respiratory or the vascular system. So I looked at that.
And did you make any evidentiary findings? Oh, did you examine the shunt in Vera?
I did. The shunt was still open, indicating that she had not been alive long enough for this to change.
Aside from the condition of the shunt, did you make any other findings regarding the cardiovascular system for Vera?
The heart was normal. The part of again, there was two parts of the shunt. There was a vascular part and there was a heart shunt. They were still patent and open, so they had not closed down yet. But the heart itself was normal. There were some surface hemorrhages on the heart, which was I attributed to the resuscitation efforts. There were no damage to the muscle tissue inside. The valves were normal. There were no evidence of internal cardiac abnormalities.
Would you indicate that, or did you indicate that the cardiovascular system was unremarkable?
I would, yes.
And what does that mean in layman's terms?
It means it's basically normal. Healthy.
Did you examine the respiratory system?
I did.
And did you make any observations of note?
They had collapse, which is something that can occur after death. And in this case, we saw that when we did the microscopic examination, there was a development of pneumonia in the lungs. This is something you would expect after the child's been on a respirator for a while.
Why is that?
Well, there's no cough reflex. In order to have healthy lungs, we have to take deep breaths. We have to be able to cough and protect our airways. If somebody's on a respirator for a period of time, you're not, and it's because they're unconscious, and so they're not coughing, they're not protecting their airway, and so it's typical to see.
He was on there for 2 days.
On a respirator.
2 days.
Aside from the
not that long.
finding of pneumonia, were there any concerns with the condition of the lungs?
No.
Otherwise unremarkable?
And
Yes.
there's suctioning with
And
intubation.
did you examine the liver?
I did.
Ask an RA.
Do what'd you say?
When
Did they
when
what?
you're intubated, there's a suctioning device that you can do to clear the airways. Ask an RA.
Bree says after 2 days, if they weren't
Yeah,
properly
exactly.
carrying, maybe. Yeah, because he said a long time. 2 days is
Yeah.
not a long time.
You shouldn't be getting that.
Yeah.
Do they not have the suctioning in intubation in the neonates? I've only done adults, sorry.
I have no idea.
But even so,
I
they should have been doing something to prevent pneumonia in 2 days.
yeah, I thought that was quick too, but
Uh-huh.
then I thought I don't know.
Mm-mm.
I have done nothing. I've done nothing with ads. I have set it so that I have to put them in. So I hope they're not coming up during the stream. If they are, it's completely out of my control unless you're getting them at the beginning. If you're watching on replay, they're there. I can't, so I have to have them somewhere.
Boop.
Yeah, I've done nothing. I could, Gabby. I could.
Okay, that's probably why then.
Oh. I don't like this testimony. Not because I just don't, because I don't like it because it's a baby.
Mm.
Yeah, I can't help that. That's not me. That's not how I have it set. When you come in, you probably get an
That's
ad.
on you. Yeah, I had an hour delivery, but she was over term as well. None of them wanted to come out.
My daughter didn't. 10 days. And I was like, ready.
Oh, yeah. It's a long 10 days, isn't it?
I know you're not, Gabby. I'm just defending myself for later. It's on replay.
It's in trouble. Capital T. Capital T.
Depending, sometimes care times are every 6 hours. Oh no. Not Gabby.
Spot on.
Never ever. Oh. Would you stop saying that word and add an N? No, don't add an N. Forget what I just freaking said. I want you to say zinger. Z-I-N-R, please. You get me in trouble.
Yeah. We'll never finish this trail.
I know.
Did you get that? Mhm.
Yeah, whoops. No, it's okay. I didn't put the first one up and then I didn't catch that one. So thank you. I know that's what you meant.
I just had to check if N was next to G on the keyboard.
Well,
Mm,
yeah.
mm.
All right. Back to this is just depressing testimony is all. That's why I don't like it. Because it's sad.
What were your findings?
It was normal.
How about the stomach?
Stomach was normal, I believe.
Oh, you were not
Any
kidding.
concerns regarding any part of the GI tract?
No, there were some surface hemorrhages in the GI tract that would be very minor, and they would probably be a result of
Come to the
resuscitation.
dark side.
Did those hemorrhages, did any of those hemorrhages cause you concern?
No.
And did you examine the kidneys?
I did.
What findings did you make?
There were some kidneys, or I'm sorry, there were some hemorrhages about the kidneys, and there were adrenal glands above the kidneys. There were some hemorrhages with those as well. I attributed that as well to resuscitation efforts.
Any concerns regarding the kidneys at all?
No.
What were your findings?
Outside of the hemorrhages, they were unremarkable.
How about the spleen?
Spleen was normal.
Endocrine system?
Well, the endocrine system would include the adrenal glands, and they had some hemorrhages in
Were you able to attribute that to any cause?
through the resuscitation efforts.
And aside from those hemorrhages, any findings?
No.
How about the nervous system?
We looked at the brain, and we've determined that to be, it shows a lot of anoxic changes or lack of oxygen. The brain is swollen a bit, and so it's soft and swollen when we looked at it. There were some surface hemorrhages on the surface of the brain. That occurs when the brain swells inside the head and stretches and tears some of the tissues along the surface of the brain. That would be a result of basically the brain swelling inside the brain or the head. So we saw those types of changes. When you look at it under the microscope, you see that the cells had died and you see that typically from lack of oxygen. So we saw those changes for basically anoxia or encephalopathy from lack of oxygen.
The audio is better here.
How long it would take for those changes to manifest in the brain?
It would take at least 5 minutes for that to begin.
Did you examine Vera's neck?
I did.
Any findings?
Nothing significant.
And did you examine her musculoskeletal system?
I did.
Any findings aside from the broken collarbone?
No, just the broken collarbone.
Did you perform any toxicology?
We collected blood, but I did not do any toxicology testing.
Take a moment.
So was he basically saying he's healthy other than had a horrible
Yeah,
birth?
bruise on it, or some abrasions on the cheek, and now this broken collarbone, and then the hemorrhages around some of the internal organs that you attributed to CPR. Were you able to attribute either the broken collarbone or the abrasions on the cheek to any cause?
I would attribute the broken collarbone to damage during delivery. It was found shortly after
Not
delivery.
surprised.
That would be a common finding.
Yeah.
That occurred during delivery. It certainly wouldn't happen while the baby was still in the uterus. So I attribute that to the delivery efforts. The surface abrasions were very minor. It would be certainly easy to do during delivery.
Did either the broken collarbone or the cheek abrasions have any impact on your ultimate findings?
No.
You indicated that it would take 5 minutes of a lack of oxygen to cause the anoxic condition of the brain. Do you have, in your training and experience, does that result in damage to the brain?
Yes.
Can that damage be reversed with proper medical intervention?
No.
And is it your testimony that, the damage caused, the anoxic condition caused by, that begins at 5 minutes, does that progress? Does it get worse?
Well, the changes in the brain can get worse and they progress. But as far as once the brain is dead, it's dead. It doesn't come back.
And I asked because you said it's 5 minutes to begin the anoxic condition.
That's correct.
All I think I was
Or,
grabbing it.
examination
Yeah.
of Vera, were you able to make finding as to the cause of death?
I did.
And
And what was
baby.
that?
That was the cerebral anoxia, the lack of oxygen to the brain was the cause of death.
And did you list any contributing factors or make any contributing factor findings?
I did breech presentation.
Why do you say that?
Well, it's a complication of breech presentation. In a case like this, I had a chance to review the medical records, and you can see that the baby was trapped in the during delivery from the notes that I can see, from 10 to 12 minutes. So the baby was trapped in delivery, and the cord would have to go past the head to get to the placenta. So the cord would be compromised in this circumstances. And so in these circumstances, the body would not receive oxygen for a period of 10 to 12 minutes. And then after delivery, it took another 10 minutes to get the heart started again. So we're talking about 20 minutes without good circulation to the baby. And so, in my opinion, the anoxia is a result of the compromise to the cord during delivery.
Is it your testimony that that compromise occurred in the first 5 minutes?
It started in 5 minutes, but continued for 10 to 12 minutes. And then after delivery, it continued for another 10 minutes with the resuscitation efforts.
Is it your testimony that after that 5 minute mark, nothing could be done to save Vera?
Nothing could be done to save the brain. Now, the brain is very sensitive to lack of oxygen, and so once it starts to die, you can't bring it back. The heart is less sensitive to a lack of oxygen, and so with the right type of efforts, they were able to bring the heart back, and for that reason, they kept the heart going and were able to breathe for the child for another 2 days. But the damage had already been done, and the brain was dead.
Just a moment.
To put it bluntly, geez, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess it is what it is. He
Yep.
whistles his S's and it hurts my ears.
In your review of the medical records, did you receive any information that Vera had been cooled while at the hospital?
Yes.
Is that important in your findings?
It doesn't change anything. It's an attempt to do what they can. Basically, the brain uses up oxygen, and if it's a normal brain body temperature, it uses oxygen at a certain rate. If you cool a body, it uses oxygen at a lower rate, and so you can decrease the need for oxygen. It's been reported that young children who fall into frozen lakes can survive much longer because they're cooled, and so they can go longer than 5 minutes without oxygen because the brain's not using it because this metabolism is slow. In a case like this, it doesn't apply because this is body temperature and at least room temperature. So during the delivery, that wouldn't have helped. I mean, if you could have cooled it, perhaps, but it wasn't. And then afterwards, they can make an attempt to do what they can, but it was too late to do anything.
Because we were past the 5 minutes.
That's correct.
Now, how did you diagnose the cerebral anoxia for your cause of death?
I had help from the medical records. They did some studies. If you look at the medical records, the baby basically had no brain function at the time of birth. And so there was no evidence of any kind of brain function. The studies that were done in the hospital showed that there was no brain function or evidence of support. And the x-rays, the MRIs of the brain show that the brain had died. And you can see that on MRIs. It's an x-ray type of study that you look at the brain. And it shows that the brain had basically died and suffered from lack of oxygen. And when you look at the microscopic sections, you can see that, again, you can document that the brain did not have oxygen, so it died from a lack of oxygen.
Now, there's cause of death and there's manner of death. Did you make any findings regarding the manner of death?
I did not make a determination of the manner of death.
Why not?
Well, in this case, for coroner cases like this, I typically make a determination of the cause of death. The manner of death I leave for the county attorneys because they have additional information to make their decision based on their information.
And you indicated the county attorneys do that. Why is that?
Just because they have additional information. And it's just common for us to let them do that.
And do you fill out the death certificate?
No,
Excuse me. Why not?
the county attorneys do that.
You talked about the brain dying at 5 minutes without oxygen. In this situation where you received information that the head had been trapped, how soon, or do you have an opinion as to how soon you would want the head to be delivered in this situation to reduce or eliminate the risk of any brain damage?
Well, you want the head delivered as soon as possible. Typically, in a normal delivery, the head comes out first, and so the cord is not compromised. And so when I've seen instances, and I think I've been at a few where basically the baby can be delivered and the cord's not cut right away. You allow the placenta to release blood back into the baby's body. And so in a normal head first delivery, the cord's not compromised, the placenta's not compromised, and so there's no issues with that. But in a breech delivery and such like this, if the arms are caught above the head, the hardest part to deliver is the head. And so that takes longer to do, and it compromises the blood supply. And in a case like this, this is what happened.
If you had, did you have any information about an attempted episiotomy to the mother?
I read where there was one attempted. I don't know if it was completed or not.
If you had information that an episiotomy was attempted but was unsuccessful because there was no room to maneuver the tools to complete an episiotomy, would that be helpful in providing information as to the severity of the pressure on the umbilical cord?
It doesn't change my opinion.
Based on your findings, is there any indication that had Vera been born had been delivered fully delivered without the head entrapment, that she would not have been a healthy or normal baby?
I have no evidence to suggest that Vera Noe would not have been healthy if she'd been delivered appropriately.
We have just a moment.
Hamilton. Wait. Are we back to are we back to our earlier conversation? Oh, good grief. This poor guy doesn't know where to, he's used to testifying to a jury and he's like, I don't know where to look. Just looks at the judge. It's fine. Sign judge. Oh, okay. Well, I thought we were, sorry. My mind was stuck on earlier. So, got it. I got it now. All right. Come on.
Talked about head entrapment in this case, and you've talked about, pressure on the cord. In a breech delivery situation, are those two separate situations? Are they distinct from each other?
Well, in a breech presentation, the cord would have to go past the head during the delivery. And so there would be pressure on the cord in a breech presentation, regardless of how it's done. Just the length of time that pressure is placed on the cord is what makes a difference.
In a situation of a breech delivery where the head is entrapped, the cord is attached at the belly button and passes past the head through the mother's body, correct?
That's correct.
So if the head is entrapped, are you saying that the cord must necessarily be compromised as well?
Yes.
Don't know this do it a list and
that impact your findings in any way?
It determines this to be a complication of a breech presentation. It's the cord was trapped, it was compromised for 10 to 12 minutes before delivery. And so that is, in my opinion, the cause of the lack of oxygen to the brain that caused the death.
Had medical intervention been obtained prior to that 5-minute mark that could free the head, do you believe that would have saved Vera's life?
It would have certainly had a positive effect. I don't know how much improvement it would have been. If it had been 2 or 3 minutes, I would think that there would be almost no effect as far as the compromise, because it wouldn't, the oxygen had not been cut off for very long. But for a long period of time, it makes a difference.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Hayes, Klein, can you pull up the microphone? Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Bowen.
Good morning.
Oh no. I didn't think it was her. I thought it was going to be the guy.
Dr. Bowen, you've had a chance to review your autopsy report this morning. And does your autopsy report identify the time that Vera was delivered?
I believe it has some timing in it.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench to refresh Dr. Bowen's memory with his autopsy report?
Let him finish his answer.
I beg your
Oh,
pardon.
sure. I know I have some times in there, but I don't remember what they are exactly.
I think yes.
Okay, will you look at this
Sure.
second page 2 of 7 of your report, please, doctor? And the summary, I believe you identify the time of delivery.
Yeah. They, according to the notes, it's 9:48.
And is that 9:48 p.m., doctor?
Yes.
And
Hello, baby.
do you think, and you've testified that you reviewed Vera's medical records to determine her time of birth?
I did.
And what was Vera's weight when she was born?
I have the weight at the time of the autopsy. I know the weight is documented in the medical records. I don't know what it is.
May I direct you to page 3 of 7 of your autopsy report, please, doctor?
Sure.
I think you record the weight under your external examination.
I do, yes.
And how do you identify it on your report?
It was 8 pounds, 8.5 ounces.
And would that also have come from her medical records?
No, that would be a weight that we take at the time of the autopsy.
And would you expect there to be a significant difference between her weight at the time of autopsy and her weight at the time of delivery?
Yeah, we can see that, yes.
What kinds of differences occur?
Well, there can be loss of fluid and gain of fluid. Typically, a child that's being carried, or anyone being cared for in a hospital, you give them a lot of fluids. So it wouldn't be a surprise to see the weight go up significantly.
How significant would be normal?
I wouldn't know.
A pound, 5 pounds?
I have to think about it. I'm not sure.
Okay. Doctor, would you say that a baby that's born between 7 and 8 pounds at delivery is a baby that's likely to be a full-term baby rather than a premature baby?
I believe so, yes.
And Doctor, you've discussed the fact that Vera's medical records indicated that she was brain dead when she was assessed at the hospital. Is that right?
That's correct.
And how is brain death assessed?
It's done by looking at reflexes. You shine a light in the eyes to see if there's a corneal reflex or a pupillary dilatation. You touch the eyes to see if they blink. You poke the body to see if they respond in any way, that sort of thing.
And would that examination have occurred after Vera's admission to the hospital?
Yes.
And can you discuss again, Doctor, you've discussed it in your testimony so far, but again, what does it mean to identify her cause of death as an intrapartum death resulting from cerebral anoxia?
Well, intrapartum means during delivery. And so I determined the death occurred during delivery.
Thank you. And so to say intrapartum death resulting from cerebral anoxia, does that mean that the baby died from a complication of childbirth?
Yes.
And is it your testimony today that you believe that Vera's cerebral anoxia was a result of the compression of her umbilical cord during the process of passing through her mother's pelvis and birth canal?
Yes.
And would you call the cord compression during the birth of a breech baby to be a complication of childbirth?
Yeah, I think that's fair. You would expect it, but yes, it's also could be considered a complication.
Is it when you say it can be expected, do you mean it is one of the complications of childbirth that we can anticipate might happen in a birth?
Yes, that's fair.
And so, Doctor, if a baby is born in and forgive me if I get the terminology, a cyanotic condition or a hypoxic condition, is that the same thing?
Yes.
And what does it mean to say a baby's born in that condition?
Basically means that there's a lack of oxygen in the blood.
Okay. And so if it's born in a cyanotic or a hypoxic condition, does that mean that it's experienced some oxygen deprivation prior to the moment of birth?
Well, at the time of examination, yes.
Okay. And so, well, thinking about if a baby comes out cyanotic, so if a baby comes out not breathing and without a heart rate, does that indicate that the baby is cyanotic? How can you tell?
Well, cyanosis is just a term that we look at and say there's a lack of oxygen in the blood, and so it's a determination of that. So by seeing that and seeing the blue fingernails, we can say that there's a lack of oxygen in the blood. As far as how that happens, it could be probably several ways.
Thank you, Doctor. And so if a baby has experienced oxygen deprivation in the process of being born or passing down through the pelvis, and then it's delivered, can a baby potentially be saved through a successful neonatal resuscitation?
Yes.
And can a baby that's born not breathing or even without a heartbeat potentially be brought back to life through a resuscitation?
Yes.
How is that possible, Doctor?
Well, it depends on the condition of the baby at the time the resuscitation occurs.
How is it, let me ask this. Do neonates have more resilience or ability to recover from oxygen deprivation that occurs during the process of being born than older children or adults have to recover from experiences of oxygen deprivation for a similar amount of time?
That's a really interesting question. I have to think about it. Obviously, adults don't get born, and so we have to consider, different conditions. I don't know how to answer that question.
That's fine. That's fine, Doctor.
Sure.
Does the color of a neonate at birth give any indication of whether the neonate is capable of being resuscitated?
Perhaps I would think so.
And how so?
Well, if the color is pink, it's an indication that they're more healthy. If they're blue, it's a sign that they're less healthy. There's an APGAR score that they provide to a child during birth, and part of that APGAR score is the color of the baby during birth.
Okay, so if a baby comes out with good color, would that indicate that the baby's period of oxygen deprivation during the process of being born might not have been as extensive as if the baby comes out with, say, no color?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what the process of resuscitating a newborn should involve?
More or less, yes.
Can you describe that?
Well, you would want to provide oxygen to the body. You provide drugs to the body to stimulate the heart, that sort of thing.
And what kind of drugs could be administered to the neonate to help?
She either has a medical background in or she studied the crap out
Yes.
of this.
It's not really technical stuff she's asking, so I don't think she's got a medical background. I think she's just Googled, researched what resuscitation techniques and, but
I know an attorney. He's super, super smart. And he had to go cross-examine this expert. And he read his book And this expert like was so used to nobody knowing his stuff that he almost just slept on the stand. And then this guy was like, turn to page 38 in your book.
Mm.
And that boom, he woke right up like crap. He knew everything that, and he won. So I mean, I don't know if she's kind of like that. Like she just studied, like, this is what I need to learn for
I think that's
this
what she's done.
trial.
What she's asking isn't rocket science.
Yeah, because that's what he did. Like he just studied that guy
Yep.
and what he
Yep.
was an expert on, and then he knew it.
Mhm.
So George says she's a civil rights attorney.
I would think so, because this is more a civil case. Well, it should have been. She should have been charged civilly for falsifying.
She should have
Her
been charged with practicing without a medical license.
Mm.
And that's I think going to be an issue, but I digress.
Mm.
Back to she can still read me a bedtime
Lips.
Still take a bedtime story read by her because her voice is soothing when she's not being annoying.
When her mouth's closed, yeah.
There's no
Oops,
noise.
Is that sarcasm I hear?
It's great when it's quiet.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry. Here we go.
Resuscitated.
Epinephrine would be the one that would come to mind.
And how does epinephrine work?
It stimulates the heart to beat.
And then you said,
It
did you
improves
say the
contractility.
resuscitation would involve getting oxygen to the neonate?
That's correct.
And how is that done?
It would be done through a tube. You put a tube into the through the mouth into the lungs to provide oxygen directly to the lungs.
Is that called intubation?
That's correct.
And is the
No.
intubation of a neonate a special skill that requires training?
I would think so, yes.
Would you anticipate that the airway passage of a neonate is much smaller than for an older
Oh,
person?
really?
Yes, of course it is.
Not nice.
You mentioned that a resuscitation can cause damage to the heart and maybe the kidneys, maybe other organs. Is that right?
Well, what I saw was, yes, it certainly can.
Why?
Well, because you're putting pressure on the chest and the abdomen to try and compress the heart to cause it to provide a pulse. And by putting pressure on the chest and the abdomen, you can damage the organs.
So does the organ damage then happen just through the physical process of being resuscitated or through something that's happening inside the body with oxygen
No.
transfers?
No, it's basically the physical pressure.
So if Vera had some damage to her heart or kidneys, then that was probably a result of would you anticipate of chest compressions that might have been performed during attempted resuscitation?
That's correct.
And if a baby were born who had experienced oxygen deprivation during the process of being born, and that baby had good color, how urgent would it be at that point to properly oxygenate a baby if it's born in a cyanotic condition?
No, I'm not so sure I can answer that question. I'm sure there's
No, that was contradictory.
Does the answer relate to how long the neonate's brain can continue to remain compromised without being properly oxygenated?
Sure, that would be part of it.
And do you have an understanding of that part, of how long the neonate's brain can go without oxygen before damage will become irreversible?
Yeah, at least 5 minutes or so.
5
yes.
minutes. And so if a neonate comes out and is not resuscitated, or is not resuscitated in a way that oxygenates her, what's going to happen?
Well, resuscitation will be as successful.
It will be unsuccessful?
Will not be as successful, yes.
And so when you say that it will be not as successful, does that mean it will fail to supply the oxygen needed for the baby to survive the compromised brain caliber?
Be part of it, yes.
And can a result be brain death and death?
It could be, yes.
Bingo.
If a resuscitation of a compromised newborn begins 4 minutes after her birth, what will be the implications for her survival?
Depends on the condition before.
If the neonate comes out with let's assume that the neonate comes out with good color and is capable of resuscitation, but that resuscitation does not commence until 4 minutes after her birth. What's that going to mean for the baby?
Okay, you're telling me that the baby does not have a pulse or a heart rate at that time? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
She's going there
the baby
again.
does not have a pulse or a blood pressure or a heart rate, but still has good color, and they wait 4 minutes, that would be, it depends on the resuscitation efforts. So resuscitation, if it's done properly, can keep the heart going and body's supplied with oxygen if it's done properly.
What if it's not done properly?
If it's not done properly, then there will be problems.
And if and you did mention that brain death will begin after 5 minutes without oxygen.
That's correct.
And so if the resuscitation of a compromised newborn begins 11 minutes after her birth. What will be the implication for her survival? Same hypothetical.
Will
Maybe.
be less successful, will be more damage.
Okay. And Dr.
Don't
Bowen,
go
have you
there.
had the opportunity to review Vera's death certificate for this matter?
I believe I saw it. I don't have a copy of it. I haven't seen one recently.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to offer into evidence. Pardon?
Why are we talking
Show this to
hypothetical?
opposing counsel and show it to Dr. Bowen. for
You may.
She's saying that resuscitation didn't start till 11 minutes after the baby, well, potentially 11 minutes after the baby was delivered. So it's not, it's there, it's not the mother's fault. Whereas not the fact that she sat in a bath for 15 minutes with the head entrapped. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, it doesn't, because
she's shifting the blame or trying to shift the blame, saying that, well, you know, the baby could have been fine had they done the right thing after she was born, never taking the blame off away from the mother. And you know what I mean? That's what she's
yeah, well,
implying. And it's BS.
the yes, I know. And no, we're not. We are not in for an hour.
No.
We are not. My problem is the visual that I have in my mind of her on
Yeah.
the all fours and the baby hanging
Yes.
out
Yes.
tells me like everything on that cord is clamped off at that point in time. Not a doctor, no idea, just logic.
Yep.
Because the cord's back up. And
Then you can only work with what you've got, basically.
like,
You can't turn back the clock. You can't unring the bell. It's done,
yeah.
regardless of what they do.
But I don't understand. Gabby, I don't understand all the hypothetically if this happened. Well, that's
Yeah,
not what
I
happened. Like,
know.
we don't even have
That's
to
the
do
only thing she's got to
hypothetically.
go on, though, because she's putting that hypothetical in there to give the judge the doubt. Yeah.
I guess, but we don't even need it.
No.
We know. Placenta in mom, cord to baby's belly button. That's out. The only way out is the
The cooter. I haven't heard it called that for a while.
That's
like it a lot.
great. Well, you can make me like be serious and laugh at the same time. And the pressure is there. Okay. I hate the visual that I had in my head. Question
Yeah.
for you guys before we proceed. Her examination is actually almost over.
Mm-hmm.
And then the state rest. And then, not to spoiler alert anything, whatever, but the defense is going to, because of state rest, then the defense is going to do what the defense does, which is going to be a motion to dismiss. That is going to be denied.
Oh,
Yeah, ding dong. And then there's some sensitive hearing. I don't know what it is. There's no audio. There's nothing. We can't see anything. So I can, at the end of her testimony, or at the end of this cross, I can skip
Yep.
all the way to the officer
With the
that
mum's testimony.
comes on right before the
Yeah.
mom's testimony. And we can skip all that. And then we have a very good chance of getting this done. Not
Yep.
verdict, but getting today done. And then that will just leave the verdict and closings and the verdict. So if you guys are good with that,
I'm good.
let me know. And I'll skip, like, it saves us about an hour.
Yeah.
Of not really anything important. At least in the hospital, I delivered in the bathroom door stayed open. Yeah, like, so
She sort of, the way it was portrayed, it was like she disappeared and took herself to the bathroom and, yeah, stayed in there and then yelled out after 15 minutes. And that's when Angie went in and found her in the bath. Now, what you're doing in the bath.
yeah. All right, we got one. Let's skip.
Yeah.
And then we
Do it. Do it.
Jody, they call the female external catheters here cooter canoes.
Cool. I like it. Yeah, I get ya. Yep.
Okay. All right. I got all your
Better than a
skippity
douche.
doodah skippity day.
That
Got
was the
it.
song I sang to Udahef for his birthday.
It's like that attorney knows we're talking about him. Look at that side eye he's giving us right now. All right. So she's got 5 minutes or so left of her cross, and then we will skip ahead. Or I
Yep.
can skip ahead now. I don't care. You guys.
No, I wouldn't mind you actually hearing the end of this.
All
Sorry.
right.
Emmy's my forte.
Yes, it is. It's interesting to me, but here we go.
Can you identify that document?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay for the entire document. Your Honor, it contains hearsay as to the manner of death, which is not relevant in this case.
Overruled.
I'm sorry.
I mean, assume the foundation's like.
Dr. Bowen, can you identify this document?
It is, appears to be a death certificate.
Does it have a date?
I'm sure it does. It was signed on June 25th
Okay.
of
And
2019.
does it indicate the person for whom the death certificate was issued?
It does. Vera Noe.
Thank you. May I just take it back for a moment, Doctor? I would like to offer into evidence a Douglas County death certificate for Vera Noe, filed on July 2, 2019,
What's the number?
Exhibit 135.
Objection 135.
Objection to hearsay relevance.
At 135 received. Objection overruled.
Dr. Emily, that would be for a moment to review. We'll ask you a couple of questions about it. Dr. Bowen, what are the options for manner of death on this certificate?
Typically, the manner of death is determined as either homicide, accidental, suicide, natural, and sometimes unknown.
And so you said they are homicide, suicide, accidental, natural, unknown, and was there a sixth, Doctor?
I don't recall them off the top of my head.
Can you see them in the
Yeah,
center
I
of
see
that
them, yep.
document?
Yep, I see them here.
And what are they? One more time, Doctor.
They're listed here as natural, accident, suicide, homicide, pending investigation, and could not be determined.
And Doctor, what option was selected on the certificate of death for Vera Noe?
Accidental.
And what does it mean to say that a death is accidental?
Objection, hearsay based property report relevance.
Well,
Overruled.
oh, I'm sorry. Just as it sounds, it was an accident, not intentional.
Thank you, Doctor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Really?
Could accidental include negligent?
Oh, where's he going?
Legal question.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Ask for a legal conclusion.
I'm not so sure I can answer that question.
Right. The answer was saying, move on.
And you don't fill out the death certificate.
I do not.
A number of questions about color of the baby and how that relates to resuscitation efforts. Do you recall those questions?
I believe so, yes.
In your training experience, does the color of the baby correspond equally with the damage occurring to the brain, or does it occur at the same time?
The colored child basically relates as much to the circulation as anything that may not reflect at all what's going on in the brain.
Okay, so is it possible that a baby could still look pink while oxygen is being deprived of the brain and damage is occurring?
The damage to the brain could have occurred prior to the baby looking pink. The baby could look pink and still have a lot of brain damage.
Yep.
Would the pink coloring of a baby's skin tone during the delivery process, does that correlate, or how does that correlate to the changing color of the fingernails as you've testified?
I would think that'd be in conjunction with the same. If you could have cyanosis of fingernails and still have a pink skin.
So in a situation like this where there's a breech delivery and the head is entrapped, is the color of the skin a reliable method to determine the condition of the baby's health?
It's just one aspect of determining the condition of the baby, one out of several.
What other conditions would help determine the health of the baby?
Well, you look at respiratory effort, you look at reflexes, you look at spontaneity, whether the child is moving, that sort of thing.
I have just a moment.
They said the baby was limp and had no fetal heartbeat and no respirations on delivery.
Nothing further.
Sir, you may step down. Thank you.
And it's not uncommon for a baby to be born with a bluish tinge until they take their first breath.
Right. I don't like listening to that. And I will just tell you guys, we have one more pathologist to listen to, but that's the very last witness. For the defense has two
Rebuttal.
witnesses and then
Pathologist.
Emily Noe's
Mhm.
police interview. So if you count that. But they're going to
Okay,
rest.
so the state rests.
The stay rests. Defense motion to dismiss denied.
Mhm.
Whatever sensitivity hearing they had to have, or sensitive hearing, I don't know what that means because I don't know
Yeah.
who could have been. It's not like a child was going to testify as what
No.
happened at the home. So I'm not exactly sure what that means. All right. This is the officer, James Reisinger or something,
Mhm.
and then her police interview.
Swear affirm testimony about to give with the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, please sit. Please sit.
James J. Reisinger, Reisinger.
Employed by the Ohio Police Department.
I am.
How long?
Almost 19 years.
What's your current rank?
19.
My current rank is officer.
And on June the 17th of 2019, were you employed as an Omaha police officer?
I was.
And did you have an occasion to do an interview with an Emily Noe?
I did.
And as part of your duties, did you have an opportunity to prepare a report of that interview?
I did.
And after preparing that report, have you been able to review it?
I have.
If at any time today you need to refresh your recollection, I'll provide that report to you.
Thank you.
So on the 17th, you went to the NICO unit, which is at UNMC, fair?
Niku, dickhead.
And the purpose was to interview an Emily Noe.
Yes.
And I imagine that you were very respectful of Miss Noe based upon the circumstances of why you were visiting with her.
I believe so.
Yes. And initially, when you approached Miss Noe, did she tell you that she didn't think the interview was necessary?
She did.
Okay. And you asked for her consent to record it, and she was not willing to do so.
That's correct.
And then did you proceed with the interview?
We did.
And did you start out talking about the events regarding her prenatal care?
Yes.
Oh.
And did she tell you that she had only been to a doctor 2 or 3 times during her entire
Bingo.
pregnancies? And those appointments were on the off at Air Force Base.
That's correct.
There we go.
Did she describe her pregnancy
Plural
as normal?
pregnancies.
Yes.
And did she tell you that when she went to the medical center at Offutt, that she often didn't see the same doctor? She often saw a different doctor every time.
That's correct.
And that's
not out of the norm.
She had last gone in for her appointment in mid-April.
For us.
I'm not exactly sure, but that sounds about.
To see different doctors, OB doctors, is not out of the norm here because they made you want to be comfortable. Like, I think I saw 7, so that whoever was on that night, I knew. I knew them. I was comfortable with them. They knew me. Bree saw several. I don't remember how many she saw, so that whoever was on call, duty, whatever.
Is that during delivery, like when you're in the hospital?
So it's during your whole pregnancy. So you'll see a different doctor.
Okay.
But you'll see them multiple times so that you know who's there delivering your baby. So that's not uncommon. Because, like I said, you could go into, like when my mom had me, my doctor was on vacation. He wasn't in town. So they had to call in somebody else. Like,
it's generally different over here. We have our, well, you call it obstetrician, but yeah. And we see them throughout pretty much the entire pregnancy, and depending on whether or not what hospital you go to, they generally do the delivery as well. So they get called in.
Yeah. And it, I think obviously used to be that way. I don't know that it's that way everywhere here, but it's not uncommon. My- who delivered mine only does deliveries and no office work, but yes, you see each of them to get rapport. Yeah. So, um,
But he said she had only attended 3, a few appointments
a few
during her
appointments.
pregnancies.
Yeah.
That's
Getting back on her.
Mhm. That's why it was such a surprise when Angela found out that it was a breech delivery, and that's when she said to them, "This is what you need to do."
And they did it the first time
So she didn't know.
when she told them the first time.
Mhm.
They did it like on the first baby. And then so maddening.
Mm-hmm.
About right.
Mid-April or March.
Yes.
Okay. And did she advise that during this last pregnancy, she had worked with a midwife?
During her first pregnancy, or
Well, during the pregnancy that she was at the NICU unit for.
yes,
The name of the midwife was Angela Hock.
that's correct.
Okay. And did she tell you that Ms. Hock was also involved with the birth of her first child as a midwife?
Yes,
And did she go through the events that led up to her birth and delivery?
yes,
Did she tell you that at approximately 9 o'clock on the evening her water broke, she called Ms. Hock,
yes,
and that Ms. Hock arrived about 6 a.m.
that's correct. The following morning.
to her residence?
Yes,
And the purpose of Ms. Hock doing that was to assist with the delivery.
correct.
And you inquired about a birthing agreement or a birthing contract with Ms. Hock,
Yes,
and she advised that she believed that she had entered into such agreement,
yes,
and that the physician that she saw at Offutt Air Force Base was a Dr. McBee.
she did advise that. Yes,
And with respect to appointments with Ms. Hock, did she tell you that she drove out to Kearney about 2 times to visit with Ms. Hock?
yes,
And that the reason that she didn't visit with Ms. Hock more than 2 times was largely because she didn't want to take that trip to Kearney.
that's correct.
That during
And just for fun fact, the trip from Omaha to Kearney is a few hours. So it's not like she didn't want to drive across town. But it's a few hour trip both ways. So I can understand being pregnant and not wanting to do that.
during the time of the delivery in her residence, her husband was present, Creighton Noe,
Yes,
and she described and named their first child as Saber Noe,
yes,
and that during the birth at the house, that her younger child was with her godparents.
yes,
You inquired about Ms. Hock's training,
yes,
and Ms. Noe advised that Ms. Hock attends conferences and had been a midwife in Haiti for years, delivering many babies.
that's correct.
She gave her opinion that Ms. Hock,
Based upon the jury and improper opinion that the witness Emily Noe has on Angie Hock.
so lay witness opinion, Judge.
Overruled. He may answer.
Did Ms. Noe advise you that Ms. Hock was an excellent midwife
Yes, she did.
and that she didn't understand the need for an interview
Correct.
because the complications with Vera were due to oxygen deprivation, which in her opinion just happens?
That's correct.
Did she tell you that the practice of Ms. Hock when she arrived at 6 a.m. was to set up her stuff and set up for the delivery?
Yes,
And did Ms. Noe herself directly tell you that she prefers a more hands-off, unassisted approach to childbirth?
she did.
Did Ms. Noe advise that she was having contractions at an unknown time?
Yes,
That Ms. Hock would assess her progress,
Yes,
and that during one of the assessments, both Ms. Hock and Ms. Noe observed a foot protruding from Ms. Noe's vagina as opposed to the baby's head.
correct.
Ms. Noe advised that Ms. Hock told her that it was up to Ms. Noe to decide if she wanted to continue with an at-home childbirth, correct?
Correct.
Or Ms. Hock was trained in delivering breech babies.
Yes,
Did Ms. Noe advise you that Ms. Noe herself decided to stay at the home and try a little longer,
yes, she did.
and that she estimated approximately 30 minutes more,
Yes,
after which the baby was delivered up to its shoulders?
yes,
And Ms. Hock then realized that she was not able to deliver the baby, that after she was not able to deliver the baby, she told the baby's father, Creighton Noe, to call 911.
correct.
Ms. Noe advised the ambulance arrived quickly
Yes,
and took her and the baby to the hospital.
yes,
She then stated it's nobody's fault.
yes,
Sometimes the babies just die.
yes,
You noted that her demeanor seemed distinct and detached from the situation.
I object to the statement. Why don't the staff officer lead for demeanor and leading?
Sure. What was Ms. Noe's demeanor like?
she just seemed like she was real detached from the situation and just very nonchalant about the whole thing.
Oh,
Okay. Did you find her sometimes to be evasive in her answers?
Yes,
And then did she repeat that this is no one's fault and that Ms. Hock was an excellent midwife?
yes,
accountability, biatch.
You were able to get her to sign a release of medical records for herself and for the baby,
yes,
but she wouldn't give permission to search the house.
correct.
The interview ended at 2:00
Yes,
with her advising that she wanted to return and be with her child.
correct.
You briefly spoke with Creighton Noe
Yes,
at the time he was holding a baby
yes,
and was grieving.
yes,
You then said that you'd be in contact at a later time.
yes.
Officer Reisinger, do you take particular care when you prepare reports?
I do.
Because in your 19 years or so of law enforcement, you understand that
Yep.
report will be made available to the prosecutor
Yes,
and to defense counsel,
yes,
and that you may be called on to testify as to the truthfulness and reliability of the report.
yes,
And this interview happened back in June of 2019. You've had an opportunity to make any changes if you thought that the report was incorrect.
yes,
And as you testified today, was the conversation that you had with Mrs. Noe and
Glad
Hi,
to have you, Hamilton.
I'm so glad that you were able to stop by for a little bit. We missed you. So enjoy your Friday and your weekend and stop back by as soon as you can.
Yay.
So always good to see you.
The next one's always better.
They do not say what's the corn in Indiana. Gabby. She is on one today.
Mm.
That's just fine, though. It's just fine. All right. Bye, Hamilton. All right. I'm going to hit play and then I'll be right back.
and Mr. Creighton Noe accurate and to the best of the ability the way the conversation went?
yes.
No further questions.
Is one of the reasons Ms. Noe told you that she was going to continue with home birth was because Ms. Hock was trained in delivering breech babies?
Yes.
What did she tell you about what she knew Ms. Hock's training to be?
She was not aware of any, excuse me, any schooling or credentials or anything like that. But she said she'd gone to many conferences and seminars and had attended many, she said, births in Haiti.
Don't forget the webinar.
Tell you whether or not she had any problems with her pregnancy?
Ms. Noe said she did not have any problems with this current pregnancy.
I have no other questions of this witness.
Any redirect?
No, no.
All right, sir, you sit down. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, officer. I would offer exhibit 134, Judge. This is a interview that was done of Ms. Hock by Lisa Crouch on June the 19th, 2019 at off the Air Force Base. I would offer it into evidence and would request the opportunity to publish it.
Any objection, Mr. Jacobson?
Just the objection previously stated, but I do not object to the foundation. That's a true and accurate copy, and everything he said is correct.
All right. Your first objection is overruled. I'll receive the 134.
So it's an audio of
Warren,
the defendant,
for me,
not the mother.
play it for me in open court. Yeah.
Judge?
And I understand it's just the audio, correct?
Yes, Judge. I talked with Ms. Jacobson. I have a transcript that's been done of this for a courtesy copy, if you will, Judge. I don't think Ms. Jacobson has an objection to me providing it to you so that it makes it easier for you to understand.
That's true. I think we should update the market.
Yeah, I think we need to mark it.
And I would just state, I have reviewed it. I do not know if it's a perfect copy, but I think the court can obviously, if you hear something different than in the transcript, I would trust that you would consider the actual recording rather than the transcript.
Sure. And it's marked as exhibit number.
Just a second.
Oh. Yes. I'll receive exhibit number 144. It's a transcript of the audio we're about to listen to for the purposes of accuracy. Go ahead. You may play the video or the audio.
Each other is right there. Is that one of those? Obviously, it's strawberry, but is it one of the teas? Those are good. Have you tried it before? Do you like them? It's okay. Emily, what's your date of birth? 12/29.
Oh, it is the mother.
And I've got your address and everything. What's a good phone number? Bring gave me your phone number when I stopped at your house. Are you from Omaha? Yeah. Where'd you go to high school? What year did you graduate? 12. Okay. And then did you go to college? Yeah. Where'd you go? Concordia. Did you like Concordia? No. You didn't? What didn't you like about it? The parents are judgmental. Are they? I like Catholics. Or were you raised Catholic? Okay. Did you graduate from Concordia? Yeah. What's your degree in? It's 2 years. Oh, cool.
I didn't hear what her
I'd like
degree
to have a
was.
degree in that. Are you working now? Where do you work? Museum. Which one? Oh, nice. Another awesome place to be. Do you have set hours there, or is it vary? Yeah, they can vary sometimes. Okay. Are you pretty much Monday through Friday, or do you have to work weekends too? It just depends.
No.
Okay, tell me a little bit about who's living in your house right now. You and Creighton. Yeah. And then you have an older daughter, correct? Yeah. And her name? Yeah. What's her date of birth? 11/23. 17. Okay. So tell me about your pregnancy with labor. How was that? You say that? Mm-hmm. Fine. Did you have a normal pregnancy? It's the same as this one. Any issues with your pregnancy with labor? Were you sick or? No, I don't get pregnancy symptoms. No morning sickness? No. You're lucky. And Sheba was delivered how many weeks along? 37. Okay.
I tried to just raise the bass in it because it's very hollow, but I can't.
It's not picking up her voice very well. Not even on the CCs.
Give me a sec. Let me try something. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just trying to raise the base of it and leave the voice alone, to see if that'll pick it up a little bit, but I don't know that it'll let me do that. And I don't want to blast anybody's ears out. And no, CCs suck.
Hmm.
All right, let me try this real quick, and then I may have to turn it back down. So let me know.
And then
That's fine.
tell me about that delivery call. It started fine, and then I stalled, and we transferred, and they C-sectioned. Okay.
That's
When
better.
you stalled, what do you mean?
Is that better? Because I
Yep.
can still turn it up. I'm only at 410.
Yeah,
I can go to 600.
That's better.
That's good. All right. Everybody else, do you may turn it up more? Good. Bad and different.
Indifferent, it seems.
Yeah. All righty. Well, if you need me to turn it up, let me know. I still have a little bit to go.
By that, just no more contractions. We just quit trying. Okay. And then where did you transfer to? Bellevue. Okay. And so was that an at-home birth? And you said that was no dogs? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Feels fine. Can you feel okay about all that? Yeah. Okay. How about after she was born? Did she have any medical issues? No. No, it's just the average jaundice. Mm-hmm. That's it. My kids have that too. Did she see a pediatrician? A few times. Who did she go to? Base. It's over there. What are your thoughts about the base medical care? It depends. Please. I don't like the women's clinic, but I think the peds are okay, and I think they're family doctors. It depends who you get. I've had ones I liked, and I've had ones I don't. Okay. Do you have to see somebody different every time you come here? I have a set PCM for like if him and I need something. I think she has a set pediatrician, but they're on teams as well, so you might get a team member. And then the women's clinic, it's whoever they schedule you. Okay. So like with Sabre, did you breastfeed or bottle feed? Okay. All right. And then tell me about your pregnancy with Vera. It's the same. Just no symptoms. No sickness. Okay. Have you ever had high blood pressure or anything during either of your pregnancies? No. Okay.
You wouldn't know. You didn't get it checked.
So I understand you went into labor on Friday. Is that right? About what time? 9. And how did you know you were in labor? Oh, it breaks every time. It breaks first? Yeah. Okay. So then were you having contractions at that time? Maybe by midnight or so. See, I was curious about that. So, like my kids, the water broke and then I had immediate contractions. But your water broke and then you had a ways where you felt contractions? Yeah. So about midnight and on Friday the contractions started? Yeah, but like super mild. Were you even timing them or were they just so mild? I don't know how to. Okay. So tell me how your night went Friday to Saturday. Water broke. I called her, let her know. She had me test it for make sure it's anything I could. It tested positive. She said when I got to like 110's closer contraction, she'd head out. Because my last one was like days. So that way she's not out, forever. And then I called him. He came home and we cleaned the house. And our friends came over and they stayed for a little bit. And then they went home and she came in the morning and she set up and put her stuff in and we just kind of chilled, waiting for things to progress. What time did she get there? Like 6 or so. On Saturday morning. Okay. So when you said you cleaned the house and stuff and had friends over, that was overnight. We didn't sleep. You didn't sleep all overnight? No, because they built up and then it's not comfortable and the house was dirty and I didn't get like the nesting thing and it just put off cleaning. So, I get it. I totally get it. What friends did you have over? Just our friends, Kelly and me. Okay. Yeah. And did they stay up all night also? No, they only stayed for 2 hours. They brought us ice cream. Okay. And sodas. So you guys hung out, cleaned, and how do you test for the amniotic fluid? It's like a tester giant Q-tips I knew of that has some sort of chemical on it. So then when did you, and you said her, you notified her. Who are you talking about? My wife. What's her name? Angie. Do you know her last name? Okay. So what time did you think you notified her? Barely broke at 9 o'clock Friday night. Okay. I can't believe we didn't sleep. Although, no, I can't. I got 3 kids, so I kind of get it. Okay, and so she got there, you said, what time Saturday? 6. Okay. Do you know where your contractions were at about the time she got there? Comfortable, but more intense. Were you timing them or have any idea about how far apart they were? Maybe estimated like 3 to 2 minutes. Okay, 2 to 3 minutes, maybe. Okay. So tell me how your day went Saturday, like at 6 o'clock on Saturday. Were you comfortable moving around? Yeah. What were you doing? We just chatted and hung out and stayed in the bedroom and talked. Were you in your bedroom? You in Creighton's bedroom? And when you said that Angie comes in and steps up, like, what do you mean? She brings, like, she has a duffel with everything she needs, and she brings, obviously, a personal suitcase in case she needs to stay, and she brought, like, another bag of stuff. Okay. We put her stuff in the guest bedroom, and she had, like, her, like, midwifery stuff in our bedroom. Mm-hmm. No, she had an assistant, right? And what was her name? Nikki, I don't know her last name. Okay, describe her to me. Charming. Like, yeah, she's older. She's like a grandma. Okay. Do you know, is she from the Omaha area, or do you know where she's from? Probably Kearney. Do you know that they ride together? I think so. To Omaha. Denise, her name's Mickey. So tell me, like, what she does. Does she just... More like, she's more of a doula than anything. Okay. She's hands-off. She's there to hand things and be emotional support. Perfect. So tell me, like, what the doula just helps you with more of the breathing and calming. And she, like, so if I was being too tense, she would remind me to relax. Or suggest to move into a better position. Okay. Or to try to sleep. Or she just a calming conversation. She's like the grandma.
Blowing your ears out.
So, okay, 6 o'clock Saturday, contraction is estimated 2 to 3 minutes, and you're just laying in bed having a conversation? Yeah, we're walking around. Okay. How'd things progress then during, like, if you go skip forward to 10 o'clock in the morning on Saturday? How were you about that? I think it was kind of the same. Like I said, I was getting a little stalled. Like it was seeming like it wasn't progressing, or it just kind of had a mid-row, but it was still contracting. And I took a bath, and I fell asleep in the bath. And I slept a lot more during this labor than I did last time. And she'd check in on me, and Nikki stayed pretty much with us the entire time. And she would nap too, just so she's, energized. And Creighton would hang out with us or sleep or go tend to something, or he took care of our daughter when she woke up. And now, was your daughter there the whole time? No, just for a few hours. So what time did she go? I don't know. Did she go with grandparents or? No, Kelly and Angie picked up her godparents. What are their names again? Kelly and Angie. Kelly and Angie? I have 2 Angies. So, okay, so they came and got Sabra and took her. Yeah. And so that was about noon Saturday, roughly? Yeah. And where were you at feeling-wise noonish? I would say.
Yeah. In the
like most of the day, it was just
houndstoothy type jacket.
Okay. When would you say then it started to?
With her being I cannot hear you at all.
I
I can only
answering
hear that
Kelly.
because it's super loud.
Yeah,
Yes,
the one with the
one
long
with
hair.
curled and down, looking next to bedtime story reader.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys, I have it boosted all the way to 600, and I have my everything on my computer turned up as loud as it will possibly
It's
go.
all right. You can hear it a heap better.
Okay.
Good.
But I can't hear
It's
you
just
at
blowing.
all.
It's blowing you out. I saw you
Yeah.
take it out.
I have one kind of in, and I tried to put the other one in, and it was like, no. So, yeah. But yeah, I can't hear you. I just smile like,
Awesome.
yeah.
Nod and smile. Nod and smile.
All right.
So your contractions became stronger or the timing changed? It felt different, maybe in the afternoon. About what time? 3-ish. Okay. And what changed? Just way more intense and more painful. Okay. Like not unbearing, just but less comfortable. Were they becoming more? I can't think what I'm trying to say. Closer together. See, I don't know because I don't have like a good scale of reference of how like a contraction should feel after. Okay. Now was she checking you? No, I don't want to be. Okay. She only did it once, and it was at like she usually will wait till she thinks you're like at the end versus like a hospital checks you like 35 minutes, and I personally don't agree with that. Okay. So when was it that she checked you? Maybe 5 or 6 p.m. on Saturday night. And do you know what you were at when she checked you? But I must have been fully there because yeah, maybe it was later in the evening. I don't remember. So sometime in the evening on Saturday? Yeah. Okay. And she said fully there's like fully dilated, fully effaced? Yeah. Do you remember her saying that, or do you know what indicated to you that you were there ready to go? I kept describing to her I got like a weird feeling. And so then she wanted to check me because she also was noticing that I was being like acting correctly to be pushing, but I wasn't getting anywhere. And so she checked and she noticed it was breech because there was a foot. Okay, so that was about the evening on Saturday? Yeah, it happened later in the evening than I'm thinking though. Okay, what time? Like, do you remember, was it dark or was it still light out? I think it was twilight. So about sunset time? 7 or 8 Saturday night, you noticed there was a foot? Yeah, but it was still like up in there. Okay, but she noticed. That's when she checked you. And she noticed the foot, am I right? Okay. I'm just repeating so that I make sure I have it in my head. Okay. So what happens next? So she says it's a foot and she feels externally to make sure of orientation and confirms it's a breech, which none of my ultrasounds ever showed a breech. And any external like feelings prior showed she must have flipped at some point. Okay. She could have even flipped during labor, which could be why it got to more intensity of a strange feeling. Sure. And so she gave us 2 options. She said, you can transfer now. Or she said she is trained in breech, and it was up to us. She never, ever pushes anything. Because even with Sabra, like, when I had stalled out, she said we could wait a little longer, or we could transfer if I wasn't comfortable anymore. And I had chosen to transfer them because I figured if I wasn't progressing, it wasn't going to go anywhere. And I was still not, like, horribly uncomfortable. And I know breech babies can be naturally delivered. And my husband was comfortable staying. So I said, we'll see how we feel. And if it feels wrong, we'll just call it quits and go in. And, like, so I just rested for a bit. And she said, like, maybe she'll get into a better position. And it started to get more painful, like in a different way. Like, more like lower abdomen. And so then I kind of was like, all right, never mind. And Creighton started packing a bag for me. And then I got a very sudden bathroom urge and went to use a restroom. And it wasn't just restroom needs. It was actual, like, pushing. And, like, she came really, really quickly. And what time was that? It's maybe, like, only a half hour from when she noticed it was breached. So maybe close to 9. Okay. Yeah, no, she, like, no, but she came really, really quickly at that point. Like, it maybe only took, like, another 15 minutes before she was half out. And I called Angie into the bathroom with me. And I think she was surprised that she was, half out already. And so then she assisted in getting her arms and shoulders out. And then the tickets her head just got stuck. Okay. So it was my first, we couldn't get the head through there. So I don't know if I'm just shaped wrong. So So when you went into the bathroom, you sat down on the toilet and started pushing? Yeah. And and then you were able to see that she was about halfway out. Yeah. So what portions of her body could you see? Like belly down. So you could see belly down. Yeah. Is that when you called Angie in? Yeah. And before that time, was anybody in the bathroom with you? No, but I guess because I didn't call anyone in, and she was letting me just have privacy. Because I also needed restroom. Mm-hmm. Is that kind of how her? I mean, tell me a little bit about her or the at-home births, like the philosophy on that. And I know a little bit, but it's so comforting to be at home. There's less people, no pokes and prods, no checks. I don't need an IV. I don't have intervention happy people. I don't have surgery happy people. I don't like hospitals at all. So I don't like to go to one. I don't think I could actually have a labor in one without having a panic attack. Tell me about that. I for you, did you have an experience? I didn't have. I really
Panic attack?
PTSD.
Live birth.
Okay. So the only way that would be comfortable for me to have an actual labor delivery would be the home birth route. We researched it and we found her just before the end of our pregnancy with Sarah. We had a different midwife and she just wasn't a good fit, and so we ended our contract with her and found Angie. So how'd you find Angie? It was a referral. Okay. Just through a friend? A Facebook group. Okay. Did you tell you what Facebook group? I don't even remember. I'm not even part of it anymore. Some probably natural thing. Whatever. Tell me, you signed a contract with Angie. Tell me about that contract. Just basic. Tells you about her certifications. It tells you your expectations as a client, her expectations as a provider, cost, and everything. What were her certifications? She lays out that she's uncertified, unlicensed, and she says that she has the correct neonatal trainings and emergency birth skills and different CPR skills, AED skills. She has 2 different breech birth trainings. She has school through a midwifery school. Some other school. Okay. And how much does that cost usually to pay her? Like $300-$400. Great. $3,000-$4,000. Yeah. Do you have to pay that in cash, or do you have to pay that? PayPal, cash, check. Okay. You're more comfortable. She's obviously not a network provider, so I can use insurance. And when did you sign that contract with her? 2 months ago. Okay. I could have done it sooner, I just never. So just didn't. So do you have to sign something then, at the conclusion of the birth or after the birth or anything? Part of her contract? Yeah, or you just signed the one contract? Yeah, you just signed the one contract. Okay. And tell me about your PTSD from childhood. You don't want to talk about it, but you do not like hospitals. So I work at a Project Harmon. So I work with children on a daily basis. And it's a child advocacy center. So it's very child-centered. So I get a lot of that, okay? And I respect that you don't want to talk about it. I also respect your dislike of hospitals and all of that. So, do you take any medications or anything that you have to take on a regular basis? I take a prenatal when I need it, and I take birth control when I need it. Okay. For birth control, you're just on a regular pill. Okay. I'm trying to think of little questions I have. At some point, did she have to cut and attempt to get baby out? Do you know? When the EMTs got there, honestly, they obviously looked like they didn't know how to handle a labor situation. They were really friendly. It was a lot of strange men. It's a little uncomfortable when you're in a birthing situation. Yeah, it was not expected. But she recognized that I couldn't get her out, and she couldn't assist in getting her out, so she did the next best thing and didn't want to do a self-transfer, obviously. And, ambulance was required. And yeah, I think there was 3 or 5 guys all of a sudden around me, and they took their orders from her because they obviously didn't have proper training in this type of situation. Mm-hmm. But I've heard most EMTs don't. Mm-hmm. And so they were gonna do the episiotomy. I know. Yeah. Which I really didn't want. And they had her do it because they didn't feel comfortable doing it. Okay. But they had her use their scissors, and all their scissors were dull. Oh goodness. So she used 3 different scissors for 3 different cuts, but all like in a line. But she said like even with that, like she didn't get through the tissue very deeply. Mm-hmm. And they only needed 2 stitches, so it must be really tiny. And she said after the fact, like it was less so to assist for baby, but more so to assist for hands of people to help, to make more room for people to assist rather than for baby to get out. Right. Since that wasn't where baby was caught. Then when you went in the squad, right, the ambulance, who was in the ambulance with you? 3 or 4 EMTs only. Okay. Did EMT go with you to the hospital? She was going to follow us, and she got a flat tire. Okay. So, and Green followed behind because they said that he couldn't ride in either of the 2 ambulances. I can't feel like there was 2 of them. But no, they were trying to get her out in the ambulance too, and I was too fatigued to push anymore. But then I got a urge to push. Like I must have just waited enough time, and like they like had me half unhooked, and they're very like a shish, and they like flattened me very like in half, and then like I had like a good push, and she came out like, and I could definitely feel it was pressurized. Okay. Freedom. Yeah. But yeah, she didn't cry, and they were trying to oxygenate her before she came out, which I don't know how they were trying to do that since her head was like she was in from like neck up. So I don't know how, but I could feel like air. So it was a weird feeling. And then they again tried to when she came out too, but they weren't getting a good seal on her face. And then they didn't have cord clamps in the ambulance, like the maternity pack wasn't properly packed, so they didn't have the cutters and they didn't have clamps, and they were debating if they should just hold it tight and use a scalpel. And by that point, they were like so close to the hospital, they said it didn't matter, that they would let the hospital staff do it. And I don't even remember them separating her because she was just out there all of a sudden, and then they told me they had shipped her off somewhere else in the ER. Okay. What about Mickey? Did she go along? They drove together, so they would have both been in the backyard. Okay. So then, because I guess she called Creighton, or Angie called Creighton or texted him, but they had a car issue. So now you delivered in the bathroom. Is that just off of your master bedroom, or okay. My bathroom upstairs? And was there blood in the bathroom? Yeah. No. There was no when she came partially out. No. There was no. Yeah. Okay. I don't think there was any blood until they. And I remember seeing it on the floor. It was like literally like a quarter-size drop or something on the floor. It wasn't like anything. Where were you when your water broke? Living room. On the couch? Oh, shoot. Always happens in the worst places, right? I'm still waiting for my cushion covers to air dry. Like I've washed them, and I have to line around. They're taking forever. I just want my couch to have a full cushion. All right. I think then. Were you admitted to the hospital then Saturday night? Yeah. And you stayed over? Yeah. Okay. So they could treat you on stitches and everything. Did Angie or Mickey come to the hospital at all then afterwards? No, they headed back to Kearney after, but we told them, like, we gave them an update of how we were doing. And so we, basically we were like, you can head home, like, it's fine. And so they said they'd come back. And so she checked on me yesterday morning. Did she come back and check on you? Or just, okay. Was she there? What time did we stop? Was after she wasn't there then. Okay. She came after. She came to check on us, see how we were feeling, how I was physically feeling after. And how are you feeling? I'm sore. No, I mean, I had a C-section last night, so I feel marginally better. Now you said with Sabra, you had the same problem where the head got stuck. But she was oriented correctly. And then that was at the point that you guys transferred to LB Medical. Um, prenatal care, you said you came here, right? I do a very hybridish. I do a little here, I do a little for EPS, I do a little for Angie. Through what? EPS. What is that? Essential Pregnancy Services. Essential Pregnancy Services? Yeah, they'll do my first trimester. Okay. So they'll do an official like confirmation pregnancy test. They do a confirmation ultrasound, and then they'll give you some prenatal vitamins and resources for support and different options. So I use them for the first trimester, and then I usually will check in with Base like once or twice, and then I'll usually check in with Angie like twice. And so your last check, or do you remember who that was with and when? We went and saw Angie maybe a month ago. Did you go out to Carney to see her? Okay. And she doesn't do ultrasound. She just got me all now. She just bundle check, like the length, blood pressure. She checks your urine if you want it done, and yeah, and then she feels, and she covers if you want it. And she does that out of her house, right? Yeah, she has an office in her house. And was your blood pressure okay at that time? Yeah. Okay. Every time I had my blood pressure checked at any place, it was fine. I'm trying to think of any other questions I have for you. I really appreciate you talking with me today.
If they'd done an ultrasound, yeah.
Just, I think it was just like fun.
What'd you say?
I'm answering Nidawau. So it sounds like she's had the only ultrasound she had was in her first trimester. So
Yeah, she's like, didn't show the baby was breech. Well, no kidding.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
I mean,
and so she went to Angie last, who didn't have ultrasounds, and just did a fundal check and took her blood pressure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is really frustrating to listen to. She's very just calm. Like, how are you feeling? Sore. That's it.
Yeah, it's all about her.
Absolutely. And I'm starting to question her trauma because she won't tell anyone.
Yep. And she even said, "What did Angie do? Did she check you?" No, I don't want to be checked.
Yeah, like I don't want anybody touching
You
me.
don't want to know how your baby's progressing. You don't want to even count your contractions.
Yeah.
Do you even want a baby?
I mean, obviously you like one person touching you because you keep making the babies.
Yeah.
But then you're just like, I don't want anybody around me. I don't want surgery people around me. You don't have to have surgery people around you in the hospital. There was nobody around Bree.
I don't want intervention people. You mean people that are going to save your child?
Yeah, you've got that.
Yeah.
You've got somebody that knew she knew when she went, she's like, well, I thought I'd go to the bathroom. Okay, fine. But then she knew shortly after she got in the bathroom, she knew something
she went
was
in there
wrong and she pushed.
Yep.
That's
I'm going to
not
do
on
everything
Angie.
to avoid a hospital visit. I'm going in there to push.
Yep. That's not on Angie.
It's all on the mother. I'm sorry.
Yep. Yeah, she doesn't sound like she has severe, I do too, anxiety because she's pretty calm.
She's a freaking idiot.
I mean, unbelievably calm. She's not even cried. Like there was a foot, like it just a doll hanging out my vajayjay. It's weird. Came out, wasn't crying.
It just happens,
They shipped it off
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah. Yep.
I
But
don't
I'm
understand.
sore.
Yeah, I'm sore. I think the judge is even like, this is horrible. Because I thought I saw him shaking his head right before I paused it. And
yeah, see, even he wants to poke her in the eye.
Absolutely. He's like, oh my gosh, why are we here? Wrong person, wrong
Someone
charges.
should be. Child neglect does not begin after delivery. Right there. That is child neglect 101.
Yes, Nidawau. When she was talking about past childhood trauma, it did get defensive. Not like, you're correct. 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
She should be charged. I'm sorry.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's continue on.
Yeah.
About your feeling. I mean, you talked to me about your feelings about hospitals and medical care, and that kind of thing.
No.
But just your philosophies on pregnancy and childbirth, and I think if you're high risk, then yes, you should have as much care as you should. If I think you're uncomplicated, then I think the vitamins are helpful, especially like to prevent I can't remember what it's called now. Oh, that defect that you can get early if you don't get enough folic acid. It's in the spine? Yeah. And then your back raw. Yes. When you're born. I can't think of what it is, but I do think those are important. I do think like sporadic checks are important, but I don't think monthly to weekly it's necessary, and I don't need people up in there. And I really am fairly modest, and I like it to be just my husband and I, and the very, very small number of people that have been visually there or physically there. Right. How's Creighton doing with all this? He's handling it as best as he can. How long have you guys been married? 4 years next week. Oh, anniversary next week. And did you date for quite a while before you were married? Yeah. How long did you guys date? We'll be together 7 years this fall. Okay. Where did you meet? School. In Concordia? Okay. So you've been together exclusively for 7 years? That's great. So part of our, like I explained, our protocols that come out, we talk to parents. We just get a basic timeline of what happened, and we have to do this with everyone that happens like this. Sometimes CPS is involved also, and they have their same protocol that they have to come in and do that. Have you ever had to deal with them before? Okay. Has Angie mentioned anything about CPS or? She said they came. It's very unusual if they came. Okay. Did she advise what to do if they did, or? Or maybe it was the first year. Someone said it would be unusual if they came, but that we don't have to talk to them because they're not a government agency. Okay. And that's what Angie told you guys? I don't remember if it was her or if it was else. We've had a lot of people. Yeah. In the past few days. Yeah. Everything's a blur. Let me just go through my notes here and see if I have any other questions. Do you think they're coming to talk to us? I think that they will at some point, and it may be a lot of like questions. Just like I know it's all that you really don't want to deal with at a time like this, but it's just going to be about your routine, your child care, how you care for Sabra. They just have to come out and make sure everything's okay, because you have to understand that when we have all our cases are different. We do have some really horrific cases. So we have to come out with each of these and then decipher and figure out exactly what we have. So that's why we do it. That's why we do it with the police department and CPS also. Their goal is to make sure that children are safe. So they have to come out and go through their same thing, their protocol. Do we have to talk to them? I honestly think it's to your benefit. Do they have to come into our home? They may ask to see your home, but if you've got a safe home. We do. I just don't want anyone. I know, I get it. I don't like people in my house either, but if it's not a big deal, just let them see your house. She's got a bed, right? Yeah. You got food? Yeah. You got a bathroom? To bathe her and let her go to the restroom, to potty train her when she's ready? She's not quite there yet, but yeah. She's got toys and clothes and diapers? Yeah. Okay. So, did you have any postpartum after Sabra? Did you feel like you had any? Sometimes we have it and it's untreated, and you don't recognize that you have it. Have you ever felt like that? Not really. After your pregnancy with Sabra? Not really. Okay. Do you have plans to talk to somebody now? I don't know. We're talking to one of the base chaplains. Okay. Is that helpful? He's really nice. Okay. Keep that in mind. There's those resources out there. I'll give you my card if you need some or something, but don't be afraid. Sometimes it's nice to want to talk to somebody that's completely removed. I know you like to talk to your husband. I don't know about your family, No. Are they not supportive? They have very opinionated views of a lot of things. Have they been supportive with this? Specify this. Your pregnancy, childbirth. They're not supportive of my choices of home birth because my mom thinks that crunchy granola women should get over it and just go to the hospital. And she doesn't care how I feel about hospitals. And she's very analytical type, very type A personality. So we don't always see eye to eye on things. And she acts like I found Andy on Craigslist, and I really didn't. I wouldn't use her if I didn't trust her. And we've decided for when we're ready again that we'll go to a hospital only because I've had 2 unsuccessful home births, but that we'll use Angie as a doula at the hospital. Okay. So I have no resentful feelings towards her. I do not trust her. I still want her involved in like my pregnancies and next births, just in a different way because I must not be a good candidate personally for her. And she even suggested I get an X-ray, a pelvic X-ray done to see if it's not maybe shaped correctly, to see if I'm even a good feedback candidate again, or if I should be more cesarean. Okay. When you had your doctor's visits before you delivered, not the ones with Angie, but the ones at Offutt or at Bellevue, did they have any advice for you on VBAC or C-section, anything? The OB that it's hard at the Offutt, you see someone different every time, and so I had to very specifically choose one to wrap my appointments around. So, and I like halfway like her, but she's better than the others, so it's better than nothing. And she didn't want me to be a VBAC. She just wanted me to C-section, but I don't want another surgery. I don't want to be in that situation. And I wasn't necessarily an unsuccessful VBAC. She didn't come out fully. So, what was that doctor's name? Do you remember? It was just McBee. McBee? And she was here through Offutt? Yeah. And she's on some sort of assignment right now. I don't know where she is. Do you remember when that was that you saw her? A couple months ago. But I don't know. She stressed me out too much, and I couldn't come back for another appointment. Tell me how she stressed you out. I don't remember. It was something she said. It triggered me. And I think she was pushing to schedule a C-section. Is what it was. She wanted to schedule it, and it was panicking me too much. Do you have panic attacks? Only in that setting. Okay. It's not a general life thing. It's literally just in hospital type medical situations. How long have you had that, or known that you've had that? My entire life. Okay. And when you get those panic attacks, do they last very long, or? You just need to leave the space. Okay. It's hard to describe. I don't like talking about it, but it really is a PTSD from an event, and it's a very extreme white coat syndrome kind of thing. So I don't like doctors or medical equipment or hospital-like settings. So I like the sterile smells. I don't like the sounds. Was it something that happened to you or something? And how old were you? 3, 4, 5. Have you talked to somebody about that? Ever? No, I don't like to. I understand, but it's something that's affecting you. I'm not trying to push. But just be aware that if it's, maybe it doesn't help to talk to somebody. It doesn't, because the more I talk about it, the more I see it, and then it doesn't go away. Okay. So if I don't talk about it, then it's very far back compartmentalized. Okay. Tell me about Sabra. She's happy, adorable. She's a year and a half. Do you have a picture on here? I have a secret card. She looks like Creighton. Do you have a copy of the agreement with Ms. Hock? I didn't keep a printed version. Do you have something on an email or something? Would you forward that to me? I guess. I'm gonna leave this. There's if you want to write down, that'd be great. This is my email right here. And then that's this is my fax, but I'm gonna circle this so you can call me. Okay. Even if you have little questions at some point in this, just call me, leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. So you think what this, I'm just trying to, and this is why this is good, because I'll be able to go back and listen to my audio. But sometime between 5 and 7 was when she did the check on you to realize you were fully ready. It might have been later. Okay. This was a few weeks ago. Oh, she's cute. Blonde hair's adorable. Yeah, she's blonde and blue-eyed. And no medical issues with her? No allergies or anything? No, just nothing. Were you going to breastfeed or bottle feed with this one? Bottle. I didn't produce last time. Okay. Would you mind sending Katie that now? Yeah, sorry. I know Detective Reisinger asked you about a permission to search to go into your residence. And this is what, I mean, I know you don't like people in your house. A lot of times we will come in and just take out and snap a couple photos. We don't care about mess. I've got 3 kids myself, so my house is a wreck. So at some point when it's convenient for you, would you be willing to let us do that for photographs? Just of like the bedroom and the bathroom? I don't think either Creighton or are comfortable with that. Okay. No, there's nothing to hide. It just doesn't seem necessary. Okay. You told the Detective Reisinger that Salem was with her godparents, so is it Angie and Telly that are godparents? Mm-hmm. So how long has he been in the Air Force? How long? 4. Did he do like guard or anything, or did he just join after college? He couldn't go to school anymore, so he needed another option. Okay. What was he studying? Marketing. Okay. Is he going to go back, or? He's at UNO now, but he's changed from a business marketing direction to kinesiology. What is that? It's like the study of exercise movement, like kinetics. Oh yeah, okay. So he's looking into like biomechanics and exercise science, and he wants to be a physical therapist. When you saw that Dr. McBee, did she explain to you or talk to you at all about the risks of VBAC? Yeah, but just the normal that there's like a 1% chance of like uterine rupture, and that's it. Okay. But when she saw my anatomy scan, she kind of had like a little like, I guess there's nothing wrong with your pregnancy, and there wasn't like anything wrong, like there's no reason you shouldn't be a VBAC. Mm-hmm. Did you have an ultrasound at all during your pregnancy? Yeah, like 3. Okay. And your last one was that with Dr. McBee? Yeah, I would have done a 20-week one. Okay. That would have been the last one I think I did. And you found out the gender? Yeah. And everything. Yeah, we do our ultrasounds between base, EPS, and stork vision. Stork vision? Yeah, they just do elective ultrasounds out of pocket. Okay. It's just for fun. All right, well, I'm just going to step out. Do you need anything? No. You're good? Are they going to do much longer? Yeah, I'm going to go check and find out. Anybody other questions? I really appreciate you guys coming in today. So, yes. Do you still have a lot of people at your house? Or? People are just kind of coming and going. Will we be receiving an autopsy report since that was forced upon us anyways? I honestly don't know if that, I would assume so, that at some point you would be able to have that. I just don't know how that works. It's something I can look into and try to find that out for you. Okay. How do you guys make arrangements? She's with our friends who are morticians, like family friends who happen to have a mortuary. And we're trying to figure out everything. Okay. Because it didn't have like a contingency plan. Mm-hmm. So we're seeing if we can apply for a military grant for this situation. Okay. If not, my mom has already planned everything. So, okay. I'm gonna step up.
Wow.
Oh, they're still fighting. So, I just want to give you the opportunity. Do you have any questions about what's going on or anything? And what's the point? Well, okay, I'm just going to be straight with you. I mean, there's some concerns about the birth and the birth process and the certification held by Angie. So there's some concerns about that. And like I said, any baby deaths we deal with them a lot, and we have to go out on and we have to talk to people. So there's some concerns. Like what? Like I said about her certifications or lack of certifications, and what she's doing. Okay. And then I'm going to also explain to you that at this point, contact with her is going to have to cease until this is at least completed for you. Okay. So, and that includes like no texting, no phone calls. If she calls you, you're just going to have to ignore it, let it go voicemail. Ignore the texts. Okay. I don't want any sort of communication with her to be construed as like, impeding an investigation or anything like that. So that's why I'm saying now that just contact with her needs to cease. Now, I know you told me that you feel she's been helpful to you and good to you and everything like that. But at any point in this, are you concerned, or did you also have some point when you're feeling or wishing that things would have been handled different? Oh, I mean, I wish things were different, but I don't know if it could have been handled differently. I don't know if anyone can know that. Do you feel like somebody that's properly medically trained would know those signs of when it's imperative to step in?
And they did.
I just wish the law was different, and that way, or like they hadn't closed the midwife's place, because that's where we had wanted to go. You know? Mm-hmm. But the birth centers are not very, it's not really in Nebraska. Mm-hmm. You know, I want more out of hospital options. Mm-hmm. You know, it doesn't make sense to have a law that says that home birth is not illegal, but having assisted by certified, like proper people is. It doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. So is that the reason that she doesn't hold her certification? Is so that she can assist in home births? Because that's what she loves to do. She's a midwife. So do you know if she's ever been certified elsewhere? I don't know. I never asked. Another state, or I don't know. Because I know, like, she has, what does she call it? Medical provider group, something like that. Yeah. That you become a part of. Yes. Can you explain that to me, how that works? I actually don't understand it. It's just a little, like, membership club. I don't know. Okay. Do you have to pay to be into it? No. Or is there like a one-time fee? Yeah, maybe it's part of the contract. I don't know. Do you have any idea how much that is, or? No, I think I sent you with everything though. Okay. I think maybe that is a document about that in there. So just, I mean, without anybody else around, without your mom around, or I mean, did you at some point have some concerns also that things weren't being handled, or were you I mean, I'm sure at some point you were scared. I mean, I just needed her to, you know. But I mean, I told him, like I said, I told Creighton when I was ready to start packing a bag, and
Bye, Netta. Wow. Be careful driving, because I'm sure you do have thoughts. We
Oh,
all
yeah.
have thoughts.
Oh, yeah.
And they aren't
And they
good.
ain't good. Thanks,
They are
little
not
Al.
good. But thank you for hanging out. Wow. Sorry to have to end on a note like that with you.
Mm-hmm. We'll be back tomorrow, though. I'll finish
Yeah,
it off tomorrow if you like.
that's fine. Gabby, what she said was she just wished things turned out different, that there was something different, that like something could have been done, basically. You know,
I just.
the one thing that could have been done, she could have got her head out of her ass and took herself to the
Oh, you
hospital.
think?
I cannot. I I had expectations of what this was going to sound like, and this is not even on the radar. I thought she was going to be sobbing and scared and apologetic. Oh my gosh, what did I do?
Mhm,
I thought all of that was going to be here,
mhm, mm,
and there's none of it. It's all how it affects her,
mhm,
her.
mhm,
I mean,
mm.
it is ridiculous.
It's it's off the ridiculous scale.
Yeah, I don't
It's
know the word. There's lots of words I wanna use. I'm just
yeah,
trying to be nice, and,
yeah.
she's very blah, like, just I spilled my milkshake on the way home in the car,
Mm,
and I didn't get to dip my fries in it, so
mm.
and I didn't have money to go get another one, but we might get
Do I
another
really
one
need to
later,
clean it? Because, mm,
you know? We got mortician friends, and they're looking at it.
yeah.
They might, like, Stanley Steamer the carpet, because that's a company over here that cleans
No, that's
carpets.
an intervention.
Yeah, you know, I don't know. I cannot believe
Poof.
I'm
Just
speechless and I'm
yeah,
mad.
yeah, yep, I'm seething. Just there isn't a voice on my machine that will explain what I'm thinking.
There's a lot of
Oh,
words that
oh,
wanna
yeah.
come out of my mouth that I'm
They're
not
not YouTube
letting.
friendly, though.
Yeah, they're not friendly to
Mhm.
anybody, and I'm
Nope.
not words I even normally say. So, I'm just
Mhm.
gonna keep them all in
Mm.
because this has shocked me. I did not expect this. And let's see. We are about done with this torture. Got about another 7 minutes.
And then, like I said, that urge came too quickly, and then she came very quickly, and then that's when you went in the bathroom.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey, Bri.
I was
I
anybody
was
trying to get
wondering
in there to
when you'd
help you,
pop
or
in.
no, I mean Angie knew I was in there, but it was prior to like her conversation with me was.
I wondered where you were, Bri, like,
I don't think
maybe out
she's
doing
on
some construction
psych
work to
meds.
work off your anger.
I
Yeah,
think she
she
probably
needs
needs to
something.
be. Yeah.
I mean, excuse me, that was my Dr. Pepper. Uh, that was my splurge for the week because I can't afford water.
This is the mother's audio recording, and it is just disgusting. Absolutely disgusting, Bri.
Yeah,
You
you
need to
need to
go
listen
back and
to it
listen.
all
Yeah.
because you will just be
You will just
soft things to throw because you're going to.
yes, yes. Get into a padded room whilst you
Yeah.
watch listen. Mm,
Because
mm,
I,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. All right. Well, the thing is, Gabby, they did come in the house. She could have let him in voluntarily. She said no. She's too focused on herself to
Mhm,
realize they're just gonna go get a warrant, dumbass. I mean,
mhm.
hello.
It's CPS, they don't need your permission.
Yeah, but I mean, the police are gonna come get it. There's if
Mhm,
they asked you, you said no, warrant,
mhm.
and their house was fine. We saw the pictures. It was fine.
But they're not even focusing on the mother. Even after that this interview whoever's interviewing her, they're not focusing on the mother. They're still focusing on Angie.
Yeah. Have you watched the judge? He seemed I don't know if he's looking at the clock because the clock is over behind Angie's head,
Uh,
over in that direction and on the wall. Um or he's looking I don't know if he's looking at her or if he's looking at the clock. He keeps looking over there and I don't know if he's trying to see if she has some emotion because what he's listening to has no emotion at all. She hasn't shed a
yeah, the
tear.
defendant's got way more emotion than the mother's showing. Like
I mean,
and I think she's a spoiled little brat, to be honest, Teresa.
yeah, I don't know what she is. I've been trying to figure it out. When she's like,
Mhm.
"I don't my mom, she's just, like, analytical. She thought I should go to the hospital." Yeah, because she wanted
Yeah.
what was best for
Yeah.
you and your child.
Mm.
And it's like, Well, I did have a successful VBAC. You did? Right? That's vaginal birth after a cesarean section. Am I remembering what those letters
Mm-hmm.
stand for? So she's counting the baby. This baby
She
is
was
she's
told by that doctor not to have a cesarean.
right, but then didn't she say in this interview, I did have a successful VBAC? Like this was a successful VBAC? Like
Oh,
your
I didn't hear
baby's
that.
dead. This is not successful.
No,
And maybe I didn't hear it right because it's
no. The prenatal person she went to in the second trimester told her to schedule the C-section, and she didn't like that. It triggered her, so she didn't do it.
I'm agreeing with you, Nita. Wow. Something wrong with her. I don't know that she should be a parent,
Oh no!
and I think she only wants those kids.
To take pretty pictures and put them on Facebook,
Yeah. Yes. I was trying to
dress
think
them up. Yep,
how to explain it. I don't
yep,
think she
yep.
because she wants kids. She wants attention.
Mhm.
Well, sweetheart, you got it.
Oh yeah.
I am just yikes.
Like right at the beginning, of like, are you okay? Do you need anything, kind of thing. And I was like, I just need to use the restroom, and she's like, okay, that might be a baby coming, and I was like, okay, it might be both. I need to, and I just kind of shut the door on her because I just needed.
I shut the door on her. I needed to focus on my calm.
It didn't take long. Yeah, it was very quick. Okay. Felt quick, I said. There.
Focus on that.
So I'm gonna just go check again. I just got a message. So I'm just gonna show you the pictures, and can you tell me if this is Angie? Tell me who this is. And what did you say her last name? And then can you identify? It's Nikki. Okay. Let's see, your grandma. I really like Nikki. She's sweet. What are your thoughts? What do you think? Just want to go home. Understand. I'm almost done with it. They are. He's just going to finish talking to him about a couple things, and then we'll get you guys out of here. Do you have any other questions for me or anything? How do you ask about Sabra? I guess I'm just checking to make sure that you're okay. She's a lot of fun. Mm-hmm. She's a lot of fun. I was looking forward to her having a sister. Yeah. I'm concerned, honestly. I mean, I hope you're okay. I hope that if you need something at some point that you reach out or, because husbands are great, but, if you need somebody else to talk to or somebody that's not right in the mix of it all too. Somebody that's removed from it or, I understand. He's really normal. Yeah. And everything is good. Yeah. Yeah. How old are you now? 25. So you guys got married when you were 21? And is he the same age or? Yeah, he's 36 days older. Oh, okay. I didn't see my shirt. Oh, they do? Oh. Do you think you guys will have more kids? Yeah, actually. Mm-hmm. Do you have siblings? I have a brother. How old? 30. Very close. And so I mentioned your mom and dad. Your mom and dad still married? And yeah, like 30 some years. 35 years. They were like that. So what part of Omaha did you grow up in? Benson. Oh, really? So my mom's side of the family is from the Benson area. So yeah, I like Benson. Yeah. So it's changed a lot. I used to have an awesome bakery in there. And I told about that the other day too, but I remember it. I'm trying to remember how there was like a pastry that was in a big oval, and it used to have they're so good at the sugar filling. I can't remember what they're called, but we used to get them there. I remember as a kid, they were so good. Yeah, have no remembrance of it. It really seems to be thriving though with all the new businesses. Yeah. Downtown market now instead of I like it. I liked Grampy's and I like the Benson hardware store. Oh yeah. And I like all the bookstores.
I like Alive Babies.
So I used to work that on the beats when I was like the afternoon shift in uniform. There used to be a little cafe. I used to go in and say, I can't remember
There's that.
what the name of it was though.
That one.
It might have been Leo's. It's still there. Yeah. It looks a little different. Like I think it's the same management, but they've like they're starting to strip out like the cool 50s feel from it. I mean, I think it's just it's wearing out maybe. Yeah. I wish they would just restore it because like the stuff they look like they've used is kind of cheap materials.
Do you want to go for a margarita?
But the food's still great. So they were what's really good to me when I stopped in there. Do you text back and forth with Angie? You do? Did she talk to you at all about or advise what to do if we came around or CPS came around? Just be honest. She said to go ahead and talk to us and be honest. Yeah. Do you have any of those conversations on your phone? No, that was in person. Okay. Did she ever at any time say that you don't have to talk to us or CPS or? No. She said just make sure you guys have the proper documentation. That we have the proper documentation? Like, what do you mean? I don't know. Documentation as far as, like, the stuff that you sent to me? Like, her documentation?
All right, I want to get this turned back down before they start talking. And I don't want to
explode.
do not want to explode your ears. You don't know exactly where I had it, so we may have to adjust it again. I Bri, I think I thought when she said, did Angie tell you what to say if CPS or we came around? I thought she said, just be honest. So I don't think that would be what, if that's the way you're talking, I don't know which way you're talking to witness tampering. Mostly because my brain is broken from what we just heard. Like, let me make sure they're done because they're going to go to lunch.
All right, 144, exhibit one, or what's the, exhibit 143? 144 is a transcript, but what was it? 144. 134 has been played for me and it's played in open court. And we're now in recess. It's 12:30, so we'll take our noon recess and we'll be in recess to 1:30. Right? And can attorneys meet me a little earlier before 1:30 in my chambers? Thank you.
So I don't know what he met in chambers with them about, but I do know that he did before they came back from lunch. Probably. You guys have the wrong person.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What are we doing? Or maybe if there's nothing to charge her with, if there's nothing to charge the mother with, I don't know if there is or there isn't, then nobody should be there. But if anybody should be there, it should be the mother.
Yeah.
After listening to that, how in the world did they sit that woman over there? I don't understand that at all. Are you good to keep going?
Yeah. The
All
only
right.
thing that I've found that Angie has done wrong is misrepresent herself pretty much. The rest I can't, I honestly can't. Yeah. She was respecting the mother's wishes. At the end of the day, you can't force someone to do anything.
And you know
even
who
if
else
it's the
said
wrong
that?
thing.
You know who else said you can't force her to do anything? The EMTs in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
If she doesn't want an IV, you can't force her to
Yep.
take one.
Mhm. Yep.
But, Bri, I don't disagree with you. Sometimes I just think they can't see the forest for the trees because
Yep.
this is what they did and they got to win it. Don't, like you made a mistake. Whoever charged us made a huge mistake. I don't know. Because, like I said, for me, if the mom's not sitting there, no one should be sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know there was a little Benny.
Hey, Vinny.
What's up, Benny? She just as mad as we are you?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't realize there was a commercial in here. So they
Oh.
come back and everybody's looking up at this corner, but they never show what's in the corner.
Oh.
But he looks up there. The pink lady looks up there.
Is that the clock, maybe?
The clock I thought was behind. I don't know. It could be. I have no idea.
I think, Teresa, I think he's wrapped his wife up in cotton wool and treats her with kid gloves and is just the biggest enabler. Yeah. And I think they're
Oh,
both selfish.
Gabby. Yeah, I don't know. Because we've all said that. As a parent, we would just be like, get me somewhere.
I don't care what you do with me.
Right.
It's whatever's best for the baby.
Yep. That's what I was
Not
saying
the other way around.
yesterday about the episiotomy. Would that be horrible? Yeah, but just get it over with and do it.
But
Like,
if it saves the baby's life, knock yourself out.
yeah,
Cut
just
me
like
in
hurry
half.
up.
Yep.
Just do it. Let's go,
Yep. Yep. Even to this day, if
Yeah.
it meant me being unalived to save my children, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Yep.
Without even thinking about it.
Yep. And that's
Yeah,
no,
he
she's
is.
like,
Yeah.
that hurts me.
He's looking at the clock going, is this shit over with yet? How much longer do I have to listen to this crap?
He's like, oh, hey, defense, do you want to make that motion to dismiss again?
Yes, yeah. You should have suppressed that.
So, Lord Jesus.
Sweet baby Jesus.
Please. Smack those prosecutors across the face, please.
Yeah.
All righty. We get the
Oh,
last.
we're on to the pathologist now. The
Yes.
last one.
So this is the last witness for the defense. And it's
And
another.
then the defense rests.
She
Had
did
to
there.
get that one in there.
And then they do rest. So we get to listen to more horrible things about a poor baby that should have not passed away.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Did you just do? I mean,
It's
just your instinct.
Ba-dum.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Are you still okay? Your back's all right?
I'm good. Yeah, I got up and went downstairs a little bit ago, walked for a minute. My dogs thought it was time to eat. I had to break his heart and tell him it wasn't. Not even close, bud. Anytime I get out of this room, they're like, oh, it must be time to eat dinner.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yep. All right. I thought he was going to like pledge allegiance to the flag. They were just staring into the corner. I'm like, what's in the corner? I kept going back to see if they showed what was in the corner. Oh yeah, by Zoom. Yeah.
Good afternoon, doctor. I'm Judge Burns. Can you hear me?
What?
This is Judy Oline. I'm going to get Dr. Uphoven. She's right here. Hang on just a moment.
Thank you.
Guys, let me know if the sound needs turned up again since this is
That's
Zoom. I
fine.
forgot. Sometimes I think Zoom's the best invention, and sometimes I hate it because it keeps people from being in court and being live. All right. Thanks, Gabby. Let me know if it still sounds that way when the real person gets here. And where's Dr. McBee?
Sorry.
First of all, doctor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we're going to start then your testimony. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Uphoven.
Good afternoon.
Doctor, will you please state your name and office address for the record?
My name is Janice Uphoven. My address is 2616 North Avon Street, Roseville, Minnesota.
And Doctor, are you licensed as a physician in any state?
Yes, Minnesota.
And are the standards of care for medicine and medical pathology the same in Minnesota as they are in Nebraska?
Of course.
Another
And
MA.
how long have you been licensed as a physician?
Since 1971.
And are you specialized in any particular fields of medicine?
Yes, I'm a forensic pathologist and I've specialized in pediatric forensic pathology.
And are you presently engaged in the practice of your profession, doctor?
Yes, I am.
In what capacity?
I perform independent reviews of cases, most frequently of children where there's a suspicion of abuse or neglect, to provide second opinions about the nature of the injuries and causation.
Thank you, doctor. And where did you receive your undergraduate training and when?
The University of Minnesota. I was invited to join the medical school after 3 years of undergraduate training and was granted a Bachelor of Science degree after 2 years of medical school. That was in 1967. And then I graduated medical school in 1971 at the University of Minnesota.
And did you receive any honors or awards during medical school?
Yes, I was given an award by the faculty honoring.
May I, L?
Yes, yes. Please.
I forget about Elling.
Doctor, are you a member of any medical
circumspect, but I'm a member of the pediatric and I have been a member of the American.
And doctor, have you received additional specialized training?
First, I did a residency in pediatrics, which is the study of two at interval, also practiced to the American Board of Pathology.
A pathologist. Does the applicant for certification have to take special examination?
Qualification requirements for the forensic boards I had to complete. Then you send in the application city where the boards are being hands-on. Like you are certified as board. The New England Journal of Medicine.
Worked as a coroner or a medical examiner?
With offices, a staff member at committees to continuing education.
And doctor, do you have knowledge and experience with obstetrics and childbirth?
I was trained in fetal mortality for bringing those cases to the OBG young infants who died during the course of in civil cases having to do. Yes, I was.
We forgot.
I don't know what.
Communicated at this moment. It's all right.
I'm sorry, I forgot the question.
The question was whether you've had affiliation with universities or academic articles, papers, or books.
Pathology on pediatric forensics covering as well as case reports.
Is 12 pages long.
Yes.
Is this document an accurate reflection?
Well, there's the best view of the defendant we've had. Judge's like, okay. And I'm not scoffing at her education because I would never do that to anybody. I just don't want to hear it right now. Keep going. We see what's in that corner. Let's go up.
Up.
Go up. Up. Dang it.
Wonder if there's a screen
What
there.
exhibit number is it? 125? 145? 145 is offered and received in evidence, the doctor's curriculum vitae.
Mm-hmm. All 12 pages.
Your Honor, I would like to ask the court to recognize Janice Ophoven as an expert in the field of forensic pediatric pathology.
Any objection to that?
I don't think it's a practice. in
I don't
Nebraska
think
to do that.
that's practice in Omaha or Nebraska, but for what it's worth, I will note it. She is an expert.
Okay. Dr. Ophoven, does your work as a pathologist include the performance of autopsies on dead persons?
Yes, it has.
And what generally takes place during an autopsy, and what are you trying to determine?
No.
Well, ultimately, the responsibility for the performance of a medical examiner or forensic autopsy is authorized by the state and guided by state.
I thought we were done.
Yeah.
But unexpectedly, that needs
They all like to
findings or
explain
manner
how they
or
do.
circumstance under which used associated with and a good handle on the health and well-being of the mother to be collecting the body and meticulous this absence of.
That a child died as the result of abuse and neglect.
That's the main substance of the work that I do, and over the years I have.
Then she should be tested for the state.
I guess I'm hearing some echo or something.
Well,
who have presented with injuries.
Let me interrupt you.
What? There's too many people talking.
She said she was trained in assessing the, what was it, the child abuse with and neglect with children and stuff. And I said, well, you should be testifying for the state, not the defense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Bryce has come in for the win today. Like
you're on fire.
And I would just say, if you were old enough to sit on a jury, you probably know what an autopsy is.
Yep.
I don't know.
Oh, they're just trying to discredit the state's ME.
Oh, I just ripped my headphone out. There we go. All right.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Yeah, he was decent, and she looks a little disheveled.
Second, you for some reason froze for a second, so we can continue. Go ahead. We're hearing.
Okay. So I have participated in the investigation of many hundreds of cases over the course of my 40-year practice. Well, for the state, for law enforcement, as well as providing second opinions on behalf of people who have been accused of injuring their children.
And have you worked on cases that involved the allegation of abuse and neglect with regard to a newborn?
Well, yeah, perinatal. I've worked on cases where charges. That's, I think, regarding the care that was provided was brought.
And how do you determine whether a baby died as a result of abuse or neglect, as opposed to concluding that the death was accidental?
Well, that's a very important question in my work, because there are no universally accepted criteria for the diagnosis of abuse. Like there are for heart attacks and brain tumors and infections and so forth. There's standard criteria that are applied for assigning a diagnosis. There are no universally accepted criteria for the diagnosis based on science of child abuse. So the determination starts with suspicion in the presence of injuries or abnormalities, and then it largely falls to the person making the accusation to support their findings that when they determine it that it's from abuse. Most cases of child abuse, the evidence is very obvious.
Thank you, Doctor.
How about common sense?
Doctor, what is neonatal hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy?
Encephalopathy. It's a term that we abbreviate as HI. I'm getting an echo. Are you getting an echo?
We hear you fine,
Okay.
Doctor.
Okay, good. The hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy refers to damage to the brain that is the
Causes swelling.
consequence of failed circulation of oxygen and blood to the brain cells. It's a diagnosis that's based on clinical findings, typically identified in a diagnostic imaging or scans that show that the brain has altered anatomy from brain swelling and increased pressure. But in the case of a fatality, then there's a very specific pattern of damage to the brain substance that identifies mostly edema, which is excess fluid in the tissue that you can identify microscopically, and then an alteration of the nerve cells themselves. The neurons become shrink and turn a red color under routine staining, and the combination of that edema and altered neurons throughout the brain substance is the basis for that diagnosis.
And what you said that you can abbreviate it as HIE, is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy.
I'll call
It's
it
a little
HIE.
bit easier.
What causes HIE?
Well, anything that interferes with the body's ability to deliver oxygen to the brain. So you can get trauma, for instance, that causes pressure inside the brain to go up. And so the brain can no longer deliver oxygenated blood because of increased pressure. And you can see that, for instance, in cases of traumatic injury or a brain tumor or the like. Secondly, you can have problems with oxygenation, such that oxygenated air can't get into the body adequately through the nose, the mouth, or into the lungs from an obstruction, or pass through the walls of the tissues in the lungs to get into the bloodstream. And so that would be an impairment of breathing in some form or another. The third is if the heart can't open and close or beat properly in order to circulate oxygenated blood. So you may be getting oxygen in, but you can't get it through the heart or through the blood vessels of the body. So that would be a cardiac cause. The fourth would be inadequate blood pressure. So you may have a normal breathing and you may have a normal heartbeat, but if, for instance, you've had massive blood loss, like in a shark attack or a bullet wound or the like, then the blood pressure is too low for the blood to circulate. And that would be a shock type situation. And then the last would be if the cells of the body themselves are unable to take the oxygen that's delivered and process it appropriately. That's more of a toxic or perhaps even infectious cause. There's many metabolic causes. I think a good example of that would be carbon monoxide, where the heart is working, the lungs are breathing, the blood pressure is okay, but when the blood gets to the brain, the carbon monoxide molecule won't let go of the oxygen. And so the brain cells are starved, even though the other elements are present. Literally everybody who dies has some form of failed circulation at some point. So the real issue is the training and experience you need to understand the unique nature of how hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy works in the neonate, which is very different than in older children and adults.
Doctor, in cases where a baby does not survive childbirth due to complications during the delivery, is HIE a diagnosis that's commonly associated with that outcome?
Yeah, I think when we're talking about a focused cohort of patients where it appears that the pregnancy was going normally and then something happens during the course of labor, during the course of the actual expulsion of the fetus or the failed resuscitation after delivery, hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy is the most common pathway from which the damage or death occurs.
And what are a neonate's chances of survival if it's born with a diagnosis of HIE?
Well, lots of babies are born with poor APGARs and slow or no heart rate, and are able to be resuscitated because of the unique nature of the neonatal physiology. Neonates are much more resistant to the damage of low oxygen for really complex and very sophisticated reasons. They're
Not
designed
for 12 minutes.
to suffer hypoxic, various levels of hypoxic or oxygen deprivation during the course of labor and delivery. But if the child has not received adequate oxygen for long enough that the brain cells themselves have died, then the brain, that once a neuron has died, it can't recover. In some neonates, they have the potential for literally recovering function, such that severely depressed or significant deprivation can result in significant and even perhaps miraculous recovery. But if enough of the brain cells have died, then of course there's either significant loss of function, morbidity, a vegetative state, or death.
And has your career involved the investigation of cases of childhood brain injury in the context of child abuse and neglect?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's, the basis for my work is because of a lot of children who have suffered abuse and neglect suffer head injuries and brain damage.
And do you have an estimation of how many such cases you've reviewed?
Well, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. I think 10 years ago, I had I testified that I'd had at least 200 cases, so significantly more, or that I've testified in, regarding these questions 200 times. So it's the core of my unique practice.
And have you had other opportunities to review cases of serious brain injury and death in infants after childbirth?
Yes, as a matter of fact, for a number of years, starting with, I got continuing education in placental pathology and worked on a number of cases in which civil suits were brought against the practitioners that had cared for infants who were born with significant damage and death associated with the care rendered to mother and baby during labor and delivery or pregnancy, labor and delivery. Many of these cases involved placental insufficiency, emergency problems during the actual delivery itself, failures with resuscitation, and so forth. And I worked on hundreds of those cases, again, in a civil environment on behalf of both plaintiff and defense attorneys. But that's always in a civil context.
And some of the cases that you've reviewed of serious brain injury in infants following childbirth, have some of those cases involved devastating outcomes that occurred regardless of excellent care and resources utilized by the providers to try to save the baby, in your opinion?
Yes, in my opinion, nothing could have prevented the unfortunate outcome, regardless of the attention and care delivery. And oftentimes the care delivery was at least in my opinion, totally appropriate. It's just labor and delivery of an infant carries with it enormous risk. I think people fail to recognize that it's a very dangerous situation for mothers and an even more dangerous situation for babies, and it doesn't always go well.
And in the civil context, have you worked on cases or in any context that have involved miscalculations or errors in judgment or findings of miscalculation or errors or even negligence by the treating physician in the care of the labor and delivery?
Oh, sure. I've had every possible variation from availability to errors in judgment to miscalculations to, a wide range of concerns raised regarding the decision-making process and then the resulting outcome. And it appeared that there had been, in a number of these cases, significant errors.
And in any of the legal proceedings with which you've been involved with relation to these cases, have any of those cases that relate to brain injury or death following childbirth resulted in the providers or caregivers being charged with child abuse and neglect?
Oh, no. I mean, no.
Objection.
There was an objection. If you could pause for the judge to consider it.
Objections overruled. Your answer will stand.
Relevance.
Did you
Objection.
yell
Wait,
objection?
hold on.
Just wait 1 second,
Hold
doctor.
on.
I'll tell you when the judge is finished.
All right, hold on.
Who yelled objection?
I don't know.
Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Like a weird one.
Yeah.
Objection. Like, who's that? I was like, that's not Jody.
No, it wasn't me.
Judge is like, yeah.
Although I should.
I know.
Mm. Gabby, get off Discord.
I know. That's why I just told her. I sent her a
I
text.
can
I'm like,
see
see over there because I just get notification.
Yeah, my phone
Keeps
keeps
her and
popping up.
Becca. I was like, I
Yeah.
see you and Becca playing around over there on Discord.
Uh-huh.
And I sent her a little hello again, Becca.
We can see you.
I can see you because it keeps popping out on my screen.
Yeah, same.
And then Gabby comes in like, I've been here all along. I'm like, liar.
Got eyes.
She just said Becca, AJ, and Jody are yelling at me to get off Discord. You got time to play, you got time to mod. That's all I'm saying. She said, "Where's that happening? I want to yell at you too." And I can still
Becca?
see you, Gabby. She said, "I can still hear you, AJ."
All right, objections overruled. The answer will stand. You may continue.
The judge has ruled that you may answer which is whether in any of those numerous cases that you've worked on relating to brain injury or death after childbirth, have those cases resulted in the providers or the caregivers involved with the birth being charged with child abuse and neglect?
No, I mean, no, that isn't the nature of how the diagnosis of abuse and neglect is made. Errors in care certainly can result in accidents and can certainly result in a poor outcome, but they never would fulfill the what I would consider to be the forensic evidence necessary to determine that abuse and neglect had occurred.
And have you ever worked on a case that involved criminal charges against a doctor, midwife, or other caregiver?
Objection. No.
Objections overruled. The answer will stand. Question.
Okay. Dr. Ophoven, did you have a chance to review materials related to this matter and the death of Vera Noe after childbirth?
Yes.
Here we go.
And did you review medical records for Vera Noe in formulating an opinion for this matter?
Yes.
Did you review medical records and prenatal records for Emily Noe in order to formulate an opinion for this matter?
Yes, I reviewed what was available. Yes.
Did you review police reports following investigations that were conducted after Vera Noe's death?
Yes.
Did you issue a written report expressing your opinion and analysis related to cause of death for Vera Noe after review of materials for this matter?
Yes, I did.
You know, my Friday streams have turned into weird things, but you know, not bondage. Where's Shy when I need her?
Ow.
Ow.
I think I'm gonna need it.
Oh, that's hilarious. It's like, what are you doing? You know, you should just put it over
What's
this
necessary?
Yeah, but we should put it over this woman's mouth if we could, and the attorneys, and then just call it good. Don't even need closing statements, arguments, whatever. It's all good.
I don't think we do. To be honest, I think we do this and just go straight to the verdict. Because what more can you say, really?
I don't know. And they're
no. Yeah, no, you're just going to rehash exactly what we've just heard.
Yep. Yeah.
Decision made.
Yeah, we can just go straight to verdict after her. Yep. I don't care.
I'm happy with that.
Perfect.
And does that report include a list of the materials that you reviewed in order to formulate your opinion?
It's not possible.
Yes, ma'am.
And doctor, is the report that you issued for this matter a document, a 17-page document with your name, Janice J. Ophoven, at the top and your professional address dated December 1, 2022 with the subject line, R.E. State versus Angela Hock?
Yes.
Hello, Becca. How you doing?
Hey, Becca.
objection?
Jody just had
Hearsay. It contains
Stefan.
statements of an interview with the defendant, which are improper to be offered through this witness. I cite State v. Hardin, 212 Nebraska 774. I think the court made a ruling on this off the record before we came in here, but that document describes information she's obtained from Angela Hock. But the most important, judge, is hearsay. She's here to testify. She can testify about her findings.
What exhibit number is it? I forgot.
146.
I'll
Everybody
receive
forgot.
146 for the limited purpose of what she reviewed to form her opinions and conclusions. But her opinions and conclusions will have to be brought out in testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. So 146 is received for that limited purpose.
Thank you.
Yes. Hawk.
What is your understanding of what Angela Hock does for a living that pertains to childbirth?
It's my understanding that she fulfills a specific function in the state of Nebraska, which is providing labor and delivery support for women who choose to deliver their babies at home. I would classify her as what is commonly referred to as a lay midwife.
Thank you, doctor. And doctor, do you have knowledge of breech delivery?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of some of the risks of vaginal breech birth?
Well, I think the major category is the risks of possible entrapment of the head with compression of the cord in a full term baby. That would be the main risk, and other concerns as it relates to potential trauma to the baby and to the mother during manipulations to expedite delivery.
And what are the circumstances in which the risk of head entrapment is maximized or significant in a vaginal breech delivery?
Well, typically it's more worrisome in multiple births and in very young, very premature infants. But in the full term baby, if the baby is butt first, either in a cross leg position or with the hips extended, then the concern would be that after the major part of the torso is delivered, that the shoulders and or the chin can become wedged, and challenges to circulation through the umbilical cord from compression between the infant's body and the pelvic wall can theoretically interfere with circulation.
And is it possible for breech babies to be born safely via vaginal birth?
Oh, of course, it happens all the time, especially in countries where there isn't as much pressure to deliver by cesarean section as is in the U.S.
And are most breech babies who are delivered vaginally born without injury?
Yes.
I have to explain that one.
Overall.
If Emily Noe had chosen to visit an obstetrician and get an ultrasound in the final weeks of her pregnancy, could that have helped her to know whether her fetus was breech or might have other higher risk of complications during childbirth?
I'd object to, beyond the foundation of this witness's knowledge, she just doesn't have any OBGYN experience. I just looked through her CV, or one of my helpers here has, and there's not a single thing on this.
You needed to be here for her cross. It was just.
She said she maybe delivered some babies when she was in medical school. She's not qualified to
There he
testify
is.
about obstetrics and gynecology.
Your Honor, I would ask for
Overruled. You may ask.
Oh my gosh. The
You
whole
have to
fist
go
and
back and
nothing
watch
but
the
the
cross.
fist.
When-
Go ahead.
When they were cross-examining, who was it? Was it Emily? I don't know, but this chick that's asking the questions now, I don't know how many times she said fingers are in the vagina. Constantly, how many fingers in the vagina? How many fingers in the vagina? Vagina fingers, vagina. And then Bri comes in with the finger emoji, and we all lost it.
And it just went downhill from there for a
Oh
little
yeah,
bit.
yeah. And it hasn't improved.
It's not. It's not. Becca, the chick in the chair that's rocking with the gray shirt, silver, whatever, is the defendant.
Yeah.
Tanya, real quick, the defendant is a
Yeah.
lay, not lame. a lay midwife who went to help this couple have deliver their second baby. And she was there for the first one. First baby was breech. She had to go to the hospital. She had to get a C-section.
It
Second
was
baby
traumatic.
was breech. This woman said, "You need to go to the hospital." They refused. The woman goes to the bathroom, apparently, but she really, when you listen to her police interview, she knew that,
Yes.
oh, yeah,
She
yep,
knew it all.
yes. She went in there and she pushed. And then the defendant went in and she saw a foot sticking out and then was like, "Call 911 now." And then they did. By the time they got there, she had to, was on all fours and the baby was out except the head. And the
For
baby
like
did not make it. And
15
they're
minutes.
blaming
Couldn't
this
get the head
woman.
out.
And the mom refused to go to the hospital, did not have great prenatal care.
Ugh.
Even though she was on the base, I would figure that was probably, I don't know how, I've never been a military wife, so I don't know how that works as far as healthcare goes on the base.
But her
She,
last ultrasound was only in a second trimester, so they didn't know that the baby was breech. She didn't have any proper final trimester care. I don't believe in going to them every week, It's not
yeah,
what I'm about.
she didn't, well, yes, it might be, but not to have it that way. Because
But she'd
then,
previously had a cesarean with her first, and she was advised in her second trimester when she last saw the certified OBGYN or whatever you call them, and she didn't go back to see her because it triggered her because she wanted her to book a cesarean for the second because it was dangerous to have a vaginal delivery after a cesarean, especially if you're doing it at home. She did not listen to anybody.
no,
Selfish. Didn't care.
it's all about her,
Yep.
all about her. She's not even crying when
No.
she's talking about this.
No.
I don't even know
So
how
when
much
do I
time.
get the autopsy report?
Yeah, because we were forced to get an autopsy.
Yeah. Yeah.
When do we get that? Because you guys made us do that, and uh, it
But
hurt
I took
me.
vitamins. It's okay.
Yeah, I took vitamins. Oh, and also me, me, and
Mimi,
me, and me,
Mimi,
and me, and
how
me,
are
and
you? I'm sore.
I'm sore. Not a
I'm
tear.
devastated. I've just lost my baby.
Yeah,
I'm sore.
nothing. So yeah,
Hmm.
it's been really rough. We're gonna do
Mm.
this pathologist, I think, and because none of us are paying attention.
Yes. Yeah. So basically, the baby came out, no heartbeat, no respiration, had been down for at least 12 minutes, completely brain dead, kept her alive on in the NICU, and then turned the machines off after 2 days once they diagnosed that she was brain dead, pretty much. So this where we're at now. This is the very end. So this is the defence's last witness, and it's their rebuttal witness against the ME that did the autopsy and determined what had occurred and what damage was done, basically, with the child. So yeah, that's where we're at.
Oh, well,
Oh,
fine. When I said it, it's very happy. Like,
oh, look, the mother shouldn't be a mother. I'm sorry.
nope. And she's had 2 more kids since then.
Yeah.
So she has a total of 3 that we know of because she doesn't
Yep.
testify. The dad was the first witness for the state. Neither one of them want this woman charged.
She didn't want to be examined when she was in labor. No,
No
don't touch me.
IV.
Don't want anyone up in there.
Yep. Nothing.
Mhm.
Nothing.
No.
I don't know what she was thinking.
She wasn't.
Sorry. It's been a long day. And it's been it's Friday and my streams always go off the rails on Friday. So I looked up
Sorry.
and I thought Jody had a ball gag in her mouth, but she didn't. It was just
No, I
tape.
put duct tape over my mouth just because. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need it.
Yeah, it's just tape. It was just tape, but it was black and it was a big band, and I was like, "What
Yeah.
the heck is
Just
happening right
pretend I
now?"
just.
There you go. See, there it is.
Ow. Oh.
My brain is too.
Mm.
After that police interview, nope.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Sharp eye. A sharp.
Let's.
What is it? Blunt stick in an eye.
They're arguing about this freaking expert. Who cares?
Mm.
It changes nothing. It changes nothing. It changes nothing. It changes nothing.
They're just looking to blame
Yep.
anywhere else.
And I'm sorry, they've already taken it off of her.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, really, honestly, they've already taken it off her. The parents did that themselves.
The parents are the ones that need to be charged. Yeah. Anywho, that's just
Alrighty.
my opinion.
Carry on. Carry on.
Answer the question, if you remember it.
Do you remember the question, Doctor?
No, I'm sorry.
Well, Doctor, maybe may I withdraw the question and ask a little more foundation?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Let's drag this out.
Dr. Ophoven, are you familiar with ways of diagnosing or anticipating that a baby is going to be becoming breech that can occur prior to the start of labor?
Sure.
Is ultrasound technology commonly used to check the position of a baby prior to labor?
No.
Sure. Ultrasound is probably better than the physical exam, but before ultrasound was used so frequently, a physical examination can also alert a physician that the baby is at least while the uterus is quiet in a breech position, and suggest that that be tracked or followed carefully, such that when the onset of labor occurs, the baby's either been turned or has turned him or herself, or further precautions taken.
And so if and did you have a chance to review Emily Noe's prenatal records for this matter, for
Yes.
for her pregnancy with Vera?
Yes.
And so if Ms. Noe had chosen to visit an obstetrician and receive an ultrasound in the final weeks of her pregnancy, could that have provided information to help her know whether her fetus was in a breech lie or might have other complications if the baby was breech at that time?
Sure.
And yet, is it still possible that if Ms. Noe had received an ultrasound a week before her labor commenced, that and the baby was head down at that time, is it possible that her baby could turn into the breech position prior to the onset of labor?
Sure.
Could that happen even if she got an ultrasound the day before she went into labor?
Sure.
But she didn't get an ultrasound at all.
In your decades of knowledge and experience, is it your understanding that sometimes babies present in the breech position during labor, and it is a surprise to the doctors or the midwives involved in the delivery that the baby is coming breech?
Yes.
Doctor, what is your understanding of some of the risks of cesarean surgery delivery?
Well, there are many. The risks to mother have been, codified over the years and in different countries. But firstly, there's a higher mortality from cesarean deliveries for a number of reasons. Increased risk for bleeding and ultimate infections to the mother, problems with subsequent pregnancies with abnormal attachment of the placenta, infertility, endometriosis, complications from the delivery of anesthesia itself. I've even had experience with cases where mothers were unfortunately paralyzed during the provision of anesthesia, but were awake without pain medication during the delivery. It goes on, damage to bladder, damage to various other organs, and so forth. And then to the baby, there's an increased mortality. There's increased risk of premature, inadvertent prematurity, where the estimated date of confinement or delivery date was not calculated correctly. Interestingly, an increased risk for asthma in children born to
At least they
mothers who
can
had
breathe.
cesarean section, breastfeeding failure, on the part of was there an objection?
There's no objection.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. And an overall poor birth experience is reported more often following cesarean section and so forth. I mean, it's lots higher rate of readmissions, rate of adhesions, and so forth. So it's not a low risk procedure by any means.
So, doctor, is it your testimony that cesarean surgery, that one of the risks of cesarean surgery that must be considered by pregnant women is that cesarean delivery carries an increased risk of death to the mother?
Yeah, it's higher than with vaginal delivery, yes.
And is it the case that pregnant women weighing the risks of cesarean surgery have to assess the fact that cesarean surgery carries a higher risk of death to the infant?
Well, it's a consideration. I think
Compared
in
to
general
what?
terms, it's not, we're not talking about the kinds of risks that you're talking about with cancer and so forth. But in terms of assessing the real outcomes, it is not a fail-safe solution. And despite the fact that it's becoming an increasingly preferred method of delivery, it is not ideal by any means. I think 30+% of American deliveries are by cesarean section, and in developed countries that don't have this kind of activity, in the Swedish countries, they're down around 19 or 20%, and I think somewhere somewhat less it would be better.
And so, would you? And is it also the case, doctor? Do the risks of cesarean increase significantly over multiple cesarean surgeries for women who are planning to have a large family and multiple pregnancies?
Yes.
So,
Risk, outcome.
would you agree that for Emily Noe, as a woman who was planning to have a large
No, I
family,
don't.
knowing that her baby was coming breech, Vera's birth was going to be riskier, whether she was born vaginally or by cesarean surgery, than if Vera was coming vertex or head down?
It kind of was earlier.
So did Emily Noe have increased risks on both sides of her options?
Yes,
You missed
and I think she had different categories of risk. Again, based on her own apparent dread of an in-hospital delivery versus the relative risks of a breech delivery.
And doctor, would you say that risks to a patient's mental health are considered clinically relevant as risks to a patient's physical health are considered clinically relevant?
Objection. Relevant.
You've also got to add the context of where they're.
Of course they are. I think the patient's preference and categories of fear regarding labor and delivery choices and those preferences really carry significant weight in terms of their decision making. And if a person is afraid of a hospital environment, one has to consider that that's a major factor in their decision.
And doctor, would you call trauma or postpartum trauma to be a significant mental health concern?
Objection. She's foundation. She's not a mental health counselor. There's no foundation for this.
Overall.
I'd expect
I
nothing
think
less.
in terms of assessing Emily's decision-making process, that, in my opinion, carries significant weight in recognizing and understanding her ability to process risks and make decisions. And it's clear that was an overriding personal decision.
And is
objection to her last statement that it's clear it's an overriding personal decision. She's giving an opinion on the ultimate issue here.
Overall, the answer will stand.
Your Honor, I mean, Dr. Uphoven, do physicians consider it fair and legitimate for patients to consider serious threats to their mental health to be risk factors that they weigh in the balance when they conduct a risk analysis for a medical decision?
Of course. Personal preference and physician in the patient's choice really is the weightiest element.
Personally, I prefer a live baby.
You can wish someone to make a different decision. You can encourage them to make a different decision, but ultimately it's their decision. And I think we've all seen where these arguments take us when it comes to decision-making regarding cancer treatment in children and decisions for really disfiguring surgery and so forth. These are all ultimately, this all ultimately comes back to the patient preference.
So therefore, doctor, as a licensed physician familiar with medical ethics, would you say that Emily Noe had the right to weigh her medical options and make her own medical decision about which course of action to take during her pregnancy and labor with Vera?
Of course.
Dr. Oppoven, did you have a chance to review the final autopsy report for the autopsy of Vera Noe?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review her medical records from her time at UNMC?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review the ambulance record for the transport of Vera and Emily Noe?
Yes.
So, doctor, what time was Emily Noe born?
From what I understand, it was sometime between 9:20 and 9:25. Oh, what time was she born? At 9:48.
Thank you.
She was completely delivered.
Okay, and then have you had an opportunity to review the ambulance record that indicates that the ambulance arrived at its destination at 21:59?
Yes.
So if Vera was born in the ambulance at 21:48, according to her medical record, and the ambulance arrived at the hospital at 21:59, according to the ambulance's report, how much time elapsed between the time that Vera was born and the time that she was transferred to the hospital team?
That calculates out to me at just over 10 minutes, 11 minutes, something like that.
Okay. So if we assume that the cord compression happened at between, if the ambulance record indicates that the call was received by the 911 dispatchers at 21:26, and if we assume that the cord compression happened 1 to 6 minutes prior to the 911 call between 9:20 and 9:25 p.m. on June 15th, 2019, when Vera became stuck in her mother's birth canal. And then if we assume that Vera is born at 21:48, as indicated on her medical records and the autopsy report, does that mean that 23 to 28 minutes, that the baby was born 23 to 28 minutes after the cord compression is likely to have commenced?
Well, I don't know when the cord compression actually occurred. From what I understand, she still had pink coloration and circulation. So I'm unwilling to say that interference with oxygenated blood occurred at the time that the body presented, but sometime after that, and I think most certainly when the baby was observed to transition from pink to cyanotic, would be the point at which I would start to run the clock for cord compression, and that all of that would have been less than 30 minutes.
And so the distance from the Noe's house to UNMC is 3.2 miles, and Google Maps says that should take 9 minutes to drive. So the ambulance report states,
yes, they can.
Slight delay due to several roads in the area being blocked for construction. In an emergency where a neonate is deprived of oxygen, would you call the difference between 9 minutes and 19 minutes a slight delay?
Well, not in terms of the kind of brain damage we're worried about, and it also depends on whether or not during that additional time the child was getting oxygen into the body and into the brain circulating. And that's the critical question. Was that happening? Was oxygen being delivered adequately? Did the child pink up during that period of resuscitation? And if not, then the assumption would be that extra time was a significant factor in the outcome.
So doctor, if a baby is born in a cyanotic or hypoxic condition, can the baby potentially be saved through a successful neonatal resuscitation?
Oh, of course. I mean, we see babies born blue and too slow of a heart or no heart, not breathing. And resuscitation in a neonate is a very different animal than in an older child and adult. The neonate is designed to exist in a low oxygen state. And if you look at the literature, which I have done over the years, one of the major factors is that the young infant has a significant proportion of their hemoglobin is hemoglobin F. And the hemoglobin F levels increase towards the end of the pregnancy, I think, and getting ready for labor and delivery. And hemoglobin F shifts the oxygen dissociation curve of the neonate to the left. What that means is that it hangs on to the oxygen under lower oxygen levels and delivers better oxygen to the tissues than
Yes,
the
Tanya.
regular hemoglobin that starts taking over after the child is born. There's shunting. There's challenges to enzymes. The child's ability to handle what we call anaerobic glycolysis is greater. As a matter of fact, the body of a young infant is much more vulnerable to cooling in the neonatal age, and so their temperature drops faster, which also allows for better oxygen delivery. I mean, there's just all kinds of things going on in this brand new human that is geared towards surviving a low oxygen state. And children can be, I did listen to Dr. Bowen, and he put a number on.
I object at this point. This is narrative.
I believe she's answering the question, Your Honor. Would you like me?
Ask another question, please.
Okay, may I move on to my next question, Doctor? We thank you for your explanation. So therefore, were you explaining, Doctor, that neonates have the more ability and resilience to recover from oxygen deprivation for a period that may occur during the process of being born than older children or adults would have the ability to recover from oxygen deprivation for similar amounts of time?
Absolutely. I think in older adults and children, we have a tendency to talk about a 5-minute timeline for when the potential for irreversible damage or death can occur, although that isn't hard and fast. But if you withhold any circulation of oxygen to an older child's brain or an adult's brain for 5 minutes or more, you're running a significant risk for irreversible damage and potentially death. That is not the case for the neonate. The neonate has a much wider window for survival with lower oxygen delivery. And that makes sense because of the nature. I mean, each contraction theoretically reduces circulation to the brain during the course of labor. And so the baby has to be designed in such a way that it's able to withstand the forces of nature amongst the different sizes and shapes of mothers' pelvises.
And so is it your testimony today, does the color of a hypoxic neonate at birth give any indication of whether that neonate is capable of being resuscitated?
No. I mean, if you get oxygen in there, get those lungs inflated and restart circulation, there's nothing that tells you that this is an irretrievable or hopeless situation, and that's why resuscitation of infants is so different.
So the ambulance report for the delivery of Vera Noe described her condition when she was born in the ambulance thus: baby had good color, but as time went on, baby's lower extremities were getting a little bluish. If baby was born with good color, and if as time went on, her extremities were getting a little bluish, does that mean that at the time that Vera Noe was born in the ambulance, would that indicate that she was past the point of no return, or would her good color indicate that it was still possible to save her?
If they described her as having good color when she was delivered, there is no reason to assume that she was irretrievable or had suffered irreversible damage at that point. It is important to recognize that babies can have, when we look at the APGAR score, we look at 5 separate conditions of the infant that we're looking at, and color is just one. So if you're pink all over, then you get a 2. If you have blue arms and legs or blueness in the fingernails, then you get a point off. And then if you're blue all over, you get no points at all for color. But then there's all the other categories. A blue baby doesn't mean that there's no hope for resuscitation at all.
So even if the baby was blue all over, there's still hope for resuscitation. Is that right?
Oh, of course. And then the question is, how long did it take the people at the hospital with proper intubation and delivery of oxygen and resuscitation so far for her to get to being pink? And where I would look at the interval is, when did she clearly lose color till when did she?
They didn't. They didn't.
Yeah, they did. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yep, they did.
All right, lady, you're done with me.
Yep.
You've got zero credibility. for me.
Mhm.
You're done. You're just getting a
Mhm.
paycheck.
Mhm.
You're fine, Gabby. It was actually
No
a
one is
pretty tame one.
disputing that they did give her every possible thing they could do to resuscitate.
When they got
Everything.
the
It was
chance.
yes, and as I said, you can't unring the bell. You can't go back. The p
Yeah.
the events that led to that particular moment were bad decision making.
One after the other,
Mhm.
and not by the
On the
defendant.
mother's behalf.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Mhm.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's all they've done, Tan. They've
Yeah.
blamed everybody else.
Yep. That the EMT didn't work fast enough. Really? They got there as fast as they could and did what they could. You had a
Mhm.
baby hanging out by its freaking neck.
For 28 minutes, and you put it there.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I
Mhm.
I'm gonna huck to it all over
Yeah,
her.
and the hook
And
to
not in a good way that lady
no,
was talking
no.
about.
Mm-mm. Mm.
Gabby, it was so tame, you did not have to delete it.
What was it? What
You
I
have
miss? What did
you have put up you have a I got it right here, I can show it. Magic. Wanna see it?
yeah.
It's right here.
What'd you do? What'd you do?
Poof.
Oh, yeah, I saw
The
that one.
fudge sickle. What, the fudge sickle? And you delete that one? Gabby. Disappointed.
Meh, dogged in.
Oh, it feels good.
Mm. She gangster.
I have Dr. Pepper and everything today, and it has ice. Do you hear it? See? You have no idea how gangster I am today.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. East side, west side, north side, south side, all the sides, I don't care, they're all
Mhm.
mine. That's right. That is right. Oh, I want to hurt this woman, figuratively speaking,
Yep,
of course. Ugh.
yep.
Yeah.
And the context that this defense attorney is putting it in is she's not she's not putting it in the right context. She's saying that all these things could be detrimental, but not if they're in a controlled and fully aware. Like if you have the checkup, you can deal with the problem. If you don't have the checkup, you can't deal with the issue. So you can't just bury your head. Mm.
Yep, just rolled right in it, Gabby. Pennies and dimes and nickels. Oh my. Oh, George, I saw one yesterday. He's gonna get it. He's gonna get it. He was in my yard yesterday morning, but he was too far away.
Absolutely, George. Absolutely. Had the mother not been a selfish little twat, yes,
And it's not the defendant's
not
fault.
at all.
It's not the
Mm-mm,
defendant's fault.
mm-mm. She knew from the second trimester
And the
and then did
defendant
nothing. Still
told her
chose.
early to go to
Mhm,
the hospital, and
mhm,
she chose not to still.
mhm,
But this woman and what she just said is
mhm,
ridiculous.
mhm,
I mean, so that's why you got the unison response from the ladies because
mhm,
she is a paid expert and I could pay her to say anything I wanted. Guarantee it. That's the kind of expert she is.
Yep.
Kind that make all the real experts look bad, that will say what you don't want to hear. She'll just tell you what she does, what you do want to hear. All right. I can't handle this woman much longer.
No, give her 5 more minutes, and if she offends me anymore.
She's got 20 more minutes. And then a break, and then we go to cross. Yes, Bri, that would be the thing. Because even when they asked her, well, a baby could go, you could have an ultrasound and the baby could go breech like the next day, right?
Yeah, well.
And then if you're in the hospital, guess what happens? They save you and the baby.
But they know because they've checked you
likely.
with an ultrasound. They know it's turned. But she wouldn't let even Angie check her, not even put her hands on her. So
Yeah. You're right. It is my metal straw. All right, I'll go to cross by the state if you want me to.
Knock yourself out,
Because
love.
I can't handle this.
No.
I can't.
I'm out. I'm BS'd out.
Oh yeah, like that just absolutely crossed some lines. Like, what are you talking about?
What I can do is I'll put this whole court TV video in a playlist if you like, if you want to watch the entire thing
Trust me, you won't.
yourselves. But yeah, good luck with that.
Ours is better because we have a little comedy break and it's hilarious. Thanks, Bri. And George. Bri and George have offered the most today. Gabby's always gives us comedy.
No, but if they wanted to fill in the blanks at a later stage.
Yeah, you don't.
No.
Yep.
Correct.
Yep. And
Amen,
I'm
sister.
hoping she's getting some treatment of the mental health kind. Because I'm honestly a little bit worried for her kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, Kelly. I don't know.
What if she starts choking? What if the child starts choking?
Well, too bad for her or him.
Splits her head open.
Oopsies.
Breaks an arm.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear. I don't want any of those interventionalists around.
Yeah, like don't touch anything.
Yeah.
Yep. And she refused. Bree is probably on her way to find this woman.
Yeah.
I don't think if Bree wanted to listen anymore because she's getting pissed off. Yeah, she was heated. Alrighty then. So we got about 30 minutes of cross, and then we're just gonna go straight to verdict. We're not even doing closings.
Should have had a poll.
Before we go on the record, doctor, we're ready.
Oh, doctor, is there a doctor in the house?
Somebody,
no,
somebody
it's
call
not
a
you.
Doctor.
She's like the one,
Stat.
where they finish last in the class, and you're like, oh, I didn't want you for my doctor. You're just okay. Like, I'll just go.
Hopefully it doesn't trigger her.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're back on the record and we're ready for cross-examination. Ms. Jacobson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Oppoven, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. You say that you work as a pediatric forensic pathologist, true?
Yes.
And there's no such thing as a board certification for pediatric forensic pathologies. Is that true?
No, there's not very many of us.
So you're not board certified in that field, true?
No, I haven't sat for the boards. I just practiced it for 40 years.
I understand that. There's not such a thing as a board certification for pediatric pathology, correct?
There is board certification for pediatric pathology, but I'd already completed my training and was in practice for 10 years before that board was offered. So I chose not to sit for it.
All right, thank you. And you do not work in obstetrics and gynecology, true?
No, I do not.
And you've never done that in your professional career, is that right?
That's correct.
The only babies you've ever been involved with the birth of any babies was when you were in medical school, true?
No, I actually attended the birth of many babies as a pediatrics resident.
How many?
When,
How many?
well, I don't have a number, but many,
How
because
many?
we were called, pardon?
Sorry, how many years were you a pediatric resident?
3.
Okay, and when was that, in the 1970s?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's been a long time since you've done been involved in any births, true?
That's true.
Okay. And attitudes and things we know about births have changed over the years. Would you agree with me with that?
Yes.
Well, certainly medicine progresses. The basic principles are still the same, of course.
All right, thank you. You commented on your direct that breech happens all the time. Remember when you said that?
Yes.
Have you ever seen a breech birth?
Yes, one.
Did you help deliver that breech birth?
I was an observer.
And you say it happens all the time. What do you mean by all the time?
Well, it's 3 to 4% of babies, mothers pregnant will present with a breech lie. Fewer and fewer are born vaginally, of course, but they're delivered breech.
Correct.
By cesarean section.
So all the time, the breech happens all the time is a little bit misleading when we really are only talking about 3 to 4%. Would you agree with me?
No, because we're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of pregnancies a year. So it's not an infrequent event.
Not an event. It's an event you've only seen once, though. True.
Yeah.
And you'd also say it's a very dangerous event to try to deliver a breech vaginally. You would agree with me on that, correct?
Oh, I'm not sure
Hold on,
I'd
there's
go
an
that
objection. I'm
far.
sorry, wait a minute. There's an
Objection. I think that misstates Dr. Ophoven's testimony on the topic.
Overruled. She can answer the question.
You can answer.
I wouldn't say it's very dangerous. I think I think the human anatomy is designed to deliver babies both ways. It's just it carries with it more risk to the baby and to the mother than a regular vaginal delivery.
You don't want to be.
Welcome back to the well. It's gone cray.
You also said on your direct such things as when we look at APGARs. Do you remember when you said that? You were talking about looking at APGARs?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not actually something you look at, correct?
All the time.
What do you mean by all the time? Is that 3 to 4%? I mean, you said we look at APGARs all the time. Do you look at APGARs?
I do. Yes.
When was the last
In
time?
every case,
When was the last time you looked at an APGAR score on a baby?
this week.
Was this a baby that you are caring for, or what are you
No,
talking
a
about?
report.
No, it's a case of a child who died at 2.5 to 3 months of age, and someone's been accused of harming the child. And I routinely request labor and delivery and birth records of children that I've been asked to review, especially the very young infants, to determine the presence or absence of possible birth trauma or other issues that could affect the health and well-being of the child who dies a month or so later.
Okay,
So I
I'm gonna
routinely
just
look
you've answered my
at
question.
APGAR scores.
Objection, Your Honor. She's not allowing the
Hold on.
witness to answer.
Ma'am, you've answered the question, so ask another question, Ms. Jacobson.
When babies are born, the doctor in the delivery room or wherever looks at APGARs, correct?
No, it's a nurse usually that assigns the APGAR
Nurses
score.
do. And what I want to know is just listen to my question and answer my question, please.
Well, I did.
Well, let's not argue. Ask another question, Ms. Jacobson.
How many times, can you put a number on how many times you've seen an infant with your own eyes, been in an emergency room or a labor and delivery room, and you yourself are assessing a baby for APGARs?
I don't know the answer, Kelly.
Usually it's a nurse that assigns the APGAR. So I haven't personally taken responsibility for assigning the APGAR because that's the delivery room nurse's job.
And you haven't, the last time you were in a delivery room with a nurse who was doing that was in the 1970s, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Have you ever resuscitated a newborn baby?
Yes.
How many times?
Probably 10.
Were any of them asphyxiated for 28 minutes?
I think, Kelly, what the defense is trying to do is just blame
You said in your
to the ambulance, to the EMTs, to the hospital.
Yep.
to all of those people
Mhm.
saying that the baby was fine, could have been resuscitated, should have been resuscitated, wasn't resuscitated, not the fault of anything that happened before
There
then.
was there was road works, and it took them longer in the ambulance to get to the hospital.
Yes. And again, none of that falls onto Angela Hock, in my opinion. It's been tilled, it's been planted, it's been harvested and tilled again. I
And
mean,
rotten.
yeah,
Mhm.
the crops were rotten.
Mhm.
Oh,
For reports, and I'm looking. Do you have your report in front of you?
I'm enjoying this
I
cross
can
though.
get it.
And maybe you know it well enough that, but I'm looking at page 5 of 17. In the second full paragraph, you say, death as a consequence of unforeseen circumstance, conditions of circumstance. Do you see where that you've written that?
No, let's see.
Where it says a death certificate certified the death as an accident?
Yes, thank you.
And then,
I see it.
and then it says, I agree with this designation, death as a consequence of unforeseen conditions or circumstance. See that?
Yes,
You'd agree
Unforeseen.
that breech complications are foreseen, true?
they can be, sure.
If a person knows someone is presenting breech and they have any skill or training whatsoever, they understand the consequences of that breech birth. Would you agree?
Well, it depends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, for instance, even you who doesn't have any recent history in obstetrics, OBGYN, you recognize that with a breech birth, you have a risk of prolapse cord, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have risk of head entrapment, true?
Sure.
And then you have different risks of the different kinds of breaches, correct?
Yes.
So some breaches maybe are a little easier to deliver breech. Would you agree with me on that?
Sure.
Okay. So like a 1 footling breech would be a trickier breech to deliver than say a frank breech. Would you agree?
Yes.
What's the advantage of a frank breech over a footling breech? Why would that be
wrong,
easier?
Kelly?
Well, the frank breech has a larger presenting part so that as the uterus contracts, there's opportunity for the pelvic ligaments to spread during the process of labor, as opposed to a footling breech where the impact of the uterine contractions isn't stretching the pelvic ligaments to allow for the aftercoming head and shoulders.
So you'd agree then, I think you already said it, but a footling would be a little more dangerous if the foot's coming out first, because that's kind of a smaller part exiting, going through the cervix, and nothing larger is coming through to make more room for the head. Agreed?
Yeah, I would agree that a footling breech, either a single or a double footling breech, is something that you do not want to deliver outside of a hospital. But a frank or a complete breech is something that can be delivered outside of a hospital.
You would agree, though, that it would be safer to deliver even the Frank's breech and the complete breech at a hospital. Would you agree with that?
I think it's, yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. No.
Because in the event there's a complication, then you are at the hospital and that woman and that child could get some help. Would you agree?
If your priority is safety, then in-hospital setting would be lower risk. Yes.
And you'd agree with me that a C-section is the safest approach to breech delivery, correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
And in fact, the medical literature suggests that. I think you indicated that in your report. Is that true?
I think the standards in America would be to default to a cesarean section if there's an abnormal lie or a breech presentation. Absolutely.
And but of course, you'd also agree with me that sometimes it's inevitable that you have to do a vaginal breech delivery, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes it might come too fast. You don't know the risk, and it just might be inevitable that it happens. True?
Or maternal preference.
Or maternal preference. True.
Yeah.
Now I know you're not
Don't ask the mother that question.
an OBGYN, but if you were had a
Her
patient
anxiety levels are higher.
who was presenting breech, and let's just in this hypothetical say she's breech because you've just done an ultrasound, it'd be appropriate, would you agree, to explain to her the different risks of that breech presentation, correct?
Of course, sure.
And even if she wanted to deliver at home or use a midwife, it would be very important that she understood all the associated risks, correct?
She
To the
knew.
best of, to the best of my ability to state them and the best of her ability to understand them.
Because while she has the choice to do it, it'd be unfair to her to not know the choices, correct? To not know the
That's
options.
fair.
To not know the options.
Sure.
She knew.
Are you also familiar with some maneuvers as it relates to a vaginal breech birth? And perhaps it might even be true with a normal vertex presentation birth, that maneuver could be done where maybe there is pressure placed on the abdomen by one person to sort of help push the baby on through the cervix. Are you familiar with some maneuver like that?
I'm not up to date on the various delivery maneuvers.
It was breech.
Because it was breech. Kelly, you hang out in the town square all you want.
You agreed with this conclusion of Dr. Bowen that Vera Noe died from, the cause of death was from head entrapment, correct? Or not? Maybe you don't agree with that. Tell us.
No, that's not how I would state it. I would say that she died from complications of hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy that were the result of cord compression
caused by
following a breech delivery.
And the cord compression comes from the head entrapment, correct?
Partially, yes.
What do you mean partially?
Well, you're right. It's from the head and the cord being in the birth canal simultaneously. The entrapment, the determination of entrapment simply refers to a delay in delivery beyond what would be reasonable for the child's health.
Well,
but
it could have been
it doesn't
avoided.
necessarily occur suddenly.
Well, what do you mean by that? It doesn't necessarily occur suddenly.
Well, when the cord and the head are in the birth canal simultaneously, there's the potential for compression. The real issue here is how much of the compression there was and what effect that had on the baby at a particular point in time. Obviously, you need to deliver the baby as quickly and efficiently as possible, but it isn't necessarily true that it'll happen all of a sudden.
Correct. So I mean, you could have a cord and a head traveling through the birth canal at the same time, whether it be vertex or breech, and the baby might come out okay. There's enough room there that everything comes out. Okay.
Absolutely.
But the prolapse cord and the compression on that cord in this situation happened because of the head entrapment. Would you agree?
I think ultimately the determination of lack of oxygen to the brain was the consequence of the baby's head and cord being in the birth canal at the same time, but we don't know for what period the actual limited oxygenation occurred, because there's evidence that she remained pink for a period of time. So how long the cord entrapment is undetermined.
Well, we know it was at least 5 minutes, correct? At least 5 minutes to cause the brain damage that she suffered from.
That's where I disagree with Dr. Bowen's testimony, where he said it only takes 5 minutes to cause irreversible damage. That is not the case in the neonate. The neonate has considerably more latitude for low circulating oxygen than an older person because of the things I mentioned on my direct, the hemoglobin F, the different enzyme tolerances for acidosis, and so forth. So I don't agree that we can put a number on how long the cord compression A occurred, and B, when that cord compression became evidence of an irreversible injury. 5 minutes is not, in my opinion, appropriate.
You agree, however, that when Vera was born, she was born without a heartbeat and was purple in color. You agree with that? That's what the record says. There's nothing to suggest that wasn't the case. True?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the evidence.
Overruled. She may answer she can.
From my understanding, she was pink when she was first delivered, and then her color changed.
They were putting oxygen,
according to the record.
The paramedics testified this week in trial, and she was not pink. She was purple, and she was
Why would
lifeless,
it change?
and she had no heartbeat. Hearing that, objection misstates the evidence and testimony.
No, it doesn't.
Does not. Does not.
I think I'm stating it correctly.
Well, overruled.
Hey,
As a
Debbie.
fact finder, I will make the final determination what's the facts. But
If she's purple and lifeless when she's born without a heartbeat,
Debbie, how are
that
you
would suggest to you that, however, the compressed
We're trying to calm ourselves down from this ridiculous testimony from this expert witness. That's what she's just talking in circles. Why was the cord in the head entrapment? Because the head and the cord were stuck.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. She
Mm-hmm.
deserves no money. She deserves the end of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. You get nothing. Go home.
She deserves this cross. That's what she deserves.
Oh my gosh. This is the first time I've been like backing up the state on their questions, like because they've all sucked, honestly, both sides in questioning. But just get her and get her off freaking stand because she's horrible and frustrating. And I'm sitting there like I have no medical.
Oh, you're going to enjoy that ride.
Yeah.
I'll apologize right now.
I will apologize for earlier today.
You have fun with that, Deb.
It was a Friday stream, typical.
Yeah.
It goes off the rails a little bit. We got it back. Then we went off again. Then it's limping. It's limping along.
It's 4:30 in the morning here. Okay.
Yes.
I've got an excuse.
I have an excuse because I'm about to go nuts with this ridiculousness.
And you've come right in at the tail end of it.
That was the first time I've ever heard that explained.
What?
The opening statements when the defense, that man bun talked
Oh,
about the
yeah.
scapegoat. I'm like, what the heck are you talking about? I mean, listen, as this has gone on, I understand
That
what he
ain't
was saying.
nothing. I'd completely forgotten about that.
Yeah. I understand what he was saying now, but it was weird. Very strange. Also, just a heads up, Debbie, we skipped part of this testimony because it's ridiculous and went to cross. So if you do want to see the whole thing, Jody's going to put the video
I'll put it
up.
once we've finished. I'll set up a playlist with it all.
Well, they had to find somebody that would say what they wanted him to say. And that was blame everyone but the mother. Well,
You'll have to give us some feedback.
You enjoy. And we are going to do the verdict here in just a minute, in a little bit.
Yeah, so if you don't want a spoiler.
Did she?
Yeah, how did she do that?
How'd she do that, Bri? She told them to be truthful. I don't. You can't throw somebody like that mother under the bus when she's already laying there.
I'm confused.
Me
That
too.
won't take me much. Right about now.
Yeah, I don't think she threw the defense. Nobody. I think, Bri, what are you talking about? Because the only
I
people
think
that
everyone's been blamed but the parents.
Yes. The only people
Yeah, you can't fix stupid.
You cannot. They've tried to throw the medical teams under the bus, but nobody's blamed the parents for the actions that they've taken. All right.
Depression caused that she had been entrapped long enough that caused that result. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
I want to talk about the times. Defense counsel was grabbing times from separate documents, so I want to make sure we're looking at these times correctly. And defense counsel was giving some math. She was looking at a note, and she said to you that
right, Jody?
Monday.
Okay, I was like, Jody. Jody. Monday.
She read from the NICU encounter note saying that the head was delivered at the hospital prior to the arrival at about 21:48 p.m. Remember when she had read that to you, that number that the baby was delivered at 21:48 p.m.?
Yes.
And then she also then read from the Omaha Fire Department report that said they arrived at 21:59. Recall her giving you those questions?
Yes, that's what I recall from the paramedic record.
Right. And you did the math for us. And
I know
so
what it's
taking
talking
the
about.
21:48 time period of being delivered and 21:59 period of arriving at the hospital, you did the math of that 11 minutes that child was born in the ambulance, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And I would
19.
I would agree with that math, but I'm looking at that NICU encounter note, and what it actually says, and this is the hospital putting the notes, EMS was called and arrived at the ER about 21:50. Head delivered just prior to arrival to the hospital about 21:48. That's what the note says altogether. That's really only 2 minutes, correct?
Yeah, but I don't rely on, because it's about, and the paramedic records are the ones that I track, and they had a number of times listed very clearly on their record. And they said they arrived at 21:59.
Would you agree
as
that
opposed to about 50, which is not, which I don't think is accurate.
I appreciate that, but also that EMS record did not have any time of when that baby was delivered. You'd agree with me on that, correct?
I didn't see that in that record, but 21:48 appeared in Dr. Lessing's note, and it appeared in the autopsy report.
And in that note, that same note, it says that they arrived at 21:50. So do you see what I'm saying?
I don't know what else to say.
Okay. So objection, Your Honor. I don't believe that record is in evidence.
Overruled, she may answer.
I can offer it and show the court. It'd probably be easier for you
We
to
are
see.
doing about 10
I think
seconds.
the question is, did she look at that report? In her
You
closed-
looked at these reports, correct?
Yeah, I just didn't
Debbie.
rely on about
Okay.
21:50
All right.
as opposed to the paramedic report, which had a precise time on arrival, which is routine in the records that I review on a daily basis. They
Right.
put in the call time, the arrival at the scene time, arrival to the patient, departure time, and arrival time. And those are all
Blah, blah.
times that I look at. They may or may not include something that happens in the rig.
I understand. So stay with me here a minute. I agree. The OFD, the EMS times are pretty accurate, probably because they're entering in a system and it's kind of automatic. What I'm saying is nothing in the emergency medical services report indicated when the time the baby was born. You agree with me on that, correct?
Nothing in the EMT report.
Right. And the report says they arrived at 21:59. You agree with me on that?
Yeah.
The testimony is that Vera was born literally the moment they're pulling into the ambulance bay. Knowing that, would you agree with me that baby wasn't born 11 minutes before they arrived at the hospital, if what they testified to is true?
I didn't hear the testimony. So there's all kinds of alterations in the interval that are possible. So I don't have enough information to answer your question.
You've given some opinions that baby was in an ambulance by your math that you're doing for 11 minutes before it ever got to the hospital to get help. Correct? That's part of the opinion you gave today?
Well, I was asked to do the math. It seems to me the universal number that is being used in the records of the time of her delivery was 21:48, and the paramedics stated on their record that they arrived at 21:59. If those aren't correct, then all bets are off.
Okay. All right.
I'm basing my opinions on
I know.
that information.
I know, doctor. So I'm just trying to flesh this out. I think the times are off, and that's not your fault. That's not your fault at all. I'm not suggesting it's your fault.
Objection, argumentative.
But I'm trying
I'll
not to.
sustain that comment will be stricken. Ask another question.
You've given some opinions on the concern for the fact that there was an 11-minute time period from when the baby was born to when they arrived at the hospital for help. Correct? That's what I understood your testimony to be. That 11 minutes is a long time.
I haven't said any of those things. I was asked to do the math between 21:59 and 21:48, and that adds up to 11. If none of those numbers are correct, then as I said, all bets are off.
I'm just trying. I don't know how to ask that question better. If
I
the child
that math wrong.
did
Sorry.
not get oxygen from the time she was born for 11 minutes, you would agree that that's concerning.
Of course.
Okay. Would you also agree then to me if that wasn't accurate and the time frame was really 2 minutes or less, it is less concerning? Would you agree with that?
Objection, Your Honor, assumes facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
Of course. She was in the rig for 19 minutes.
Thank you.
So if the mother was receiving oxygen and everything, and she wasn't delivered until seconds before she was delivered into the emergency room, that's different than if she was delivered the way the record reads 11 minutes before.
I'm going to need to read another record for you. Body delivered, head trapped. EMS had been called and arrived to ER about 21:50. Head delivered just prior to arrival at the hospital about 21:48. Per best timeline, estimated time of head being trapped, 10 to 12 minutes.
Your Honor, could you ask Ms. Jacobson to identify the document she's reading?
Yes, I'd be happy to mark it.
Well,
I do want to make it part of the record here.
Wait, 21:48 to 21:50. Is that only 2 minutes? Why am I so messed up? Because I thought, well, don't answer that, but because I was thinking 9 seconds a minute ago, and I was like, no, that's not right. And then she's saying 11 minutes, but 21:48 to 21:50. Isn't that only 2
It's a
minutes?
hearsay and foundation, Your Honor.
Yes, she was born 2 minutes
we need
before
to establish whether or not the doctor.
they arrived at the
relied
hospital.
on
That's
this
what she's getting
to
at.
inform her
It wasn't
opinion.
11 minutes.
She
It was
was
just
one of those
as they
doctors that was
arrived.
presented to her, informing her opinion.
But that's not the problem. It's all the time before that she spent
Absolutely. Yeah.
at home.
And I just want to explain to Bri, when you were asleep,
All the
you
medicals.
missed the mother's testimony or her interview. They don't blame the defendant. They wanted her as a doula for their next 2 children in the hospital.
Yeah, they don't
love
want her
her.
charged at all.
They don't
Yeah,
think she's done anything wrong at all. Nothing.
Nope. And I don't know that she has after listening to the mom's interview. The mom is weird.
The mother
She's
wouldn't even
fragile.
let her examine her.
Yeah.
Nothing. No hands on, nothing until the foot arrived.
Which she went into the bathroom and pushed. Because she knew something. Right. I'm telling you.
You have to go back and listen to the mum's
Yep.
thing. Yeah.
And
yeah.
you need pillows. I'm telling you, soft things to throw.
Yes.
Because you're going to need them.
Mm-hmm.
That the mom she likes Cocoa Puffs because she's cuckoo.
Mm-hmm.
Records, the neonatal resuscitation records regarding Emily Noe.
Yes.
And if I represented to you that those records say, hospital records say that the time of birth was 21:48, fire department was performing chest compressions upon our arrival at 21:50. Does that affect your opinion you've given today?
No, the reason for that is it would hinge on whether or not the person that wrote that record had spoken directly to the paramedics or whether this is information that is filtered through during the process of resuscitation. Unfortunately, in reviewing medical records, I see all kinds of differences in times and opinions. and statements that vary from person to person. So I would, at this point, there doesn't appear to be any argument that the child was delivered at 21:48 and the paramedics' arrival time is documented at 21:59. Based on what you have read to me, it doesn't change my opinion.
Do you understand, doctor, that you're taking a time from one document and putting it at a time in another document? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I know what I'm doing, and I understand the basis of my opinion, ma'am. And right
Do
now,
you?
I guess I can only say is that there's all kinds of possible alternative scenarios. But if the neonatal record is based not on direct communication with the paramedics, then I would prefer to rely on the paramedics' arrival time rather than someone else who may or may not have accurate information.
Okay. So you said a moment ago you relied on these neonatal resuscitation records when reviewing these APGAR scores, correct?
I considered those records, yes.
And in that same record, there are some times associated with that record. You'd agree with me that there's times in these records?
Yes, yes, I do.
Resuscitation record she's testified she relied to, and then these times associated with it.
Even my dogs are tired of this. Can you hear them howling?
Yes.
They're so dumb. Okay, I think they're done now. They're such dorks. What are we doing? Sorry, I was trying to get the verdict up. What's happening?
I don't know. I want to wait, but I don't want to miss anything.
Your Honor.
All right, 148. It's 148.
Yes.
148 is received.
No, it wasn't on mute. They weren't speaking. So
Damn it,
Tanya,
my
they've
vape
never
won't work.
said, she said that they said she had 2 more kids after that, but they never said where or how she delivered them. They've not
So my
really
final
given a lot of
question just
information about
for
mom.
you, doctor. And I think we agree on this, that there's sometimes inconsistencies in times in different medical records compared to maybe even within medical departments. Would you agree?
Oh, sure.
Do you think it's appropriate, though, when you're assessing the time frame to figure out the exact time, to compare times within the same document? Would you agree with me on that?
No, not necessarily. Sometimes are notoriously more accurate, and sometimes other things are more estimated or hearsay, or oftentimes we'll see a number that goes past from record to record that was wrong in the first place, and then you see it appear time and time again. So I don't have any problems picking and choosing based on the relative accuracy in my experience of various numbers. So if there's a huge discrepancy, I take it into consideration. And then, but I am struck by the fact that paramedic records are usually pretty precise because they always put it down to the minute, as opposed to other records that may or may not be precise. So I don't have a problem.
So just so I'm sure, you have no problem taking the paramedic time and picking and choosing a different time from a different report, different department, and doing the math based on that. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not, no. That's not what I did. That's not what I did. I took two numbers.
All right, okay.
Sounds
Fine.
like
One
it.
number was the
That's fine.
1248, which appeared, and there hasn't been any other number put forward as the time of delivery than 1248. So the forensic pathologist used it and Dr. Lessing used it. And
Oh,
so
yes,
I
you have.
made an assumption that 1248 was the 2148 was the proper number. And then I
Okay.
took the paramedic record of arrival at 1259.
I
Who
understand.
needs my
Or
duct tape?
2159. I don't consider that picking and choosing. Those are two numbers that that appear to be the most precise.
Thank you, ma'am.
As
No further questions, Judge, and she's narrative going on.
You've answered the question, doctor, so.
Sorry.
You have no further questions, Ms.
I
Jacobson?
have no further questions.
All right,
Judge.
redirect.
Thank you.
Doctor, does the paramedics ambulance report for the transfer of Emily and Vera Noe contain a time of birth for Vera Noe?
I don't remember it being up front. I don't remember where I got the number. I just remember seeing it appear twice.
So it doesn't. If I were to tell you that there is no time of birth for Vera Noe on the ambulance report, would you be surprised? Oh, she's gone.
Oh,
She saw it twice, but it doesn't appear anywhere.
Yeah.
hold a second.
Okay.
Hold on, doctor, hold on. All right, hold on.
Hold on, doctor.
Oh, good man,
We,
Ben. Thank
dropped
you.
again.
Thanks for stepping in.
I'm not surprised.
Is it windy or snowy up in Minnesota?
Always.
It's been raining, so all of the surfaces
Okay.
of decks and streets are clear, but we're getting four inches tonight.
That's what she said. Sorry.
You're back on. Go ahead.
So, Doctor,
All right.
if the
gotta
paramedic
wait.
report
I'll
does
be back.
not contain a time of birth for Vera Noe, would you therefore have to look outside the paramedic's report to determine her time of birth?
Yes, I looked for it and found it in two places. So I assumed that there was some source for that number.
But the ambulance report does contain times of dispatch, times of arrival at the scene, times of departure from the scene, and times of arrival at the hospital. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your experience of reviewing ambulance reports and records, are they generally accurate with regard to those times?
Yes.
Doctor, would you say that Vera's head entrapment and resulting cord compression would explain why Vera was born in a hypoxic condition in the ambulance?
Yes.
And when the paramedics documented in their report that the baby was born with good color, what does good color generally mean in the context of a neonate when used by medical professionals?
That they're pink and that they're not showing evidence of cyanosis.
And you've testified to the fact that if Vera was born with good color, that suggests that the injury that she had experienced during her head entrapment and that she'd suffered during that process of being born was not necessarily irreversible at the time of her birth. Is that correct?
That's fair.
Doctor, you testified that you subscribe to the major medical journals in the United States, like the New England Journal of Medicine. Do those journals and your review of your ongoing education as a doctor enable you to stay current on trends and studies related to medical practices and outcomes?
Yes.
Doctor, have you had an opportunity to review a document titled The American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology Committee Opinion Number 745 from ACOG's Committee on Obstetric Practice, titled Mode of Term Singleton Breech Delivery? Have you ever reviewed that document from 2018?
Objection beyond
Yes.
objection beyond scope of cross.
Well, it probably is, but I'll let you go. Go ahead.
I'm asking, the issues on cross to which this is directed is the idea that Dr. Ophoven has not stayed current on the medical literature and also the testimony that she gave on cross with regard to trends in breech delivery. If that's okay, Your Honor?
Well, that's okay, but just briefly.
Briefly, okay. So, Your Honor, I'd like to ask Dr. Ophoven a question about the document that was marked as Exhibit 136 during Dr. Lessman's testimony yesterday. So, Doctor, would you assume that a committee opinion issued by ACOG's Committee on Obstetric Practice is based in the current medical evidence and that ACOG's Committee on Obstetric Practice reviewed relevant studies and evidence prior to issuing this committee opinion?
Yes, that's what a committee opinion is intended for.
What is that?
These articles are intended to update the members to changes or policies that need reconsideration.
Okay, and are you aware that this committee opinion, which was issued in August 2018, replaced ACOG's committee opinion on breech delivery from July 2006?
Yes.
And is there a change reflected in ACOG's recommendation with regard to breech delivery in this committee opinion as opposed to their recommendations for obstetric practice from 2006 to 2018?
Objection, beyond the scope of cross. I mean, I get that she was wanting to establish she's read some
Well,
articles.
yeah, now you're going on.
Well, she asked Dr.
Well, you're going to ask her general questions, but you're asking specific questions.
Okay,
So objection sustained.
okay. So you're saying ask general, not specific, Your Honor?
Or you can say if she review these documents. That's it.
Okay, so Dr. Apovin, if the ACOG Committee on Obstetric Practice said that
Objection.
for planning a breech,
Objection beyond the scope of cross.
Well, she hasn't asked the full question yet, but
Dr. Apovin, you testified on cross-examination that the safest mode of delivery for a breech presenting neonate would be cesarean section. Is that correct?
Yeah, overall, yes.
Okay.
I mean, there's variations, but overall, I guess if you're talking about wanting to prevent any of the known complications of a breech delivery, then a cesarean is obviously safer, but it isn't a safe alternative. It's safer.
So Doctor, when ACOG writes that perinatal or neonatal mortality or short-term serious neonatal morbidity may be higher in a vaginal breech delivery than in a planned cesarean delivery, what does their choice to use the word may rather than is higher or will be higher mean regarding their review of the evidence?
Objection.
Yeah.
Beyond the scope of
you can
cross.
allow her to answer this one question, then you need to move on.
I think what they're doing is my understanding of this is that the risks will vary from individual to individual. So some circumstances, the allowing a breech vaginal delivery might be riskier than a cesarean section. And then there are other circumstances in which they would not. That's what adding the word may says. It's going to be variable from person to person.
And doctor, would you agree that when a patient ultimately determines what their safest choice is with a medical decision, that they get to weigh a variety of factors and variables into the analysis of what is safest, and that analysis includes factors during childbirth other than short-term perinatal risk?
Yes.
So
What are we doing? Well, I may go crazy before this is over. I'd rather go get ice cream with Kathy.
worked on cases involving diagnosis of HIE in a neonate in which you concluded that the neonate died from abuse or neglect.
No, specifically.
Well, wait, hold on, doctor. There's an objection.
This is beyond the
Well,
scope of
it's
cross
overruled, but answer the question and then move on, Ms. Hayes-Klein.
I have worked on cases and investigated cases where died from abuse and neglect. This is a very unique scenario, commonly referred to as infanticide or the abandoned infant.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doctor, you're finished, so you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You betcha.
Toodaloo.
Yeah.
She said you betcha. It's a Wisconsin thing. Okay. Well, if you've got any to spare.
Mm-hmm.
Did you already take one? Because you put an E.
I just did.
At the end.
I just did. Literally. I shit you not, I did.
Oh, I believe you.
Mm.
Oh, help me with these people.
I don't know if they're.
All right.
I don't know if you can.
What am I
They're
doing?
not worthy.
No, they are not. Doing stuff. Don't know what it is, but I'm doing stuff. You come over here. All righty. Dang it, I had that all queued up too.
I hate it when that happens. Best laid plans.
Well, I accidentally closed that whole window.
I'm gonna have myself some toast in a minute, I think. Nearly breakfast.
It is breakfast time.
My cats are not happy with me whatsoever. You see Mr. behind me?
He's giving you the look.
Yep. He's like, I'm fed up waiting now, Mum.
Yeah, I'm getting the 25-minute warning. That's what that is right there. And probably the howls were like, excuse you. But it's
I think this is only 12 minutes or something, isn't it? It's not
um
long.
it's 16. I pulled up the 16 one just in case. Um if
Yeah,
we need to turn
he
off
is.
the
He's
off.
like, he's been nagging me to come to bed for hours. I've got 3 here. You just can't see them. Hence the kitty cam.
All righty. Espresso martinis. You probably are wide awake. All right, let me move this. Judge, wake up.
To acknowledge the attorneys in this case for their hard work and professionalism that they showed in this case. The attorneys presented their cases very well. For starters, Angela Hock's actions were likely unlawful by her acting as a lay midwife in the home delivery of the Noe's baby. Under Nebraska law, her actions could be seen as the unlawful practice of medicine under the Uniform Credentialing Act and in violation of the Certified Nurse Midwifery Practice Act. Any violation of these acts would be a Class 3 misdemeanor for a first offense. Further, any person engaging in the practice of any profession or business without the appropriate credentials may be restrained by temporary and permanent injunctions. And finally, practice of such profession or operation of such business without a credential after receiving a cease and desist order from the director of the Department of Health and Human Services is a Class 3 felony. Angela Hock, however, is charged with negligent child abuse resulting in death, a Class 2A felony under Nebraska Revised Stat Section 28-707.
Boom.
Also, the court notes that the parents in this case have certain constitutional rights involving their medical choices for home delivery of their baby, although the court recognizes that the parents' choices are not absolute. This court expresses no opinion on whether home births in general are wise or prudent. This is an issue for the prospective parents and the Nebraska legislature. Further, this case is not a civil case where the plaintiff has alleged that Angela Hock acted negligently. This is a criminal case where the state has charged Angela Hock with criminal negligent child abuse resulting in the heartrending death of Vera. There is a vast difference between civil negligence and criminal negligence. While it is true that Angela Hock is not a licensed midwife, she does have education, training, and experience in childbirth. Under the facts of this case, the elements which the state must prove by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt in order to convict the defendant, Angela Hock, of negligent child abuse resulting in death are: 1, that the defendant did cause or permit Vera to be placed in a situation that endangered her safety or physical health, or B, to deprived of necessary care, and 2, that the defendant did so negligently, and 3, that the defendant's conduct in doing so proximately caused the death to Vera, and 4, that the defendant did so on or about June 14th through June 15th, 2019 in Douglas County, Nebraska, and 5, that at said time, Vera was a minor child. Angela Hock first argues that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was criminally negligent. Pursuant to Nebraska Revised Stat, Section 28-707 in parens 9, negligently refers to criminal negligence and means that Angela Hock knew or should have known of the danger involved and acted recklessly with respect to the safety or physical health or necessary care of Vera. Recklessly means disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk that Vera's safety or health or necessary care would be endangered in circumstances in which disregarding this risk was a gross deviation from what a reasonable law-abiding person would have done. What makes this case very troubling for the court is to try to separate the rights of the parents to choose a home birth with the criminal charge against Angela Hock. The Noes knew beforehand what Angela Hock was all about, and they chose a home birth. In fact, the Noes rehired her after they tried a home delivery with the first child approximately 1.5 years earlier. At no time did Angela Hock misrepresent herself. Once Vera was determined to be in a breech position, Angela Hock gave the Noes the option of going to the hospital. It is unclear from this record whether Angela Hock knew there was a prolapsed cord. Although Angela Hock did not provide the Noes with all the risks associated with a breech baby, it was the Noes' choice, and they chose to continue with the birth at home. Some 30 minutes or so later, Emily Noe started to deliver Vera. What happened next was tragic. But everyone involved in this case, from the Noes, Angela Hock, Mickey, the firefighters and paramedics, and the doctors and the nurses at the hospital, acted to the best of their abilities to save Vera. In applying the elements outlined above to the case before the court cannot find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Angela Hock acted criminally, that is, negligently caused or permitted the minor child Vera to be placed in a situation that endangered her safety or physical health or deprived her of necessary care. The court finds Angela Hock not guilty because the court has found that Angela Hock's actions were not criminally negligent. The court will not address the other issues raised by her. It is therefore ordered that the defendant, Angela Hock, is found to be not guilty. I will file this verdict with full citations momentarily, and the parties are excused.
Thank you, Ron.
You're welcome.
Okay. Wow. There, the defendant, Angela Hock, embracing her counsel, absorbing the reality that she has been found not guilty, will not be headed to prison, will not suffer criminally for the death of little baby Vera. And the judge detailed his line of reasoning here, and basically saying that Angela Hock did everything she could in the moment with her limited skills as the baby was breached. The firefighters were there. They did all they could. Everybody did all they could in the judge's decision. And there was an absolute bringing in his decision of the parents. Mom and dad, he said, quote, knew exactly what they were getting with Angela Hock. They used her before 1.5 years earlier. They had researched it, and the judge also determined that she at no time misrepresented herself as an obstetrician or even a midwife, a licensed midwife. She was an unlicensed midwife, which she told the jury. You can listen. Let's listen in. We can hear and pick up some ambient noise from the courtroom. No, we just lost our just lost the audio there. But this is oh, there's some. There we go. Oh my
God.
Howie. I mean, he's 40 that
That was huge.
That was huge.
All right, audio's been cut from the courtroom feed there.
She just said he didn't find her guilty of misrepresenting herself.
I know.
That was huge.
Mhm.
Whoa.
Yep.
She walked the line on that one.
Mm-hmm.
She really, really did.
Oh, yeah. She
Yeah.
was nothing more than a glorified doula.
Yeah. She walked the line on that one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Just because of what the
No,
judge said,
no,
they had the
she
right to
didn't.
choose that. So they're nope.
And by the time she found the mother in the bath, it was too late. That's when she did call, because the mother locked herself in the bathroom for 15 minutes.
Yeah, so she told him, Momo Shark, to I think you need to go to the hospital. They go talk about it. They say no
No.
at some point. I don't remember the exact timeline. The mom goes into the bathroom, locks herself in the bathroom. She knows from the if you haven't heard the police interview, it's kind of sucks audio wise, but you will get a very different understanding of the mother in this who is involved in this. She goes in the bathroom, she knows she's going to push, and she does. And then she calls in Angela, who sees the foot, and then it's like, you call 911 now.
Mhm.
And they did. So I the judge says she didn't misrepresent herself, so they can't get her, they wouldn't have got her there. Um
Mm.
he didn't
Mm.
say anything about practicing um without a medical license. He didn't say anything about that. Because it wasn't charged, but he didn't even bring up like anything.
But the laws in Nebraska allow unqualified or uncertified people to assist in home birth. So,
And that's all.
yeah.
And that's all. Thanks. Thanks, Adair.
Mm-hmm.
I need some cooler weather, especially after today. Yes, exactly. If the mom would have gotten over herself, which I didn't realize that was going to be such a high mountain to climb
Yep.
till we heard that police interview. And went to the hospital. That baby had a very good chance of making it, I believe, even though
Mhm.
the dangers with multiple C-sections are they climb from what I was understanding. Um,
Still better than the odds
better
of
than what
what the
that
mother chose.
freaking happened.
Mm-hmm.
And hanging out of its mother, it's like, oh, Kelly wants some cooler weather, Adair. Tennessee, so
Mm-hmm.
you gotta send it down farther than me too. I'll send it, Kelly. Yeah, you can yes, absolutely. It is not
At
illegal to
what
have
cost,
a home
though?
birth. So, you are running the risk. People did
Mm-hmm.
it for hundreds of years,
Yep.
but it didn't always go well then either. Um,
She knew at every stage throughout that pregnancy. She knew at every stage throughout that labor, and she made the wrong choices every time
the mom.
for purely selfish reasons.
Yeah. Yes, the mom,
Mm-hmm.
not Angela
Yes.
Hock. Yes.
Yes.
Yep. I hope so too. Um,
Yep.
I
But she'll be
don't
too scared to take them.
I, I don't know. I think she wants the attention, but not on her. Like, it's weird. She's weird because everything is about her, but she doesn't want anything to be about her.
I don't
Which
understand how she can't have criminal charges brought against her after that statement, after that interview. That's beyond me.
yeah, but I don't
Like, is there criminal charges? Say you're pregnant and you're a drug addict and you cause brain damage to that child. Can you be criminally charged? That's
um,
child abuse as far as I'm concerned. And what's the difference? Yes, you do have to watch that.
I'm not sure how I know
Mm.
well, I haven't really kept up on that here, but they used to be it was kind of like if you did that, if you gave birth to a baby who was addicted to
Mhm.
that you lost that child.
Mhm.
I don't know that they were charged, but their parental rights were, that's it. Because there was a long time that we had kind of an epidemic of babies being born addicted to
Mm.
things I don't want to get in trouble for saying.
At what point do you take the mother's preference of medical treatment above the safety of the child?
I don't know. And that's what I was saying to you or the Monday or whatever day,
Mm,
Wednesday. I don't know.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's a Pandora's box, and it
Yep.
will you open it, and everybody's going to have an
Mhm.
opinion of where does a mother's right stop and a
Mhm.
baby's right start, and that's the whole argument in this
Yep.
country
Yep.
all the time. That's why I won't have it. And I don't know the answer when it's that situation that we just saw. I don't know. It's such a slippery slope.
Especially if you've been given all of the information and you continue to put that baby at risk.
I kind of agree with Tanya. Like, it's a slippery slope, and that's what could happen. You could start charging women for everything that you think they did wrong, and I'm talking the government.
Yeah, but based on that testimony that she made alone, she pretty much admitted culpability.
I mean, she did, but I
Mm.
guess
Mm.
I'm not a lawyer, and I don't
No, me
know
either. No.
if there would be a law. There's nothing that said she had to go to the hospital. There was nothing that said she had to get medical treatment. She could have chosen to just sit there with that poor baby hanging out of her until she was able to get it out at home.
And you know what? If Angela wasn't there,
She probably would have.
Yep. Yep.
Yep. So there's nothing that says that she had to go get medical attention at that
So where's
point.
the baby's advocacy? Like,
I
no.
don't know. And
Yeah.
like I said, that's an
Mm.
argument that never
Mm.
ends in this country.
No. Anywhere.
So I don't know how it is
Mm.
over there.
I don't know. No idea.
But it just this
The
one makes you
price is way
think.
too high to pay
Absolutely.
for ignorance and selfishness.
For the majority of us. But she couldn't get over that. Oh, you talking the mother? I think the state was nice to not call her.
Hmm?
If she's talking about the mother staying
Oh,
away
sorry, I was
from.
looking at the next comment.
Oh, yeah. Kidding it out. Your field, Jody. Put your arm in.
Oh, there was multiple fingers, don't you worry. That got
That's right.
mentioned many, many times.
Yes,
Way
it
too
was.
many. Way.
It was very sad for the baby and not fair.
Oh,
Did
really,
they?
Nidawell? Mm.
And then didn't. I don't think she has
No, I
anxiety.
think she's just stupid.
I
Sorry.
think she's using this trauma that may or may not have happened to her. And I'm leaning towards it didn't.
What do you mean, 10? You are actually covered in this country by like if you stop at an accident and go to assist someone and perhaps fracture a rib and puncture a lung, you are covered by, I think there's some law that says, you know, you were there to
To
assist.
help. Yeah. I
Yeah.
think we have the Good
I can't
Samaritan
remember
law
them.
here
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's definitely using it as a crutch to stay away from what she doesn't want to do.
hmm Accountability.
Mhm.
She's using any excuse that she can think of to not have accountability, not take accountability at all. She doesn't even, it's not even on her realm of possibility.
Nope. Yes, that's how she was so about it. She was just like talking
Mhm.
about like what she was going to have for dinner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like nothing happened. Like yeah, well, it could have ended
That's
differently.
right. Yeah. And also, if you knew that your car had bald tires, but you were scared of mechanics and
Yeah.
didn't go and get your tires replaced.
Yeah, and
That's
then you
pretty much
go
what happened.
slide into somebody,
Correct.
absolutely would
hmm
be
Who's
liable.
at fault?
Yeah. So, Adair, we think
Ooh, what's next, you do all? I'm
we
glad
bel
you asked.
we believe we believe because we've been tricked before by plea deals at the very last second.
True.
We believe we have a live trial starting Monday.
hmm
I will let Jody explain
Oh, I
because you've
really don't know
done.
a great deal about it.
I don't either. I haven't had
I
time to
know the
look.
name of it. Hang on, let me just get to. Hang on. Where's my playlist?
Yes, you did, Kelly, and you were correct.
Playlist.
Yes, please hit the thumbs up on both channels if you have not
Yay, that'll be
already.
ace. That'll be awesome. All right. So it is
Now,
the case of Florida versus Laurie Shaver, who is the wife of what's his name? Michael Shaver, who is allegedly on trial for the unaliving of her husband and burying him under a concrete slab in the backyard. It is a live trial. It begins Monday, and it's called the Buried in the Backyard Unaliving Trial.
so don't know the time. Does it say the time on there yet?
Um,
Because sometimes they'll
I would
start
have.
at 9, but the court doesn't start then.
I
You know what I
don't know,
mean?
but I'm sure it'll be updated over the weekend. So make sure your notifications are put to all so that you know, because we are doing like live, real time live. La,
Yes.
la,
Live,
la,
live.
la, 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 live.
There'll be no L's.
um, so yes, it's set to start Monday. Oh, and she blamed her 7-year-old daughter for it.
Good for her. Also, if she would have just watched ID, she would have known that you can't do that because there was a person in California, I think, put him in a tote, put him under like deep in the ground, and put a concrete slab over him, and they still
Oh,
found him.
flash.
So she would have known that. Hey, Flashman, how
Oh,
you
Florida
doing?
is different, is it?
It's probably 9. Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably 9.
9 hours
No, 9
behind
a.m.
me.
It's my time.
Oh, okay.
Same
Cool.
time.
That's all right then. Don't confuse me.
I will not.
So, so I'm assuming the start time will be 9 a.m. your time, which is
Probably.
11 mine. So,
And if it doesn't start right at 9, I won't tell you what it is, but I saw something that we can do before if we have time
okay.
that we need to do.
Yes, we're signing off, Teresia. Thank you for being here. Mwah. Much appreciated.
Yes, thank you. Don't
Flash
have
said,
fun at your fall festival, eat some greasy food, and don't think about
you missed the whole
this
stream, all
thing.
7.5 hours of it,
Yeah.
love.
It's buried in the backyard, unless
Yep.
you wanted Jody to say it. Like, with her accent, I don't know.
Buried in the backyard, unaliving child.
Yeah.
And another Florida.
Uh,
What up in Florida? Or
stay
what down in Florida?
well. A lot of old people down there, so.
Mm.
All right. Sit tight, Jody. After I'll play the outro music, then I'll tell you what I saw that we need to do.
Okay.
All right, you guys.
Love you
Thank
all.
you for hanging out. Our skips, because they were worth it.
I'll send you the link, 10.
Goodbye. It's time for the dance party.
At you.
Yes.
Thanks for hanging.
Did you want to?
Bye.
Bye.
Jody.